Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.
50, Chapter 50, God of Destruction. Third POV. Can't say I was expecting to see them of all people, Wanda thought in interest as she glanced over the two of them. They were pretty strong, stronger than most of her guests, with only Death and Lucifer being stronger than both of them, although those two were stronger than anyone in the DBZ universe. So, Whis, where in the hells are we? Beerus asked, glancing around the shop. He noticed the books and the amount of them, as well as the oddity of the place. There were plants that he had never seen before, and the books all gave off a strange feeling. It would seem we are in a bookstore, my lord. Which is quite peculiar, considering it was but a red door upon our quaint little planet, Whis said with a small hum, as he looked around in interest, before both of them stopped on Wanda, who was smiling. I was wondering when I'd get a guest from your plane, but I can't say I expected it to be the god of destruction and his angel. I was expecting Kakarot or perhaps that Frisia fellow, Wanda said with a calm smile, not at all afraid of the two of them. If anything, she was more interested in Beerus's power. His Hakai was quite the interesting thing, and would be a great boon to her should she somehow manage to copy it from him. Ki would also be nice, but not as much of an importance, not when she had aura and chakra already. And who are you, woman? Beerus questioned rather rudely. Wanda chuckled at the question and the rude tone he was taking. She wondered how he would react to her should she reveal her aura to him, if she were to show him that she could atomize him, his angel, and even the Omni King with a single swipe of her finger. But, she decided not to do anything just yet, as the arrogance was just a part of him, so she was already prepared to deal with it the second she saw him. I am Wanda Maximoff, the owner of my nice little bookstore. I sell books of all kinds from throughout creation, the rarest books that you will find nowhere else. I also sell different foods that are made by hand every day, and are amongst the best of the best, Wanda replied, taking a sip of her tea as the purple cat god narrowed his eyes at the mention of food. Food? What kinds? Beerus asked. He was quite the foodie, and it had been quite some time since he had last eaten anything worth his while. All sorts really, but I primarily focus on cafe foods, so cookies, muffins, stuff like that. Why, do you wish to purchase some? Wanda asked, as the god of destruction looked at her before grunting. I want one of everything on the menu, Beerus ordered. Wanda raised an eyebrow at the choice, before snapping her finger as the order came out from behind her, being planted on the counter. The smell that the different foods that they had ordered immediately began to fill the room, as Beerus practically drooled, his hand snapping forward to eat one, only for it to be blocked by Wanda. You pay first, and then you get your meal. You either pay through currency, an exchange of books worth enough, or through exchanging knowledge, Wanda said, smiling in a borderline creepy manner as the god of destruction growled at her. I am the god of destruction, mortal. I do not do something as trivial as paying for a meal, Beerus roared, as Wanda raised an eyebrow at him. Then you will not get your food. Either you pay, or you get out of my store, and you will be banned for life. Pick 1 inch, Wanda replied, not even caring for the look the man was giving her. The only reason he hadn't automatically been kicked out by the wards yet, was because she was keeping him inside, but if he kept acting like this, he would be the first person to ever be banned from her store. An impressive feat, considering they had only met a couple of minutes ago. You, my lord, perhaps we should just pay. The delicacies are incredible, and I must admit that her selection of literature is unique, so much so that I have never in my years of living, seen any of these books that she is selling. Whis cut off Beerus, deciding that that was enough. He had been browsing through the books while Beerus was starting his tantrum, and had found that he did not recognize any of them. Some of them were entirely foreign to him, and there were even books on magic and other energies he had never heard of, which should be impossible, and yet this woman had them. Whis understood that whoever she was far from ordinary, and it was likely best that they do not antagonize her. What? Why should I? She disrespected me. Beerus snarled back at Whis, who looked at his lord, unimpressed. Because I am quite confident that it will be worth it. And we have more than enough gold and books that we can trade, my lord. Or do you wish to never have these delicacies again? And with how incredible they smell, I'd say that would be a grave mistake, Whis replied, as Beerus stared at his trusted friend, before grunting. Fine, pay the woman for the food and whatever books you want, Beerus grumbled, as Whis walked over to the nearby bookshelf and grabbed one of every book he could, primarily the ones on magic, chakra, and books on sealing and some others. All of them levitating behind him as he walked back to the counter a few moments later, a smile on his face as he did so. Quite the haul. I suspect you're interested in the differences between them and Ki. Wanda asked, as the man nodded with a small smile on his face, as his guess was all but confirmed. Indeed. This chakra sounds very interesting, and the magic within these books is far different than our own. It is most intriguing really. Now, I'll pay with books of my own today, and in repayment for my lord's attitude, I'll add in a couple extra, Whis said as he tapped his large staff against the ground, several large stacks of books being shown to Wanda. There were around 150 books in total, far more than what her books cost, but it seemed that Whis knew that too, but was paying her a lot more so that she wouldn't potentially ban them. A bribe in essence, and one that Wanda would obviously not deny. She was shameless enough to accept a ton of new books, especially when they're all gifted by someone like Whis. The books were bound to be rare and incredibly expensive, making the deal more than worth it. As she flicked her finger, the books floating back behind her, as she smiled. Now you can have the food, Wanda said, as Beerus's hand snapped to one of the muffins and tossed it in his mouth, his eyes widening as he bit into it, a gleeful expression soon forming on his purple face. You were right, Whis, this was certainly worth it, Beerus said with a pleased grin, as he swallowed the remains of the muffin, before grabbing another muffin while Whis had grabbed his own, biting into it with a lot more grace and not whole. Wow, I must say these are positively delicious. May we order some more? I have more books to exchange if need be, Whis asked, as Wanda raised an eyebrow. How many do you want? 100 of each. Beerus said, cutting in as he finished his next muffin. Wanda blinked at the request, before noticing Whis nod as Wanda chuckled, snapping her finger as dozens of muffins began to float out from behind her, all of them being taken by Whis, who summoned his books. The books were going into the back, while the food was coming out of the back. All the while they were munching on the other foods, with Whis enjoying the donuts quite a bit, while Beerus had found himself enjoying the cookies. Is that all, or do you wish to buy anything else? Wanda asked, as Whis and Beerus glanced at one another, before they both shook their heads. That will be all for now, but I assure you we will be back for more of your food. Ah, and I'll be sure to bring more books next time. Whis said with a smile, as he walked off, his lord leaving first with him coming after, the large bags of food floating out behind him. Watching this all, Wanda had only one thought on her mind. What a strange duo. Gain access to an additional chapter early for each of my main fanfics, 4 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 75 exclusive stories, on my Patreon for $3 a month, or $30 for an entire year. There is also a new tier that gives 3 chapters early for each of my main fics, 2 more than $3 tier, 12 chapters in total, as well as other bonuses including the ones from the previous tier. It is $5 a month or $50 for an entire year. https://www.patreon.com/fanfiction770 UTM campaign creator, or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. New addition, if you use the app on iOS/Apple phones, this is around 43% more expensive due to some changes they had to make to their terms of service. So use the web browser for it if you want it to be cheaper. That's the end of the chapter. She has officially met Beerus and was able to calm him without having to show off or anything. Although Whis already seems to have an idea of how powerful she is. Anyways, have a good day. 51, Chapter 51, An Otherworldly Intermission. Third POV. While Wanda was interacting with the customers that were Whis and Beerus, her clones that were in the world of Harry Potter and Game of Thrones were currently having 2 very different experiences. In the world of Harry Potter, Clone 2, which Wanda had dubbed as Wannabe Wanda 2, was currently in London. She had been traveling around Europe for the past couple of weeks, hunting down books that were no longer owned or utilized by anyone. Books that were just sitting in ditches and abandoned homes all over the world. That way she can get them without feeling bad. She had also been taking her time to get the DNA of every magical creature she had come across. Mostly so that she can introduce them to one of her animal dimensions, so that she can see what sort of interactions they would have in a pocket dimension like the one she had created. She had done the same with every magical plant she had come across, wanting to put them into her green dimension, which is where she would spread them to test what sort of combinations they would make with the other more custom-made plant species she had created over time. She also was interested in them so that she could finally connect to the green, as she was getting to the point where she could realistically do it. All she had to do in order to completely connect herself to it was by using natural energy from Naruto, something that she was going to be doing soon. So far Wanda had found the books that had been utilized by Merlin, Morgana, as well as several other wizards and witches in the European region. She planned on moving to Africa next, as she knew that some of the most powerful curses in the entire world were localized in Egypt. After that would be the United States, which is currently the powerhouse in the magical sphere due to their growth in technology and not stagnating like the UK's magical population had been. They weren't the only ones either, as the magical population for China, Japan, Greece, Rome, and India were also very advanced in comparison to the UK. The world was certainly a bit more complicated than she had thought when she initially arrived. Currently Wanda was walking through Diagon Alley, as she was there to gain the knowledge of the goblins, as from what she could tell, they had magic that was completely unique in comparison to the magic of witches and wizards. It was for this same reason that she had been looking into gathering and freeing the house elves, taking them to her personal dimension where they'd be able to live in peace. As their magic was also quite unique, and very powerful too, shockingly enough. They just never utilized it to an extent that would show off its true power. Flicking her wrist, Wanda smiled as her power burst throughout the goblins' lands, copying every book in sight that was owned by them and that was entirely unique, before that same burst of power surged into several lines which returned back to Wanda, before forming into exact copies of the very same books. Placing all the books back into her book bag made to hold an infinite amount of books, Wanda smiled as she walked off, ready to find some more books. Her next target location, Hogwarts. In the world of Game of Thrones, Wanda's other clone that had been in the world for longer than her Harry Potter counterpart, had been busy, very busy. Helping Daenerys learn the ropes of becoming a true leader had proven to be a lot easier than she had initially expected. The girl was a genius, a true, genuine genius. She learned things faster than anyone else Wanda had met in that world so far, and she rapidly understood how to lead, and why she was doing what she was doing. Wanda didn't only begin to teach her how to lead, but also how to defend herself. As she couldn't be a leader without having at least some experience in combat, as otherwise she would be a liability in battle, and they could not have that. Especially since she cannot rely on her dragons all the time, unless she wants to get them killed like in canon. So, she began to teach her how to utilize 3 different forms of weapons on top of martial arts. She began to teach her how to utilize knives and daggers, a sword, and began to teach her how to utilize a bow. And just like her genius in learning leading skills, she had been learning how to fight faster than Wanda had seen in that world. Her other confidants had been shocked at the progress their queen was making, especially Ser Barristan Selmy, who had only seen a handful of others grow like she was, at the rate that she was. Some had begun to call her Visenya Reborn thanks to her capability with the sword. It wasn't just combat and leading that Wanda had focused on though, as there was another area that she needed to learn, that was incredibly important. And that was, dragon riding. She needed to learn how to properly ride and order her dragons, how to work with them as partners and allies, how to keep them healthy and safe, and how to grow them to become the true apex predators that they are meant to be. In order to learn this in full, Wanda ended up taking a short trip to Old Valyria, scrounging all books left on the desolate land, as well as all sorts of Valyrian steel artifacts, and dragon eggs. She had kept a little over 250 dragon eggs for her pocket dimension, but handed over another 10 to Daenerys for her future children or whatever else she may use them for. As Daenerys now knew how to bring them back to the world of the living, and how to get rid of the petrification that coated the shell. From the books, Wanda had learned a good bit about the origin of the dragons of this world, how to take care of them, as well as all sorts of other arts that the old Valyrians practiced, like their blood magic that was quite vile, and not all that useful to her. Once she had finished reading the literal tens of thousands of books, she had made copies so that she could bring back the original versions for her personal collection, and the copies would go to both the shop and to Daenerys. She made 2 copies of each book except some of the more dark ones, books that were better off not spread anymore. Over the time of teaching Daenerys, the girl ended up regaining the lands that had been lost, regaining the entirety of Slaver's Bay, which had been renamed to Dragon's Bay. The conquering of the cities had been laughable, easy, very easy. Why? Because dragons are incredibly overpowered in Game of Thrones, and because Wanda taught Daenerys to not risk anything and just get the fight done and over with. Chivalry is useless if you lose. There is a time and place for it, something that Wanda had made very clear. She wouldn't have Daenerys die like Ned did. That man was a good person, but he was far too honorable for his own good. It was his death that had started a lot of things, but it was his son's injuries that had started everything. Well, sort of. At the moment Wanda was sitting across from Daenerys, the two of them looking over a large map, a map of the entire world that Wanda had made for Daenerys. As it turns out, the world was a lot larger than even Wanda had expected, with Sothorios actually being huge, almost the size of Essos. But it seemed to have a very nasty curse placed upon it that made it impossible to properly adventure through, as the curse itself made it so you'd go on forever. Wanda would be investigating that place sooner or later. So you're finally talking of conquering Volantis? You do know that this will mean that you are not just creating a kingdom, but what could be the makings of an empire, right? Wanda asked, wanting to make sure that the woman in front of her was certain. I know, Wanda, but the things they are doing to people cannot pass, not any longer. It is time that I break the wheel, that slavery is well and truly wiped off the world. I do not want to allow innocent men, women, and children to suffer any longer, and I shall do my damnedest to complete my mission, Daenerys said with a powerful conviction. Hearing the words of her student, Wanda smiled, deciding that she would stick around and make sure that the woman completed this dream of hers, for it was one that was worthy of her aid. Looking back down at the map, Wanda looked up to her student before grinning at her, and speaking. So, how do you wish to conquer Volantis, Queen Daenerys? Gain access to an additional chapter early for each of my main fanfics, 4 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 75 exclusive stories, on my Patreon for $3 a month. or $30 for an entire year. There is also a new tier that gives 3 chapters early for each of my main fics, 2 more than $3 tier, 12 chapters in total, as well as other bonuses including the ones from the previous tier. It is $5 a month or $50 for an entire year. https://www.patreon.com/fanfiction770 UTM campaign creator. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. New edition, if you use the app on iOS/Apple phones, this is around 43% more expensive due to some changes they had to make to their terms of service. So use the web browser for it if you want it to be cheaper. That's the end of the chapter. Thought it was time to show what she has been doing in Harry Potter and Game of Thrones. Not sure how people feel about intermission chapters, but I thought it was needed, as she'll be doing some important stuff there. Who should her next 2 worlds be? As they'll likely be the last ones for a while as she starts to work more with what she already has. Anyways, have a good day. 52, Chapter 52, A Normal Day. 3rd POV. Back in the DC multiverse with the real Wanda, she was currently sitting in her living room, taking a break from running the shop for the day. She had been working at the shop every day for quite a few weeks now, so she decided to take a break for this weekend in order to relax a bit. She found that relaxing by herself was not bad. She read through most of the books she hadn't gotten through yet, which was the ones that Whis had sold her, but she had also watched some movies, primarily ones that she had never seen before that had always been an interesting idea to watch. Raven ended up joining her halfway through the movie she was watching, which was one of the Transformers movies that had been made by Michael Bay. She had never seen them in her past life, so she thought it'd be fun to watch them. She found that they were pretty decent, and was interested in eventually visiting there, mostly for the unique technology they had. She decided to watch Transformers Prime eventually, as she knows that the story in that one was considered one of the best out of any Transformers cartoon, show, or movie, with Transformers 1 being better. What VE you been up to recently, Raven? Feels like I haven't really seen you besides at work, Wanda asked, as she really didn't know what the girl had been doing. She had ended up staying within one of the pocket dimensions that Wanda had created, as she wished to train alone for a while. While Ivy usually was in one of the plant dimensions, usually the ones that had unique and completely original plants that she had never seen before, as the woman really liked playing with them and learning more about them. Something about her powers made her feel more in tune with them. I was learning how to utilize this aura that you had unlocked for me. It is not as easy as I was expecting. Magic simply requires practice, learning, and understanding. But aura is more complicated for me. It requires more physical work, and it requires more trial and error than even magic does, Raven responded, as Wanda smiled. You'll get it eventually. It's all about trial and error, and understanding oneself. But I will say that you are certainly overcomplicating it a bit. Just calm yourself a bit, and begin to think over the basics of magic, as they are very similar in terms of learning. One is simply a bit more unique than the other, Wanda said, knowing that Raven tended to overthink things. She was just that sort of person, and Wanda didn't mind, but it did tend to make the girl's learning a bit slower than most, as she ignored the most obvious answers a lot of the time. Just made it so Wanda had to give her a bit of a push for her to get past it, but that was fine. I see, I shall listen to your advice. Thank you, Wanda, Raven said, giving her boss a small, grateful smile as they began to return back to watching their movie, with Ivy joining them a little while later. After a nice and relaxing weekend off, the shop was back up and open, and for the first time, all worlds besides the DC one was able to enter at the same time, meaning she could see characters from Doctor Who, Once Upon a Time, Harry Potter, Tensura, Overlord, DBZ, Naruto, TVD, and RWBY. It didn't take long before the door creaked open as Emma walked in. Hey Swan, you back for more advice regarding that crush of yours? Wanda asked, as she gave the woman an amused smirk upon seeing the glare that she was given. The woman had still not exclaimed her love to Regina, and Wanda found it to be hilarious. Ha ha ha, real funny. No, I'm actually here to buy the kid some new books. He's finished all the ones he got last time and he wants some more, Emma said, as Wanda raised an eyebrow. How about these? I just got them in a couple of days ago, Wanda said, waving her hand as a small stack of 4 books appeared. They were books that she had gotten from Whis and were stories on the legends of various old heroes. The most interesting one was the legend of Zalima, the man who created the Super Dragon Balls. There were also a book on folktale from the Game of Thrones universe, and a couple of others that were less interesting. Looking over the books, Emma hummed, any of these contain anything too inappropriate for him? Nope, nothing that he hasn't read already. After all, he did read all about the horrors that some of the denizens of your town have committed, Wanda replied, as the woman realized that Wanda wasn't exactly lying. Yeah, you're right. Might have to talk to the kid about that one. Emma muttered, realizing that he had probably read some, not very kid-appropriate things. The door soon dinged as in walked Naruto, who had a bright smile on his face as he sprinted over as a ton of clones came in behind him, carrying what looked to be a little over 100 scrolls that were soon placed onto the counter, while Emma watched flabbergasted, and Wanda watched amused. I finished a bunch of new scrolls, Auntie. So I'm here to exchange them. Naruto exclaimed, while Wanda chuckled. I'll exchange them in a moment, Naruto. But Emma here was ahead of you, Wanda said as the kid noticed the tall blonde woman and gave her a sheepish grin. Sorry about that. Didn't see you there, Naruto said, rubbing the back of his head as Emma glanced at him and then Wanda before sighing. You know what? It's way too early to question this. Will this be enough to pay for the books? The kid's probably dying to read them, Emma asked as she placed a crisp $100 bill onto the counter, with Wanda nodding. More than enough. You want to add in a muffin or do you want change? Add in a muffin. I haven't eaten yet and those things are addicting, Emma said as Wanda chuckled and brought out a muffin, handing it to Emma as she put away the $100 bill for later. She really needed to think of something to do with all the money she was getting. Thanks Wanda, next time I'll bring the kid with me so he can choose out some books. I'm sure Regina will want to come around too, Emma said with a nod as she walked off, ignoring the strange kid as she left the shop. Seems you've been growing pretty fast, huh Naruto? Reading so many scrolls? Impressive, Wanda said with a smile, as she looked over each of the scrolls, finding that he had indeed read through them all, and understood them all. They were all completely new for her, and were a very welcome addition to her collection and shop, as she took them all and sent them into the back. Thanks auntie. I'm gonna go and find some new books, oh, and whip me up 4 bowls of ramen too please. Naruto exclaimed as she gave the kid a nod as he ran off to find some new books. After whipping up the ramen, Naruto returned with a small stack of books that were all quite expensive, but very good for someone like him. New martial arts from the DBZ universe that would more than likely be better than just about any martial art in the Naruto universe, with only the very best having a chance of being better. Here you go Naruto, and the books you've got are just a bit cheaper than what you brought in, so you're all good, Wanda said as the boy grinned happily, gave her a thank you, and ran off with the to-go bowls of ramen, leaving Wanda alone once again. For the next couple of hours she had sold some new books to her regular DC customers, no one interesting visiting at all that day, until the very end of her working time, as the door dinged. Wanda looked up only for her eyes to widen slightly upon seeing who had entered, for the one who had entered was Monkey D. Luffy. Gain access to an additional chapter early for each of my main fanfics, 4 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 75 exclusive stories, on my Patreon for $3 a month, or $30 for an entire year. There is also a new tier that gives 3 chapters early for each of my main fics, 2 more than $3 tier, 12 chapters in total, as well as other bonuses including the ones from the previous tier. It is $5 a month or $50 for an entire year. https://www.patreon.com/fanfiction770 UTM campaign creator Shari or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. New edition, if you use the app on iOS/Apple phones, this is around 43% more expensive due to some changes they had to make to their terms of service. So use the web browser for it if you want it to be cheaper. That's the end of the chapter. And One Piece is next. Thought it was time they got brought in. Anyways, have a good day. 53, Chapter 53, The Pirates. 3rd POV. Upon seeing Luffy, Wanda looked at the teen and couldn't help but wonder, can he even read? Or at the very least, can he read a book in full without wanting meat or something? Wanda thought, knowing that Luffy wasn't exactly the brightest person in the world. But he was immensely charming, so that made up for it. Whoa, it's bigger on the inside. And there's a bunch of books too. Luffy exclaimed in shock as he looked around. He didn't really care much about the books, and cared more about food, specifically meat. What is this place? Is it the creation of some sort of devil fruit? Another voice echoed, this one feminine in nature. It was this person that Wanda knew for a fact would be coming back, a lot. For this was Robin. Robin looked even more odd than Luffy, not just because of the fact that the door that they walked through led to somewhere bigger, but also because of the amount of books that littered the shop, some being the biggest books she had ever seen. Well, hello there young pirates. I am Wanda Maximoff, owner of this humble bookstore. What brings you into my shop today? Wanda asked, as she looked at the two of them. She was a little disappointed that the others weren't there, but that wasn't too much of a problem. From what she could tell, they were somewhere during the later parts of their journey, likely only a little while before Luffy unlocks Gear 5, which was a bit of a surprise, as she was expecting for it to be the Luffy from before Ace is killed. It didn't matter much to her either way. Well, this door just appeared on the front of our ship, so we were a little concerned. Robin said, trailing off as she began to glance over the books on the shelves, finding every single one of them completely unique. Not a single one of them was recognizable to her, and that by itself was interesting. At the same time Luffy was glancing around with sparkling eyes, zooming around the shop, making sure not to knock anything down, but still looking all over the place. Sorry about that. My shop just sorta appears where it wants. It appears to people of note that deserve to enter, and it would seem that you, Robin, are worthy of entering, just as much as the future Pirate King over there, Wanda said, glancing at Luffy with an amused smile on her face. So is it a devil fruit that is doing this? Robin asked in interest, as Wanda smiled. You could say that, it's a bit more complicated, but I suppose that would be the best description for my ability. Now, are you interested in any of my wares? I've got books, food, drinks, and even sell bags that carry more on the inside than what should be possible, Wanda replied, with Luffy reappearing in front of her in a moment upon hearing the word food. Meat? He questioned simply, as Robin let out a groan and Wanda giggled. I've got all sorts, Luffy. The best in the world is sold here, you want some? I take currency, exchange of books, and exchange of knowledge, Wanda replied, the teen in front of her looking at her with sparkling eyes. I want as much meat as you can give me. Luffy replied simply, not even answering her question as Robin let out another groan of annoyance. Wanda in response, just let out a chuckle and snapped her finger, as meats of all sorts began to come from the room behind her. Luffy watched with wide eyes as more and more meat began to flow in, and he began to quite literally drool at the amount, not to mention the absolutely incredible smell that passively wafted off of the meat in question. Even Robin couldn't help but feel slightly hungry upon smelling the delicious meal that was appearing. So much meat. Luffy yelled with glee, as he practically teleported to the food, only to get blocked. You pay first, Luffy, Wanda said, holding him back as the man's head snapped to Robin akin to an owl, his rubbery physique allowing him to do that. It was, a little creepy by Wanda's standards, but nothing too crazy. Robin, pay her. Luffy said, drool cascading out of his mouth like a waterfall. Wanda wondered what the people in that universe ate to be shaped like that and to literally work like a cartoon. It was hilarious to look at, but also weird as hell. How much will all of this be? Robin asked, concerned for the price. As with how delicious it smelled and the size of the meal, it looked like it could be expensive. Not much, if you pay in berries, or you can pay in books which will make it a bit cheaper. You can even pay in knowledge, it's up to you. But I can tell you that the food I sell here is quite cheap, the prices are above me, Wanda said, pointing up as a glowing menu appeared, showing the prices of each item that Luffy was wanting to eat. And just as she had said, it was cheap, much cheaper than Robin had been expecting. So much so that they had more than enough money to pay for it, unlike usual where they'd be broke by the time Luffy was done with his food rampage. That is, quite cheap. How do you make any money off of your food if you sell it for so cheap? Robin asked, genuinely curious. It's all homegrown and homemade, every single thing in that food. Meaning it costs me nothing in order to do it. I don't take advantage of others in my pricing, I price it at what it is worth, and that's all, Wanda replied, as this was the truth. Even without using her power to make it, she did grow everything required to make the food. One of her farm dimensions had every single plant on Earth growing inside in neat rows, growing all the necessary ingredients for food. This was mostly just for her own enjoyment though, as she enjoyed farming every once in a while. I see, will this cover the food? Robin asked, as she reached into a pouch and brought out a large pile of berries. More than enough, thank you. And Luffy, you are welcome to dig in now, Wanda said with a smile, watching in interest as Luffy quite literally began to inhale the food, munching on it with a wide grin and happy eyes. Well, while he is doing that, I will be looking through your selection of books, Robin informed Wanda, who just gave her a nod as she walked over to the non-fiction section, looking through the books on history and otherworldly books, only to immediately notice that they were different, far different than their own world's history. She furrowed her eyebrows, but continued to read through a few books, her interest growing the more she read about the Age of Heroes and the Long Night. It was so different from her own world's history that she couldn't help but get absorbed into the stories of the book, finding herself more and more interested by the page. By the time 30 minutes had passed, she had a stack of a little over 30 books, each and every one of them on history. Wanda watched the entire time, finding her picks to be interesting. Seeing she's a history nerd, I'll have to stock up on some more history books, Wanda thought, as she didn't have a ton of history books. Walking up to the counter, Robin placed her stack of books onto the table. Quite the selection you've got there, you like history? Wanda asked, as Robin nodded with a small smile, as she brought out her berries again, this time paying with quite a lot more than last time. I've always loved history. And you said that I can exchange my own books for yours? Is it alright if I bring them in next time? Robin asked, as Wanda nodded. Of course. You can bring them in whenever I am open, and can bring in as many as you want. As long as they were not duplicates of the same books. In fact, I once had someone bring in over 250 books at a time and she was able to buy every book in the shop with them, Wanda responded, causing Robin to look a little excited at the thought, deciding she would bring in any duplicate books she may have and trade them in. Great. I'll make sure to come back next time with some extras I have. Luffy, you done yet? Robin asked, looking over to her captain who was, currently bloated like a balloon, patting his stomach with a grin. That was amazing. I am definitely coming back here. The meat here is the best. Luffy said with a wide smile, as he jumped back up to his feet, his bloated stomach returning to normal as Robin just let out a sigh at her captain's words. Alright captain, we'll get more next time, but for now, it's time to get back, Robin said, as Luffy grinned and began to move towards the exit, but not before looking back to Wanda. Thanks for the food. Luffy said, giving her a wave and walked out of the door, Robin giving her a small wave too and left as well, leaving Wanda alone once again. Seeing as they left, Wanda let out a small chuckle, and had only one thought on her mind. Well then, on to the next customers. Gain access to an additional chapter early for each of my main fanfics, 4 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 75 exclusive stories, on my Patreon for $3 a month, or $30 for an entire year. There is also a new tier that gives 3 chapters early for each of my main fics, 2 more than $3 tier, 12 chapters in total, as well as other bonuses including the ones from the previous tier. It is $5 a month or $50 for an entire year. https://www.patreon.com/fanfiction770 UTM campaign creator Shari creator. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. New edition, if you use the app on iOS/Apple phones, this is around 43% more expensive due to some changes they had to make to their terms of service. So use the web browser for it if you want it to be cheaper. That's the end of the chapter. No idea how well I wrote Robin and Luffy as, I have never actually watched One Piece. Blasphemy, I know. Anyways, have a good day. 54, Chapter 54, A Comfortable Day. Third POV. With Luffy and Robin leaving, Wanda was left to her own devices, again, and it was because of this that she began to contemplate the idea of Haki. She knew that it was intricately connected to the soul, similarly to that of Aura, but it was also inherently different, more focused on 3 branching paths: armament, observation, and conquering. Each of them were quite the interesting application of power that originated from the user's very soul. And it was because of the fact that it was connected to the soul similar to Aura, that Wanda was interested in gaining it herself. She imagined that her conqueror's Haki would be so much stronger than anything in the One Piece world that it would make the strongest users of it look like newborn children, like jokes. She would hypothetically be able to force the entire universe to its knees through her Haki's pure power. But the only problem with gaining such a thing was that Haki was a bit different than that of Aura or Chakra. It was something that was better off unlocked on its own, instead of copied from someone else. But that also made things a bit complicated, as unlocking it for someone like Wanda meant, well, potentially accidentally unleashing her Haki across the universe, and she'd rather not accidentally destroy a part of the universe or something. So instead she would try to unlock it in the future in a pocket dimension, or even an abandoned universe somewhere else. So that she didn't accidentally get the higher cosmic entities pissed at her, they wouldn't be able to do anything to her, but it would be annoying to hear them whine about her. But for now, she was watching as Elijah Michelson flipped through the pages of a book on wards, alongside the no longer pregnant Haley. In the fiction section of the shop, Ron and Harry were flipping through a few comics, and in the history section Hermione was making a small stack of books. It was a busy day today, it seemed. I see you've had your child, congratulations. What did you name her? Wanda asked Haley, who glanced at her. Oh I lost Dash. No reason to lie to me, Miss Marshall, I am not one to be fooled. I am also not one to harm an innocent child, much less a newborn. Wanda cut off Haley, knowing that they were currently hiding that their child had survived. Instead they were trying to say that she was dead to keep her safe. How did you dash? I am not a mere witch, Elijah. As I had said last time you came here, I am something akin to that of a god. Lying to me is a waste of time, because I see through all lies and deceptions. Wanda cut the man off again, as he let out a sigh, remembering what she had said last time. Her name is Hope, we named her Hope, Haley said, as Wanda smiled. Hope, huh, a good name for someone who will bring a new future to your family. I hope to see her come here in the future, as I am sure I have books that will be a boon to her. Wanda responded, with Haley looking at her in slight surprise. What do you mean a new future to our family? Elijah questioned, as the way she said it, it was as if she was certain of what she was saying, that it will happen. Wanda just looked at the man and made a shooshing motion with her fingers. Spoilers. Wanda said with a smirk before walking off back to her counter. It was best to let the future events happen as they will, at least for the most part. She planned on stepping in once it got to a certain point, so that Klaus and Haley wouldn't die, same with Elijah, as they were all destined to die, at least normally. She didn't want Hope to lose her entire family and end up as she had in canon. Ah, I see you're getting into history now, Miss Granger. You find everything you were looking for? Wanda asked, noticing the stack of 7 history books that the girl had made. Mum, I've been looking into the history of magical communities of other countries, and must I say it is incredibly intriguing. Did you know that the Greek gods are likely ancient wizards and witches of immense power? It's incredible. And the books you sell, a lot of them are incredibly rare. Like the History of Egyptian Dark Lords is a book worth thousands of galleons, and you're just selling it for 20. Hermione said with a bright smile, as she brought out the money needed to pay. Yes, well, I don't like taking advantage of people, and I believe that all knowledge should be open to everyone, except for the truly darkest of knowledge, the knowledge that is better off not known. And what I sell in my shop is certainly not too dangerous to be known. Wanda responded with a smile, as she took the galleons, happy to hear that her customer was so pleased. Hermione had become more and more of a regular over the past few months, and Wanda was contemplating the idea of connecting her shop to Hogwarts itself, perhaps speaking with Dumbledore about making her bookstore some sort of in-school shop that appears every once in a while. Thanks, Miss Maximoff. I'll be back in a week or two, and next time I'll bring more than these dunderheads. Hermione said, dragging Harry and Ron with her after they finished paying for their comics, which were cheap as usual. Watching the group leave, Wanda let out a chuckle as the teen boys grumbled, leaving alongside the girl who was dragging them alongside her. After the group had left, Elijah and Haley walked up to the counter, a stack of 10 books with them. They were all on wards, seals, and things that could help protect their home, from what she could tell. She suspected that they were going to have a witch make a proper barrier around their home, or even Freya, but it didn't seem that she had shown up just yet. Is that all? I also am selling book bags that are bigger on the inside. Like this one can hold around a 1,000 yards worth of resources inside, Wanda said, holding up a book bag. Upon hearing that it could hold more things inside than what it looks like, Elijah looked very interested. And how many of these book bags may we procure? Elijah asked, wondering if there was a limit. I can give you a maximum of 10. And they will be bound to you. Just drop a single drop of blood onto it, and only the one whose blood was imbued into the bag will be able to utilize it unless the one who did it wishes otherwise, Wanda responded, as the man brought out his card. I'll take 10, Elijah said, as Wanda chuckled, bringing out a pile of bags and placing them on the counter. From her knowledge, the Michaelsons were likely trillionaires, so wealthier than literal countries, so it was not even remotely surprising that he was able to buy this without even worrying about the price tag, which ranged massively. The most expensive bag, aka the one that they were buying, cost around $100,000 apiece. After paying for the bags, he immediately cut his finger, a drop of blood going into one of the bags, with Haley doing the same with another of the bags. Then they put the books away, and gave her a nod, before walking off, leaving seconds later. That felt a little rude, Wanda thought, as they didn't even say goodbye, but she just shrugged, deciding to ignore it for now, and instead she would focus on restocking the books that they had just bought, the new books going back into place moments later. What world should I visit in person next? I mean, TVD sounds interesting, but it would be kind of boring. Naruto wouldn't be bad either, but I'd prefer to go somewhere else first. Out of all the worlds that are connected to my store so far, Rimuru's world is by far the most interesting and appealing, especially if I can get some of those neat skills they have. Nothing particularly strong, but it could give me some new skills to play around with, Wanda thought, deciding she would go to Rimuru's world next time he came around. And it seemed like that wouldn't be before long, as the door opened, and in walked Rimuru. Seeing this, Wanda smiled, one thought on her mind as she watched him walk in. Time to get some skills. Gain access to an additional chapter early for each of my main fanfics, 4 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 75 exclusive stories, on my Patreon for $3 a month, or $30 for an entire year. There is also a new tier that gives 3 chapters early for each of my main fics, 2 more than $3 tier, 12 chapters in total, as well as other bonuses including the ones from the previous tier. It is $5 a month or $50 for an entire year. https://www.patreon.com/fanfiction770 UTM campaign creator Shari creator. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. New edition, if you use the app on iOS/Apple phones, this is around 43% more expensive due to some changes they had to make to their terms of service. So use the web browser for it if you want it to be cheaper. That's the end of the chapter. Basically just a chill chapter with her interacting with her customers, some of which I definitely didn't forget existed, totally not. Anyways, have a good day. 55, Chapter 55, Skills. Third POV. Seeing Rimuru walk in, Wanda knew that she would finally be getting some skills, as she wanted to go to the Tensura universe now. The universe had some neat people that she was interested in meeting, and had some new and unique forms of magic that she would love to obtain for herself. There was 2 specific skills in this universe that she was very interested in obtaining, both of them being something that she should be able to obtain for herself. As all it would take is copying one of them, and then she would be able to use that new ability to create the other, which would then grant her access to more skills. Said skills were, Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation, and Akashic Records, Lord of Information. Ahura Mazda was a skill that allowed the user of the ultimate skill to create just about anything. Skills, memories, souls, and matter. With this skill, she'd be able to hypothetically create anything, not that she'd use it for anything too crazy, as that would be boring as hell. She certainly wouldn't be using it to create books or anything, none that she didn't already have. Didn't want to ruin her fun after all. She would use it to create souls though, as the idea of creating a new species for one of her dimensions sounds interesting enough. The Akashic Records was the second half of the skills that she wanted. It was a simple and yet immensely powerful skill, likely the strongest skill in all of Tensura, based off of pure usage and potential. At least it was the best in her hands. It, simply put, can replicate and copy any and all skills, past, present, and future. It was a skill that was the apex of all skills, the strongest of them all. A skill that could grant her any skill she wants, casually. Void God Azazoth, Yoink. Magicule's Breed Reactor, Yoink. God of Abyss Nodens, Yoink. Any and all skills could be recreated with Akashic Records. It was a scalable skill that constantly was growing stronger as long as new skills were created and born. The ultimate skill for someone like Wanda, who would be able to safely handle thousands of ultimate skills, casually. Normally a being wouldn't be able to handle too many ultimate skills, with their very souls straining underneath all of that power, that weight. But Wanda was far from normal. A being that made Feldenava look like a lizard in comparison. So handling thousands of ultimate skills was laughably easy for her. But this skill couldn't just create the other skills, which is why the Lord of Creation was necessary to obtain before that. Which would be relatively easy to do, as she just had to use her already immense power to copy the ability to even steal it if need be. And then she would be able to gain whatever skills she wanted, giving her a sizable boost in power, and a ton of new and neat abilities. Ah, Rimuru. I was wondering when you would come back. What brings you to my shop? Wanda asked, noticing that he had risen in power a bit more. Not by much, but enough for her to notice it. Just buying some more books, wanted to get some new cookbooks now that I can actually taste food, Rimuru said, as he walked over to the cookbook section, beginning to grab a small stack of books. She had a little over 150 cookbooks in her shop, each of them completely unique from one another, and she was getting more and more of these books every time someone traded something in, as they were the most common books people exchanged with her. Second after the cookbooks was romance novels, and then third were history books. Wishing to teach your subordinates how to cook some better meals? Wanda asked, remembering Shin had some absolutely god-awful cooking. Stuff that even made her a bit disgusted, which was saying a lot as she had seen a lot of very gross foods before. Yeah, one of my newer people is not exactly the best at cooking, so I want to help her learn how to make some decent meals. Meals that won't make me want to throw up from how disgusting they tend to be, Rimuru said, shivering as he remembered what was basically a bubbling bowl of gunk. It looked awful, and literally melted things that were thrown inside. Impressive, impressively bad. I'd suggest you also look at the cooking magics too, they help add flavor to meals and season them more accurately, Wanda said, a book floating over to the man as he gazed at the book, reading through it with a hum. Yeah, I'll be taking this, Rimuru said, hoping that it would help Shin with her cooking. After another few minutes of Rimuru grabbing some books on cooking, he walked over to the counter and brought out his own stack of books. He had gotten them from recent uptake in trade with a couple of foreign friends and countries. Looking over the books, Wanda raised an eyebrow as they were mostly history books, but there was also one on different species, and even one on a combat style. Taking the books, she smiled. That'll be enough to cover the books you chose. Thanks for the exchange. No problem, Rimuru said, preparing to leave, only to stop when Wanda spoke up from behind him. Actually, I was wondering, is it alright if I get a personal tour of your town? I've been meaning to finally visit your universe, and since I don't have much else to do, this is the best time to do so, Wanda said to Androgynous Man. Don't see why not. Maybe you can help my friend learn to cook, since I've seen those meals you make, Rimuru said, as Wanda smiled. Sure, I don't mind teaching her a bit, Wanda said, as she flipped the sign to closed and walked around the counter over to Rimuru. Oh, and just warning you, some of my subordinates tend to be a bit heated, so they might try something. Just try not to kill them, will you? Rimuru asked, as Wanda giggled. I know, Rimuru, I won't harm any of them. They're just protective of you after all, Wanda said, as the man smiled, before walking through the door, Wanda stepping through a second later, as the world outside changed, and she was within a decently sized town. The town that Rimuru ran and owned. And it was within the very second that she stepped into the new universe, that Wanda felt it, the voice of the world, the power that attempted to reach into her being. Doesn't seem it's trying to harm me or anything, so, I'll allow it, Wanda thought, sensing it, the system that governed this universe, that was basically just a huge AI that decided a lot of the major things. Like the bestowing of skills, the flow of magicules, and similar things. Feeling it reach into her being, she could tell that it wasn't taking anything from her, but was instead using the magicules inside of her, and its own being to create something new, something completely and utterly original, something different. Conditions have been met. Confirmed. Acquisition of Yahweh, God of Origin. Successful. Conditions have been met. Confirmed. Acquisition of Pilgrim, Queen of Nevers. Successful. Feeling the new skills begin to enter her being, Wanda blinked. She could tell that they were beyond what she had been expecting, and were quite impressive. Knowledge on them and their uses almost immediately flooding her mind. Yahweh, God of Origins, a skill that personifies origin, born from her being the origin in which new knowledge is born, in which chaos unlike any other is created. It is born from her being the origin of something new. Its powers are very, very simple, and yet immense. It allows her to control, warp, and change the origin of something. Meaning she can warp the origin of something like magic into something darker, and magic. It would become more evil, cruel, dark. Warp the origin of someone's mother into a different personality. They'll come out as a different person. Thanks to her ability to warp, manipulate, and change the origins of others, this has the offshoot effect of basically allowing for her to manipulate and control science and magic at will, for she can control their origin, making it so that something like a mere fire spell blooms into a supernova. or changing the origin of a scientific device made to kill her, into something that makes her stronger. The skill was insane, but it was born from her origin, from her being the origin of change and potential. An origin of chaos, order, and all sorts of things. Pilgrim, Queen of Nevers, a skill that practically personifies possibility, born of her inherent connection to the entity it is named after, from the Marvel Multiverse. Through this skill, Wanda can see, comprehend, and change all possibilities before her, both past, present, and future. The future of the multiverse is bare beneath her sight, and she can now change it to her will, not just on a universal scale, but a multiversal one. Possibilities are now her playground, similarity to that of Origin. The fact that she got two incredibly powerful ultimate skills from this universe was surprising. But she suspected it wasn't just bringing them from nowhere, but was creating them from what was already there, just, unrefined, needing the aid of an outside source to make it something better. She was a little confused why she didn't get anything involving chaos, but she suspected it was because she was already at the apex of chaos. She didn't need a skill for it, as she herself was beyond any skill that they could create, for no skill could compare to the chaos that she warps and changes. And now that she had these two new ultimate skills, she would be even more dominant in power, not that she really needed it. Really, this was just for her own comfort, as it would make her life easier. With the new skills that she had, she didn't even have to go out of her way to get the Akashic Records or Lord of Creation. She just needed to warp possibility in her favor, and then use a bit of origin manipulation, and boom, she'd have both the skills she wanted. And that is exactly what she decided to do, but for now, it's time to explore Tensura. Gain access to an additional chapter early for each of my main fanfics, 4 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 75 exclusive stories, on my Patreon for $3 a month, or $30 for an entire year. There is also a new tier that gives 3 chapters early for each of my main fics, 2 more than $3 tier, 12 chapters in total, as well as other bonuses including the ones from the previous tier. It is $5 a month or $50 for an entire year. https://www.patreon.com/fanfiction770 campaign creator Shari creator. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. New edition, if you use the app on iOS/Apple phones, this is around 43% more expensive due to some changes they had to make to their terms of service. So use the web browser for it if you want it to be cheaper. That's the end of the chapter. So yeah, she just got 2 skills that are immensely powerful, connected to her in an intricate way, and actually useful. Shocking. They're OP, but don't really do too much besides make her life a bit easier lol. She won't be getting more power-ups like this for a while. The next power-up will come once she gets into her first actual fight with a being that can actually make her struggle, probably. All I will say is that he is a being that is wanked to shit in his fandom, a fandom that is absolutely, truly, genuinely, ridiculous. A fandom that makes 40k look like toddlers. It's also a fandom that doesn't seem to understand that omnipotence infinite power lol. If you know, you know. Anyways, I saw Fantastic Four. It was pretty fantastic, well, sort of. It was a 7.5 out of 10. I will say that it has introduced me to Vanessa Kirby, and my god is she incredibly beautiful. She is also an incredibly good Susan Storm. It's easily the best Fantastic Four movie made so far, which isn't saying much, but still. This was on the 24th, so a little while ago. Anyways, have a good day. 56, Chapter 56, Rimuru's Village. 56, Chapter 56, Rimuru's Village. 3rd POV. As it turns out, coming out of a mysterious door that had been off limits for months now, and doing so alongside the ruler of the village that it was within, tended to draw quite a lot of attention. Wanda could hear the whispers of the civilians of the village, as they watched her. But thankfully they weren't causing any sort of problems or anything, as Rimuru was telling them off, and had seemingly already told some of his more important subordinates about her and just how powerful she was. Smart, very smart. Especially since they were overprotective, and she herself was capable of wiping out the entire Tensura multiverse with a casual flex of her power. It didn't help that she would be getting the means to create any skill soon, at least any skill that already existed in the past, present, and future. Meaning that skills like Void God Azazoth would be hers sooner or later, alongside skills like Magicul's Breed Reactor and more. Walking at the side of Rimuru along the stone pathway of the developing village, Wanda couldn't help but be slightly impressed with the development of the village. It was sizable, had well-made buildings, and all sorts of functional buildings that would be considered excellent even in modern times. I must admit, your village is quite impressive for a world like this one. Although I guess having dwarves helping you out probably made it a lot easier to accomplish all of this, Wanda said, knowing that dwarves tended to be very skilled at all sorts of craftsmanship, including making buildings. Thanks, I owe most of it to Kaijin and the other dwarves that moved here. They're real geniuses in their craft. Pretty much everything you see was made with their help, Rimuru responded, a little embarrassed at the praise, as he didn't really do much in terms of actually helping with the building process. It really was most the dwarves that had done it. All he had done was bring them there in person. Besides that, he hadn't done anything. Well, either way this was all possible because of you, Rimuru. So you should be proud of what you have accomplished so far, as not many others would be able to do all of this in the time you have. Wanda responded, smiling at his embarrassed face, finding it to be amusing. The androgynous man only flushed at the praise, and used to it, before coughing awkwardly. Alright, since I've shown you around I'll leave you to explore more on your own, I've got other things to do. Rimuru exclaimed, before running off before giving Wanda a chance at responding. Giggling, she just watched him flee. How cute, getting all embarrassed just from me complimenting him, Wanda thought, as the slime left, probably to talk with the others to warn them of her presence there, or maybe just to get away from the embarrassment. The man hadn't been the most social person in his past life, having only a small group of friends. He also wasn't one to get praise or compliments, and even in this life he was unused to them. Although his subordinates tended to praise him literally whenever they possibly could. Seeing as she was alone now, Wanda decided to finally get the skills she had wanted. The Akashic Records and the Lord of Creation skills, one ultimate and the other origin. Flexing her power, she began to spread her power outwards, using her new skills to manipulate origin and possibility in her favor. Time began to slow to a crawl as she began to manipulate reality, and the very system that made up the world. She was, in essence, hacking the universe itself, warping it in her favor, so that she would get the two skills she wanted. The voice of the world couldn't even fight back as she effortlessly broke the laws of the system, and obtained that in which she truly wanted. Conditions have been met. Confirmed. Acquisition of Ahura Mazda, Lord of Creation. Successful. Conditions have been met. Confirmed. Acquisition of Akashic Records, Lord of Information. Successful. As Wanda heard these words ripple through her head, she smiled, as she felt the skill cement within her being. Two immensely powerful skills that would grant her the means to create any skill she wanted, which means that she would soon gain access to the ultimate skills of others, even the strongest of them. She decided to wait until before she left for those though, and instead, she began to tour more of the quaint village, finding herself enjoying the atmosphere. It was quiet, homely, and very comfy feeling. A perfect place for her bookstore to be open at. Speaking of her bookstore, she planned on speaking with Rimuru about letting all of his subordinates shop there, as she would be willing to take trades of minerals and other homemade items that they might have to trade or sell. She was also just interested in having more species shopping at her store, besides humans, slimes, a few gods, a devil, and the like. She would eventually begin to cap the amount of people that could be in the store at the same time, so it would remain comfortable and not overcrowded, but she doubted that would happen for a while. After a while of walking around the village, Wanda was enjoying a meal at one of the few restaurants in the village. The food itself was actually quite good, at least for a small village like this one. I'll have to tell Rimuru about the spices and other herbs I'm growing, as I'm sure he can use them to make all sorts of delicious meals he wouldn't be able to otherwise, Wanda thought as she ate her tasty soup. Some of the meals in the village were unique, even to her, so she wanted to learn some of the recipes for them in the future. While eating, Wanda stopped mid-bite, as she glanced upwards, a small chuckle escaping her lips as she sensed something. Seems the little bundle of mayhem has officially arrived. I was hoping to meet her in person, Wanda thought with a small hum, sensing Milim not that far away. She had just arrived in front of a shocked Rimuru, with his subordinates already running towards her location in order to protect Rimuru, or at least try to. Finishing the rest of her tasty soup, she placed a pure golden coin on the table, before walking off with a small smile on her face, as she leisurely walked through the village towards where Milim was. A little bit outside of the village, on the cliff face that looked over it, Milim Nava was standing within a large crater, made from flexing her own power. Rimuru was in his human form, giving his subordinates that had attempted to attack her a healing potion for each of them. I'll take care of this, Rimuru said with a calm smile on his face, already having a plan in mind on how to stop Milim. What's this? Haven't played enough yet? Very well. I'll play with you some more, Milim said with a grin, her eyes glowing. Rimuru-sama. One of Rimuru's subordinates muttered. Once you give up, it's all over. So you gotta do what you can. Don't get your hopes up, Rimuru said, as he walked over to the crater, looking down at Milim. Oh, you're going to face me? Milim questioned with a raised eyebrow, excitement in her eyes. If you're so confident, why not taste one of my attacks? Rimuru asked, as Milim let out a laugh. Very well. Sounds interesting. But if it doesn't work, you must sweat to become my subordinate. Milim responded, as Rimuru nodded. Fine. As Rimuru began to communicate with Great Sage inwardly, he let out a sigh, as a golden blob appeared in his hand. This golden orb. It was honey, just very tasty honey. As he began to move forwards to shove it into Milim's mouth, a voice echoed. You know, when I came to this little village of yours, I can't say I was expecting such a show. Wanda's voice echoed from behind Milim, as the demon lord's eyes constricted, as she hadn't even sensed Wanda appear. She didn't hear her, she didn't smell her, nothing. Seeing Wanda standing there, Rimuru stopped before letting out a laugh. Man, you came at the perfect time. I was a little worried I'd have to rely on my sweet attack to beat her. Well, it would have worked, you know, but I thought it'd be best to step in either way, Wanda replied with a shrug, as she noticed Milim looking at her with a strange glint in her eyes. Why is she looking at me like that? Wanda questioned, growing concerned as she noticed tears in Milim's eyes. Rimuru also noticed, glancing at Wanda with a confused look on his face, but Wanda had no response, as Milim blurred towards her, and hugged her. It was the word that flew out of her mouth next that got even Wanda to drop her jaw, and that was, Mama. Wanda could only blank as she felt the smaller form sob against her, as only one sound echoed from her, and that was, huh. Gain access to an additional chapter early for each of my main fanfics, 4 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 75 exclusive stories, on my Patreon for $3 a month, or $30 for an entire year. There is also a new tier that gives 3 chapters early for each of my main fics, 2 more than $3 tier, 12 chapters in total, as well as other bonuses including the ones from the previous tier. It is $5 a month or $50 for an entire year. https://www.patreon.com/fanfiction770 UTM campaign creator Shari or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. New edition, if you use the app on iOS/Apple phones, this is around 43% more expensive due to some changes they had to make to their terms of service. So use the web browser for it if you want it to be cheaper. That's the end of the chapter. Yeah, Milim senses the power that Wanda had copied from Feldenava inside of Wanda, and she can only just barely sense that Wanda was similar to him in some ways. You can expect for Wanda to have a new worker in her shop, and a chaotic little munchkin that will be getting up to a lot of interesting things, especially if she joins Wanda when she travels to some other worlds. Anyways, have a good day. 57, Chapter 57, Mama Wanda. Third POV. Looking down at the small form of Milim, Wanda was confused. She had never met Milim in her life before this point, and even she hadn't seen this coming. Well, she would have if she used her power, but that made things boring, usually at least. Why does she see me as her mother? Unless it's Feldenava that I remind her of. I know I have his origin skill that made him so strong, but this seems to be a bit much, Wanda thought in slight confusion, wondering what to do right now. How was she supposed to react to the fact that the daughter of the supreme god of this universe was calling her mama, sobbing against her chest, and hugging her so tightly? Although I have to admit she is kind of adorable. Wanda thought, glancing down at the little thing. She was considered little in Wanda's eyes, as mentally Wanda was quite literally billions of years old, and physically she likely was as well. As she had no idea how long she was in the void, and she suspected she was a lot older than she looked. Meaning Milim was indeed young to her. I'm sorry little one, but I'm not your mama. Can I ask why you called me that? Wanda softly said, cringing as she said these words, as she felt bad. Why you feel like Papa did? Milim sniffled against her clothes, refusing to let go as Wanda blinked. Furrowing her eyebrows, she began to look inwards into herself, as she began to inspect the Akashic records skill closely, trying to figure out why Milim thought she was her father or something. And after gazing into the skill and looking at its origin, she let out a sigh. Guess she wasn't entirely wrong, Wanda thought, understanding that the skill itself was intricately connected to Feldenava himself, and thanks to her obtaining the skill, as well as her other traits that made up her very being, she was essentially his successor. She hadn't even realized it, but she did indeed get a decent power boost, one that was so weak in comparison to her own power, that she thought it was just the skill's power. That power. It was a fragment of Feldenava himself, the portion reserved for someone worthy. Why she was chosen Wanda had no clue, but she wasn't going to complain. This also meant that she likely had a new species added into her being, which once again, she didn't even realize she had within her. This being True Dragon. Wanda was quite literally so powerful that she didn't even notice she got a power boost of such a level, although it wasn't too crazy as it was a small portion of Feldenava. I guess being a true dragon is neat, but Wanda thought, not really sure how to feel about this new power, and the fact that it was sort of just forced onto her. Thankfully it didn't bind her to anything, so she could live with it. I'm sorry, Wanda said simply, not really sure what to say beyond this, as Milim's sniffles began to slowly fade. She felt terrible for the little bundle of chaos, but she wasn't really sure what to do. As she looked down at Milim, she hummed, I was meaning to get a new guest for my shop, and I was already contemplating taking little Naruto in, so, maybe I could take her in. As unlike Naruto, she isn't someone touched by fate so deeply like him, and she isn't bound to this place by feelings or anything, so she could freely leave and come back whenever she wants. Wanda thought, wondering if she should actually do this. I'm sure Death will just love to tease me over this though, Wanda thought, eyebrow twitching as she knew that women would love to mess with her over the fact that she had taken in a new straggler. You alright now, Milim? Wanda asked, her hand reaching out, softly rubbing the pink-haired girl's head, as Milim stilled slightly, before nuzzling into the warmth of the hand that felt so similar to her. Rimuru was just watching all of this with a confused glint in his eyes, but he couldn't help but let out a smile upon seeing it, as it was kind of adorable. While the others looked at this in confusion, on why in the world the demon Lord Milim was basically cuddling with a taller woman, and why she called the woman Mama. Some of them realized that this woman was the mysterious guest that Rimuru had warned them about, but they didn't expect this of them. Sorry Mama, Milim muttered, as she seemingly decided that Wanda was her mama even with the woman telling her otherwise. Wanda wanted to tell Milim that she wasn't her mother, but upon the girl stepping back slightly, revealing her slightly reddened eyes, tear-stained face, and lip wobble, Wanda could only react in one way, and that was, so cute. Turns out even Wanda liked cute things, and Milim was adorable in her eyes. Reaching her hand out, Wanda wiped the tears from the girl's cheeks, as Milim looked a little surprised. How about you and I talk for a little while, Wanda asked, as Milim's eyes glittered in excitement at the prospect of talking more with this mystery woman that felt so much like her father. Okay. Milim said, suddenly more chipper than before, while Rimuru saw the look in Wanda's eyes and smiled. Alright, come on, let's leave them to talk for a bit. I trust Wanda to not cause any more damage to the surroundings, Rimuru ordered, as he practically had to drag his subordinates with him. At the same time, Wanda sat down upon a smooth rock, patting a spot on her right as Milim sat next to her. You understand that I am not your father, right Milim? Wanda asked, as Milim looked a little saddened, but nodded. I know, you just feel so much like him, Milim replied, as for once she wasn't super loud or talking fast or being energetic. It was a little strange to Wanda, and she wasn't sure she liked it. I may not be your father, but I do believe I have inherited a very special ability of his, called the Akashic Records. Thanks to my inheritance of these records, I seem to have been gifted a portion of his power, and with that, came the addition of the true dragon species into my being. What you sense from me, is likely because of that, Wanda explained, as Milim looked surprised. She didn't seem to know much about the skill, but she did know about true dragons, obviously. Her father was the first true dragon, the creator of pretty much everything, and the reason on why she was so powerful. So, you are my mama. Milim exclaimed, as Wanda deadpanned, sighing as she decided that there's no point even arguing over this. She knew Milim enough to know that the girl would not give up on her being her mama, so, she was now. Feels like I just got adopted as her mama, Wanda thought with a sigh, as she noticed the sparkly-eyed girl. Since you have the power of Papa, you must be super strong, right? Can we spar? Milim asked in excitement at the prospect, as Wanda giggled. No can do, Milim. I wouldn't want to harm you, Wanda said with a smile, as Milim pouted. But I'm super strong too. I bet I could beat you up even if you have some of Papa's power. Milim exclaimed, causing Wanda to look at her in amusement. Mum, you're super strong Milim, but I'm far stronger. Here, let me show you just a little bit of what I can do, Wanda said, as above her hand a glow began to form, as within her hand appeared, a glowing orb. Huh, it's just a ball of light, nothing strong about that. Look closer, Wanda said with a small smirk, as Milim tilted her head, before moving forward, as her eyes widened in surprise. The orb of light was no orb of light, it was, a universe. An entire universe, held in the palm of Wanda's hand, having been created with a casual flex of her power, like it was nothing. Milim could tell that it was not a simple orb of light like she had said, she could sense the tiniest fraction of power, and it was that power that caused her to look at Wanda with even more excitement. Whoa, you really are stronger mama. Even I can't do that. Milim said with shining eyes, poking the ball of light that was a universe. I'm glad you believe me now, Wanda said with a small smile, wondering how she just got herself a kid. But strangely enough, as she gazed at the pink-haired menace that was playing with the universe, Wanda couldn't help but be happy. She knew this was likely because of who she was as a person, remembering the son she had at one point, and it seemed that the desire to be a mother had carried over, even if she didn't feel the attraction to men or anything like that. And as Milim noticed her stare and looked up at her with a bright smile, Wanda smiled softly, as she had one thought on her mind. Maybe having a little one won't be so bad. But gain access to an additional chapter early for each of my main fanfics, 4 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 75 exclusive stories, on my Patreon for $3 a month, or $30 for an entire year. There is also a new tier that gives 3 chapters early for each of my main fics, 2 more than $3 tier, 12 chapters in total, as well as other bonuses including the ones from the previous tier. It is $5 a month or $50 for an entire year. https://www.patreon.com/fanfiction770 UTM campaign creator creator. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. New addition, if you use the app on iOS/Apple phones, this is around 43% more expensive due to some changes they had to make to their terms of service. So use the web browser for it if you want it to be cheaper. That's the end of the chapter. So I've got no idea if Milim actually knew that her father was Feldenava or not, and if she knew about his skills, but I'ma just say she did in this world, alright? Wanda has her first kid. She'll probably be taking in 2 others and then that'll be it. As said before, Wanda always wanted kids, thanks to her memories, and because she wanted them even in her past life, and now she'll have them, although through adoption. Wanda is also part true dragon now, but it didn't really do much in terms of power so it won't really matter to Wanda. She'll be returning to the bookstore in 2 chapters. Anyways, have a good day. 58, Chapter 58, Adopted Daughter. 3rd POV. Watching Milim play with the ball for a bit longer, Wanda eventually let it dissipate, as Milim pouted at not being able to play with the universe anymore. Sorry Milim, but don't you think it's time to go and see Rimuru? And I think he has a rather tasty treat that you can try, Wanda said, patting her new daughter's head, as Milim's eyes sparkled at the mention of a tasty treat. She loved food, especially sweets, so it wasn't a surprise that she began to drag Wanda alongside her as they made their way back to the village where Rimuru was. Relax Milim, the village isn't that far. And we wouldn't want to destroy more of Rimuru's land, would we? After all, if we accidentally destroyed anything important, he might not give you the tasty treat I mentioned. And we wouldn't want to miss out on that treat, would we? Wanda asked, as the speedy half-dragon girl stopped, her eyes widening as she nodded. Okay. I'll slow down Mama, Milim said, as she began to walk a lot slower, carefully controlling herself as she concentrated on not going too fast. Wanda watched her facial expressions in amusement, finding it to be quite adorable. Good girl, now, let's go find Rimuru, Wanda said, reaching her hand out to the girl who clasped it in her much smaller one, as they walked hand in hand, almost like a parent who was walking with their kid. It was adorable, and Wanda inwardly made sure to always remember this. It didn't take long before they had found Rimuru, who had been talking to one of his subordinates in the main village. The subordinate in question looked to be Benimaru, whose eyes widened slightly upon noticing Wanda and Milim approaching from behind Rimuru. No need to get all tense with us, Benimaru, we won't be harming anyone, Wanda said with an amused smile on her face, as Milim walked forward, her eyes sparkly as she stopped in front of Rimuru. Can I have that sweat treat? Milim asked, as Rimuru looked a little confused, before a look of realization formed on his face. A chuckle escaped his lips as he brought out a bottle. Here, I'm sure you'll like it, Rimuru said as he handed her a bottle of honey, with Milim preparing to take a lick of the inside of it, only to stop as Wanda gave her an expectant look. Thanks Rimuru. Milim said with a bright grin, as she licked her finger after dipping it into the bottle, a happy squeal echoing from her. So good. Mama, you were right, this is delicious. Milim said with a grin, as the others in the area looked at the two with blank expressions, especially upon hearing Milim call Wanda Mama. Told you would like it, Wanda said with a small smile, watching as Milim happily ate the honey, as it was delicious. Even Wanda was a bit interested in gathering some of it, as she could tell that it was of high quality, and smelt quite good. Rimuru watched Milim eat the honey with a bit of interest, before turning to Wanda and asking the question that had been on his mind since he heard what Milim had called her. Can I ask why Milim is calling you Mama? As far as I know, you aren't related, are you? Rimuru asked, causing Wanda to chuckle while Milim frowned. She's my mama because I said she is. Milim said with a growl, not liking what Rimuru was trying to say, while Wanda sighed. I inherited the skill of her father, which gave me a bit of his power. It also means that I am technically related to her in a way. And I can't say I mind being her mama, as I've always wanted a child, Wanda responded to the confused man. Milim brightly smiled at her words, happy to hear that Wanda wanted to have a child, and she was now that child. Told you she's my mama, Milim said, sticking out her tongue at Rimuru, who could only wryly smile, not really sure what to say to the response he had been given. He decided to not press the matter or anything, and instead focused on the fact that Milim was still in town. So, what now? Do you want a tour, Milim? Or are you going to go with Wanda-san? Rimuru questioned, as he wasn't sure how he felt about having a demon lord in town. Demon lords were notorious for being dangerous, and Milim was considered one of the most dangerous of them all. Can we get a tour, Mama? I want to see Rimuru's village. Milim asked as she looked at Wanda. Wanda just giggled in response and nodded. Sure, go ahead and take a tour. I've got a couple of things I need to do myself, Wanda said, as she grinned happily, before following after Rimuru, well, more like dragging him alongside her, but still. Wanda just watched with a smile on her face, as she walked off, deciding it was time to gather the other ultimate skills for herself. With that, she teleported off in order to do so, deciding to do it in a safe location so that nobody would see her or intrude upon her skill acquisition. With her ultimate skill Akashic records, new skills began to form within her, more specifically, ultimate class skills. She gained quite a few ultimate skills, with those skills being the following. Azazoth, God of the Void. Nyarlathotep, Lord of Chaos. Thugga, Lord of Flame Gods. Shub-Niggurath, Lord of Harvest. Asmodeus, Lord of Lust. Mephisto, Lord of Fantasy. Mammon, Lord of Greed. Yog-Sothohort, God of the Spacetime. Tsukuyomi, Lord of Moonshade. Samael, Lord of Deathly Poison. Abaddon, Lord of Destruction. Amaterasu, Lord of Shimmering Flame. Astaroth, Lord of Fallen. Deus Ex Machina, Lord of Machine Gods. Nodens, God of Abyss. Cthulhu, Lord of Divine Ice. Satanael, Lord of Wrath. Surya, Lord of Brilliance. Was it overkill? Absolutely. Did she care? No. Power was power, and even if she was already nigh omnipotent, it didn't matter to her. It would make her safer in the end, plus it would just make her life a lot easier and more convenient. With her new skills assimilated within her being, and the new power that came with it, she decided to head back to the village to pick up her new daughter. As she had been away from the shop for a while now, and it was time to get back home. That and she wanted to show Milim her home, a home that Milim herself could stay in if she wished, which Wanda imagined that she would, with the way she reacted to her earlier. Wanda would make an extra room for her daughter to stay in, and even another dimension for her to have fun in. She planned on making a dimension made of candies and other sweets for her, so she'd be able to enjoy all sorts of delicious treats whenever she wants. Within limits, of course. Walking within the village, Wanda soon found her daughter, who was leaving the bathhouse after taking a nice and long bath. "Mama, you're back," Milim said with a bright grin, blurring forward as Wanda caught her in her arms, a chuckle escaping her lips. "Mum, just had some things to do. But now that I'm back, I think it's time we go home, no?" Wanda asked, as Milim blinked in confusion. "Home? Yep, I've got a home for us. It's above my bookstore, where I sell books and all sorts of treats to people. And I thought that you might like to come and live with me, and go on all sorts of fun adventures with me, and meet all sorts of interesting and new people," Wanda explained, as Milim's eyes sparkled. "Of course I want to live with you, Mama. I'm never gonna leave your side," Milim said with a bright grin, as she stayed in Wanda's arms, now being held up like a child, nuzzling into her mama's neck. Wanda just looked down at her new adopted daughter, and smiled, before looking over to Rimuru. "We'll be off now, Rimuru. Next time you come and I'll be giving you a gift for helping out. See you later," Wanda said, waving as she walked off, leaving Rimuru to watch them leave, wondering how Milim would even be willing to work in a bookstore. Walking off towards the bookstore as she held her daughter in her arms, Wanda smiled, as she had one thought on her mind. Time to return home. Gain access to an additional chapter early for each of my main fanfics, 4 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 75 exclusive stories, on my Patreon for $3 a month, or $30 for an entire year. There is also a new tier that gives 3 chapters early for each of my main fics, 2 more than $3 tier, 12 chapters in total, as well as other bonuses including the ones from the previous tier. It is $5 a month or $50 for an entire year. https://www.patreon.com/fanfiction770 campaign creator Shari creator. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. New addition: if you use the app on iOS/Apple phones, this is around 43% more expensive due to some changes they had to make to their terms of service. So use the web browser for it if you want it to be cheaper. That's the end of the chapter. She has officially adopted Milim as her own, and has also gotten a ton of powerful skills for herself. They're not really the most useful or anything, but power is power, so why should she say no to getting more of it? Anyways, have a good day. 59, Chapter 59, showing Milim around. Third POV. Walking through the front door of her bookstore, Wanda watched as Milim reacted to the inside of her shop. The girl's eyes widening slightly upon realizing that it was a lot larger on the inside than it looked on the outside, as the outside was just a simple door with the name of the shop above said door. It was unassuming, and yet Milim could sense that it was anything but normal. She couldn't even tell how big the shop is, only that it was immensely protected, and unlike anything she had seen in all her years of living. Cool, huh? This is my shop, the place where I work every day, and where I greet customers from all sorts of places, including other universes. It's also the way I can travel to other universes, and gain new powers, like this 1-inch, Wanda said, as she manipulated chakra within her hands, causing Milim to look at it with interest. It felt somewhat similar and yet different from the energies she had seen before. It was more connected to nature, almost a stronger feeling, and yet not. Had she been a true dragon, then she would have felt very in tune with it, as true dragons were connected to nature on a more personal level thanks to their existence. Wow. This place is awesome, Mama. When you told me you ran a bookstore, I thought it was going to be boring. But this place is huge. And what's all those weird glowy bits that are surrounding the place? Milim asked, zooming around the shop, looking at everything she could. I'm glad you think so. And those glowy bits are wards. They're made in order to protect my shop against anyone who tries to harm anyone inside of it, or damage anything within the shop itself. And the building is even larger than this. This is just the shop portion of it, Wanda said with a smile, pleased that her daughter seemingly found the place to be so interesting. It would have been awkward if she came to the shop to live there, and didn't even like it. But how come you need wards, Mama? Aren't you super strong already? Who could do anything in your shop with you around? Milim asked. It was a good question, as Wanda could stop anyone from attacking with just a glance, but she made the wards in order to make it automatic. I can do that, true. But this just makes it easier on me. The wards aren't just for protecting my customers, and stopping others from harming anyone or anything in the shop, but also for simple things. Like a healing ward that would automatically heal anyone who enters to tip-top shape. Or a regeneration ward that will boost the energy regeneration of anyone who enters. There's hundreds of other wards all over the shop in order to improve upon it. Both in safety and in comfort, Wanda explained, as Milim nodded slowly, beginning to understand what her mama was saying. So basically, you're lazy, Milim said with a nod, as Wanda blinked several times at her daughter's response. Oh, I'm lazy. Alright then, I'll show you lazy. Wanda exclaimed, and before Milim could even react, Wanda was on her, tickling her. The half-dragon couldn't even react as she began to loudly giggle, squealing as she tried to get away from her mama, who grinned widely as she teased her new daughter. Ha 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 mama, stop it. Milim squealed, giggling loudly as her laughs echoed through the shop. Wanda let out her own laughs as Milim continued to laugh, before eventually, Wanda began to pull back, letting Milim catch her breath as Wanda watched with amusement in her eyes. Nina, Milim said with a pout, as she began to catch her breath, pants echoing from her lips as she glared at her new mama. Wanda just softly smiled at her daughter, as she patted her head. Sorry Milim, but that's what you get for saying your mama is lazy, Wanda said, as Milim huffed, but leaned into the warmth of Wanda's hand either way. Sorry mama, Milim replied, deciding to concede with this, as she didn't want more tickles from Wanda. She couldn't stop her if she wanted to. It's alright, Milim, I'm just teasing you. Now, do you want to go see more of your new home? Wanda asked the pink-haired girl, who nodded excitedly in response as she shot to her feet from the ground where she had been laying moments earlier. Come on then, it's time to see your new home. After leaving the bookstore into the personal space of Wanda, the woman had begun to show Milim around the large building. She showed her the kitchen where she had been testing out a ton of new treats, with the girl insisting on trying one of everything. It was in the kitchen that Milim had found the absolute treasure that was her mama's cooking, and it was there that she decided that she would only be eating meals made by her mama from now on. After the kitchen, Wanda showed her the various dimensions that she had created. The animal dimensions, the plant dimensions, and the dozens of other dimensions had all been shown to Milim. The girl had seemingly enjoyed the animal dimensions the most, especially when she got to play with all sorts of unique and interesting animals. The mythical animal dimension had a ton of very powerful animals that Milim found to be really cool, as each and every animal in that particular dimension were strong enough to destroy continents, with the peak of them being able to destroy worlds. They were pretty cool, even by Wanda's standards. She had also shown the girl the dimension she had created specially for her, doing it from afar while they were walking through the other dimensions. This new dimension was one for training and would allow Milim to go all out without fear of causing any harm to anyone else, or destroying anything important. Milim was very happy that she had a personal playground to mess around in. Milim was even happier once Wanda had shown her the main apartment where they lived, showing Milim the theater, the basketball court, and all the other rooms. She had also shown the girl the rooms of Raven and Ivy, explaining that they worked for her, but were both busy most of the time. Like right now, Ivy was in one of the plant dimensions experimenting on some plants, trying to see what magic would do to local plant life, and if it could be used to heal Earth. While Raven was in another dimension, practicing her more demonic powers from her father. That particular power was better off trained alone, so she was in closed-door practice at the moment. Wanda let them do their thing, knowing they'd be back in a couple of days, where they'd then be able to meet Milim. At the moment they were both sat on the couch, as Milim munched on a muffin. So, Milim, what do you want to do around here? Wanda asked, wanting to know what Milim would help with, as she had already told Milim that she expected her to help around the shop. How about I can be security? Or maybe I can help stock books? Milim pondered, not really sure what she can do to help, as she had never worked before. How about instead of that, you be my little helper, So you can help me make the treats for others, help me put away books, and you can hang out with me when I'm talking with customers. You can even accompany me on my adventures to other universes, would you like that? Wanda asked, as Milim's eyes sparkled, as Wanda's idea sounded a lot more appealing than hers. That's way better than my idea. I'll do that, Mama. Milim replied, excited to help Wanda around the shop, and even more excited to travel to other interested universes with Wanda. Wanda planned on doing more visits to other universes, and taking part in DC more, as she had finally stopped connecting her shop to more universes, as she was pleased with what she already had. She would get connected to what she currently had, before moving on to new universes. She didn't want to overwhelm herself, after all. With that in mind, and upon hearing what Milim had said, Wanda smiled, as she decided to turn on a movie to watch with her new daughter, Milim snuggling against her new mama's warmth, as Wanda let her, one thought on her mind as she did so. This was definitely the right decision. Gain access to an additional chapter early for each of my main fanfics, 4 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 75 exclusive stories, on my Patreon for $3 a month, or $30 for an entire year. There is also a new tier that gives 3 chapters early for each of my main fics, 2 more than $3 tier, 12 chapters in total, as well as other bonuses including the ones from the previous tier. It is $5 a month or $50 for an entire year. https://www.patreon.com/fanfiction770 UTM campaign creator Shari creator, or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. New edition, if you use the app on iOS/Apple phones, this is around 43% more expensive due to some changes they had to make to their terms of service. So use the web browser for it if you want it to be cheaper. That's the end of the chapter. Just a chapter of showing Milim around and talking with her a bit. Next chapter will be some visits from customers, and some other stuff. Anyways, have a good day. 60, Chapter 60, Milim's first customers. 60, Chapter 60, Milim's First Customers. Third POV. With Milim now living with her in her shop, Wanda had to rework a few of the areas, and had to adapt to her new life at home. She managed to do it all before dinner was over, and by the time the first night of Milim staying with her was over, her home had changed. She had even made the girl her own room, tailored to her own personality and likes. But, Wanda had awoken in the next morning, to a small arm sprawled out across her face, with Milim sneaking into her bed at night. Wanda wasn't against the fact, as she thought Milim's sleeping face was adorable. But she was a little put off about the fact that her face was full of arm when she had awoken, and the fact that her blanket had been all but stolen by the little menace. A little menace that would likely cause some problems in the future if she didn't make sure to make some serious ground rules. Ground rules that she was currently making, as they both sat behind the counter in the main store. "Do you remember the rules, Milim?" Wanda asked, wanting to make sure the girl was actually paying attention, as it seemed that she had a bad record of not really listening to people. And now that she was basically her adopted daughter, she wouldn't be taking disrespect like that from her. "Mum." Milim nodded excitedly, as Wanda raised an eyebrow. "Oh really? And what were the rules that I had given you?" Wanda asked, wanting to make sure that Milim actually had listened to what she had said. "First rule, no destroying product." Milim exclaimed, as Wanda smiled, nodding as that was indeed the first rule. "Second rule, no attacking or harming the customers." Milim said, causing Wanda to nod. There were a total of 5 major rules that the girl had to follow, so Wanda was making sure she remembered them. Third rule, no traveling to other universes without Mama. Milim continued, as Wanda nodded. This was one of the most important rules of Wanda's, as while she could effortlessly find her and go to that universe, Wanda didn't want her to go to a world like Vampire Diaries, and completely upend the entire universe. Fourth rule, no stealing any treats from the kitchen. Milim explained. Another rule that Wanda deemed as important enough to mention, as Milim was, definitely a food lover, and Wanda didn't want her stealing the food of others or anything like that. "Mum, you'll be getting all the food you want within reason, but you just have to ask me, okay?" Wanda asked, as Milim nodded in agreement. Fifth rule, no bugging the customers while they're shopping or reading. Milim said, grinning as Wanda patted her head, a proud smile on Wanda's face, as Milim had gotten all 5 right. "Good job. All of that is right. As for the last one, you can talk with the customers but not enough to annoy them too much, alright? We don't want to be scaring anyone off," Wanda explained, as Milim pouted slightly at the annoying part, but decided not to get mad. Her mama was right, after all. "Okay, can we open shop now? I want to see all the customers from other universes." Milim asked with sparkling eyes, as Wanda chuckled, flipping the sign to open. "Yay!" Milim cheered, as the door opened almost immediately after she opened it. In walked the doctor, alongside a small stack of books. "Finally. I was wondering when you'd open up shop," the doctor said with a smile, as he walked over with the books in hands, planing them on the counter, only to blink when he noticed the pink-haired girl looking at him with sparkly eyes. "Who's this, Wanda?" Rose asked, as they had both met Ivy and Raven, but had never seen the short girl with uniquely colored hair before. Before Wanda could respond, Milim did. "Milim Nava. Demon Loak." "Ow, what was that for?" Milim exclaimed, being cut off in the middle as Wanda planted a small smack against the back of her head. Hearing the question, Wanda ignored her new daughter and spoke. "This is Milim, she's my adopted daughter. It's her first day here in the shop, so bear with her please," Wanda said, as Milim pouted, causing Rose to coo, finding her to be adorable, while the doctor just chuckled. "It's quite alright. She's just excited, and that hair of yours is quite interesting. Is it natural?" the doctor asked, looking at Milim in interest. He had seen pink hair before, sure, but not on someone who looked so human. Well that, and he wanted to get Milim used to him, as he imagined that he would see her quite often. "Yep, my perfect hair has always been with me. Pink is the best color after all," Milim replied with a grin, as Wanda smiled. I'm more partial to blue, but pink is quite good as well. "Now, I've got a large stack of books here for you, Mom," the doctor said, as Milim blinked and watched as the doctor placed a stack of 12 books onto the table. Each and every one of them were new, and Wanda's eyes gleamed when she realized that a number of them were very rare, as in, only a handful of them in the entire universe that the doctor hailed from. Meaning they were going to get a lot from Wanda, as she looked the smirking doctor in the eyes. "You've brought quite the haul in today, haven't you? Am I right to assume that you're going to be buying a mass amount of books?" Wanda asked, as the man nodded. "Yep. I thought it was time to get some new materials for the library, and you've got a ton of neat books, so I thought it was time to buy some of them. And with the book bag we got from you, it'll be perfect to get a good haul in," the doctor responded, as he had been meaning to buy a bunch of books en masse, and now was the perfect time to do so. "Alright then, this should be enough for around 100 books, less mattering on the rarity of the ones you are buying. The books you brought are quite the incredible ones," Wanda said, lifting the stack with a smile as she sent them off into the back, while the doctor's eyes lit up at the mention of 100 books that he would be able to get. Rose looked equally as excited, as she would be able to get some new romance books that Wanda had been selling, a few of which she had personally written after she decided to make some new ones. The romance section had been lacking a bit in the past few days, but it was now larger, and full of new books. Well, I'll be looking through the new books you've brought in, perhaps Milim can show me some of them. The doctor asked, as Wanda smiled, looking at Milim who nodded with bright eyes, all but dragging the doctor over to the science section, which had gotten around 50 new books added to it in the past 2 days. Wanda had been making new books en masse, which is why it had even more books than before. I didn't realize you wanted kids, Rose said, as she watched them walk off towards the bookshelves. I never really thought I did, not truly. But once she called me mama for the first time, it felt like something snapped into place. I guess it's something I've secretly wanted for a long time, and now I've gotten it. But it's still a bit to get used to, with her only moving in with me a day ago, Wanda responded, remembering her sons. Well, congratulations either way, having a daughter must be a big change, but it sounds like it's a welcome one, Rose replied. It is. I had to change half the rooms in my house and put all the sharp objects away. Milim is a bit chaotic, so it took me hours to make sure everything was safe enough for her, Wanda said, remembering how long it took to make sure her house was safe enough. She had been a bit paranoid about it all, so she checked over the house dozens of times. Probably a bit too much. You sound like my mum, which is a good thing, probably, Rose replied with a laugh, as Wanda just smiled, as Rose glanced back. Well, I'm going to go find some romance books that I will never allow the doctor read, thanks, Rose said, as she walked off leaving Wanda alone. Watching Milim chat with the doctor, Wanda smiled, one thought on her mind as she watched. Already a natural. Gain access to an additional chapter early for each of my main fanfics, 4 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 75 exclusive stories, on my Patreon for $3 a month, or $30 for an entire year. There is also a new tier that gives 3 chapters early for each of my main fics, 2 more than $3 tier, 12 chapters in total, as well as other bonuses including the ones from the previous tier. It is $5 a month or $50 for an entire year. https://www.patreon.com/fanfiction770 UTM campaign creator Shari creator. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. New edition, if you use the app on iOS/Apple phones, this is around 43% more expensive due to some changes they had to make to their terms of service. So use the web browser for it if you want it to be cheaper. That's the end of the chapter. Just warning y'all now, I'm going to be out of town for a week starting Monday, so this Monday to next Monday, so the quality for chapters might get a little spotty during that time. I'll keep my current update schedule every 2 days for this FIC and Spider-Gwen, while my other 2 fics, Daughter of God and Fan and Maker, will likely only get updated once. Sorry about that, to those that actually read those fics lol. Anyways, have a good day. 61, Chapter 61, Death Meets Milim. 3rd POV. After a bit of time, with Milim talking with the doctor for a little while, which the man seemed to find incredibly amusing, the doctor and Rose had returned to the counter, books in their book bags, which they then used to stack the books onto the counter in front of them. There was around 79 books, with 10 of them being romance books that Rose wanted to read, and the rest of them being books that the doctor wanted, mostly science books, but there were also a few books on history from a few of the magical worlds, more specifically Harry Potter and Game of Thrones. Starting to get into history now, Doctor? Wanda asked, interested in why he chose these books out of all of them. They were a bit boring in comparison to most of the science books he had been choosing. Yep. I wish to see the history of other universes, as they are just so interesting, and so different too. With the history of Westeros being a book about an entirely new and completely unique continent. One that has dragons and all sorts of mythical creatures that I've never seen before, the doctor said, excited to learn more about these worlds. It wasn't every day that you learned about worlds with magic and mythological creatures from myth and legend. And it wasn't every day you learned that they were in fact real in those universes, albeit not as much as they used to be in the case of Game of Thrones. Since most of them were dead, besides what Daenerys herself had. Well, I'm glad you're so interested. I should be getting some more books on the matter soon. I've got some customers who will be bringing more in sooner or later, Wanda responded, causing the doctor to nod, excited to see what she could be bringing in. As pretty much every book Wanda had in her collection was interesting to the doctor, at least when it comes to science, mathematics, history, and areas like that. So, does our credit cover this? Rose asked, as she cut the doctor off from going on an excited rant again. It was funny, but it also meant they'd be here a lot longer than they should be, and they had some things to do besides buying books. More than this, you could get another 15 books or so and you'd be fine. But I'll just add that to your credit for next time, so you can get more books next time you come around, Wanda responded, causing Rose to nod in understanding, while the doctor grinned, pleased that he would be able to get even more books next time. Is there anything else you want to buy? Wanda asked, as Milim planted herself into her seat next to Wanda. Rose glanced at her in amusement, as the girl was fiddling with a bookmark that she had snatched from the counter. Nope, we're all good. Have a good day, Wanda, Milim. The doctor said with a smile, as he walked off with Rose giving them a smile and wave, before walking off after him. How did you like it, Milim? Wanda asked Milim, who looked up at her with a bright smile. It was fun. The doctor guy is super interesting too. Kinda funny looking though. Milim added the last part with a shrug. Wanda wanted to say otherwise, but she couldn't help but inwardly agree that he was a bit goofy, which Wanda knew was on purpose. Well, I'm glad you did, love. He's a regular customer of mine. Ah, speaking of regular customers, Wanda said, looking to the door as in walked Death, who almost immediately looked at Milim with a raised eyebrow, while Milim looked at her in interest. Who's this, Wanda? A new straggler you've brought in? Death asked, as she gazed at Milim. She could tell that she was far from normal. Besides the obviously unique hair color that reminded her of Delirium a bit, she was also exuding an energy and power completely unique. Death, this is Milim, she's my daughter, Wanda responded, as Milim blinked at the name of the woman in front of her. Whoa, are you really Death? I didn't realize Death was a person. Milim exclaimed, very interested now, as her eyes sparkled upon gazing at the woman in front of her. Death raised an eyebrow at the girl, but decided to respond. I am, and I didn't realize you had a daughter, Wanda, Death said. She could tell that they were not biologically related, of course, but she didn't expect someone like Wanda to take in a child. Mum, I took her in a couple of days ago. She's adopted, as you can already guess, Wanda said, rubbing Milim's head as the girl leaned into her touch with a pleased giggle echoing from her. Well, she's quite the cute little thing. Anyways, I'd like a few of your muffins please. Oh, and a couple of cookies too, Death asked, as Wanda raised an eyebrow before nodding. Looking at Milim, she gave the girl a small smile as the pink-haired half-dragon got up and ran into the back. With Milim being in the back room, Death was able to ask the question that had been on her mind the second she had seen Milim. She's not from around here, is she? Not even from this multiverse, now is she? Death asked, genuinely curious about the background of Milim. She knew that the shop was connected to other multiverses, and even let in customers from around existence, but she didn't think that Wanda would adopt someone from another multiverse. Nope, she's from another multiverse. Which I do hope won't be a problem, will it? Wanda asked, wanting to make sure that having Milim in the DC universe won't unravel it or something similar. It shouldn't be. As long as she doesn't cause some serious damage or problems, then I don't see why she would be a problem for anyone. It usually takes a lot for an individual to be considered a big enough problem that one of us would have to step in. Death responded, not seeing any reason as to why she would be a problem for the Endless. Sure, she seemed quite strong, but not enough to make the Endless do anything too serious. It would take many times more power for it to be a problem. Good, I'd rather not have to fight against any of you Endless folk, Wanda responded jokingly, but Death could tell that she was serious. As if we could ever beat you, Death said with a snort, knowing that Wanda was far above them in power. It would take Lucifer himself to contend with her, and even that was growing more and more unlikely the more Wanda learned and the more universes she traveled to. She would likely be the second strongest being within this multiverse within the next year, with only the big guy himself being undoubtedly stronger than her, for obvious reasons. Can't beat omnipotence. I've got the muffins and cookies. Milim exclaimed as she ran back out, a bag full of 4 muffins and 2 cookies in her hand. Death smiled at the girl as she brought out a book of her own, handing it to Wanda, who blinked in surprise. Looking down at the book, Wanda's eyes widened in surprise at what it was. This, you spoil me, Death, Wanda said, a bright smile on her face. As the book? It was written by a very powerful race, perhaps the most powerful in the entire DC universe. It was written by the Monitors. Yeah, well, I was owed a gift by one of them, so I thought you could use a book of their own writing. I'd suggest you break it up into smaller books, as it's a lot larger on the inside than it looks, Death said, as Wanda nodded, sensing that it was hundreds of thousands of pages long, and some of that knowledge was better off not traded around, so she'd keep it to herself. Well, with a book like this, you can buy out the entire shop and then some. So choose whatever you want if you want any books, Wanda responded, not even sure what to say to the trade-in, as Death smiled. I'll make sure to remember that. Well then, I'll be off, can't be away for too long. Have a good day, Wanda. And you too, little 1-inch, Death said with a smile, as she walked off, leaving Milim and Wanda alone. She's strong, isn't she, Mama? Milim asked, as she was able to tell that she was much stronger than her, with only her mama herself being stronger. Very. But she's also a kind woman, so don't worry about her very much. Now, how would you like to help me make some cookies? I'll let you eat the leftover cookie dough, Wanda said, as Milim's eyes sparkled and she nodded, dragging Wanda with her towards the back room. As she did, Wanda just smiled, as she let her daughter drag her along, one thought on her mind as she did. Where should I take Milim first? Gain access to an additional chapter early for each of my main fanfics, 4 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 75 exclusive stories, on my Patreon for $3 a month, or $30 for an entire year. There is also a new tier that gives 3 chapters early for each of my main fics, 2 more than $3 tier, 12 chapters in total, as well as other bonuses including the ones from the previous tier. It is $5 a month or $50 for an entire year. https://www.patreon.com/fanfiction770 UTM campaign creator Shari creator. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. New edition, if you use the app on iOS/Apple phones, this is around 43% more expensive due to some changes they had to make to their terms of service. So use the web browser for it if you want it to be cheaper. That's the end of the chapter. Daughter of God should be coming out tomorrow or later tonight, one of the two. Anyways, have a good day. 62, Chapter 62, Anticlimactic. Third POV. Wanda decided that the best place for her to bring Milim was the greater DC universe first. As it had been a little while since she had last seen the Young Justice team, she was interested in seeing how they had been improving over the past couple of weeks since she had last watched over them. That, and she was pretty sure Milim would enjoy messing with them too. And considering where the group was, Wanda was pretty certain that that would be enjoyable. As they were currently in the Tower of Fate, where Dr. Fate was based out of. It looks like the current Dr. Fate was under some sort of threat thanks to the light, and if Wanda's assumptions were correct, it was because of a newly appeared Lord of Chaos that all the problems were being caused. It was also because of them that Dr. Fate was currently out of commission, requiring the aid of the Young Justice team to get the Helmet of Fate back onto Kent Nelson. Once he had his power back, it was likely that the Lord of Chaos would be able to be knocked away, no longer being able to threaten them, and the rest of the world with its power. At least, as long as they weren't one of the higher power-leveled Lords of Chaos, like Mordru, who was widely considered to be the strongest of the Lords of Chaos. This was all discounting Wanda, of course, as she was far about any Lord of Chaos, hundreds of times better in fact. It was because of Wanda's interest in seeing the reaction of the Dr. Fate, that she had brought Milim out of the shop, into the DC universe. And it was because of this that they were currently walking through a rather interesting maze of a tower, teleporting into the tower with ease, ripping through any defenses like they were made of glass. Wanda had also promised Milim a night out shopping and having dinner at a proper restaurant, as she knew the girl was interested in seeing more of this universe, and what it has to offer. If she really wanted to, Milim could very easily meet the Justice League and the other major groups in DC, but Wanda also knew that she would likely want to get into a fight with some of the members, Superman most of all. And that was not a fight that Milim would be capable of winning, not without some major power-ups on her end. Either way, it didn't matter as Wanda and Milim walked through the strange halls of the Tower of Fate, trying to find the Young Justice group, wanting to see firsthand as they struggled through the area, trying to find and save Dr. Fate. Or at least his helmet, even if they didn't know why he needed it so bad. Wally didn't even believe in magic, which didn't help in a situation like this one, where you are reliant on belief and actually utilizing magic. Meaning, this would be a lot harder for them than it should be. After a bit of walking, the duo soon found the team, and began to watch in amusement as they struggled to find their ways around the Tower of Fate. Walking into several traps, walking into corners and dead ends, and watching as they grew increasingly irritated. "They're not doing too well, are they, Mama?" Milim asked. As they walked around the corner, the group in front of them walked into another magical trap, this one being a blast of fireballs and similar types of attacks. It didn't do much damage, but it was impressive nonetheless. "Not at all, love. They're new to the idea of magic existing, with only Calder having any sort of experience in it. And even then, his experience in the utilization of magic is slim at best," Wanda responded after a few moments, as it had been a pretty decent question, one that wouldn't be a pain in the ass to answer, like notification quests and such. "And that Wally guy you told me about is not helping at all," Milim responded with a giggle, as the teen refused to believe in magic, even with it blatantly being shown directly to his face, making it very obvious that it is indeed real. No, he is not. But I'm sure they'll get it soon. I'll start the fun once the Lord of Chaos appears. You remember our conversation of the Lord of Chaos, right?" Wanda asked, wanting to make sure that Milim understood just how immensely dangerous that sort of thing could be. Lords of Chaos were much stronger than Milim, at least on average. Milim would naturally start to get a lot stronger than before thanks to this, and that only made Wanda more nervous that her daughter would do something incredibly stupid, which she was beginning to realize was more of an inevitability rather than something she could realistically stop. "Yep. You told me that they're incredibly strong and dangerous, even for someone like me, which is awesome. I've never met someone that could be a threat to me, besides you of course, Mama," Milim responded, a bright smile on her face as they continued to watch the team in front of them. The team itself was now getting to the parts where they would start fighting against the Lord of Chaos, which would begin to get different results, as they would be utterly crushed if this Lord of Chaos is Mordru, and that wasn't something Wanda wanted at all. "Good, now, let's see who this Lord of Chaos is. If it is who I suspect, then I'll need to step in personally, meaning you'll get to see Mama mess around for a bit," Wanda said, giving her daughter a wink as she cheered excitedly. She wanted to see her Mama in action, after all. Turns out it was indeed Mordru, and just as Wanda had assumed, the man was absolutely obliterating the Young Justice in battle. Sure, he hadn't killed any of them or anything, but he also was very obviously not trying in the least. That was also a bit concerning, as it meant he was a lot stronger than he looked. Not that it would matter. Wanda could also absorb his being and become quite a bit stronger, which she ignored in favor of stopping the Lord of Chaos in front of her, as she appeared in front of the downed forms of the Young Justice members. "Man, you guys aren't looking too good there," Wanda said, as they all let out groans, before noticing who it was that was standing before them. Their eyes widened in surprise, but none of them could do anything, as they simply felt too weak. They couldn't even speak at the moment. As Wanda glanced at Mordru, he was strong, sure, but absolutely nothing in comparison to her, and it was because of this that she was very confident in just absorbing his power like she did with Clarion. Only difference being is that he would give her a lot more power than Clarion did. She was many times stronger than him, after all, and it was because of this, that she glanced at the Lord of Chaos with little care. The entity in question staring at her in alarm, feeling the insane power that radiated out of Wanda, power that far eclipsed anything he had, anything any Lord of Chaos had. "What are you?" Mordru asked, frowning as he felt Wanda's power. He could tell that it was chaos-natured, and yet, it was so much more than just normal chaos, it was a higher form of chaos. "That's the question, isn't it?" "No idea, to be frank with you. And even if I did know, I wouldn't tell you. And even if I did tell you, it wouldn't matter, as you are about to cease to exist in a few moments either way," Wanda responded, as she lifted her hand, palm stretched out as the Lord of Chaos felt a dangerous sensation exude from her. But too bad for him, he reacted far too late, as a powerful sucking sensation pulled on him, and his entire being was promptly consumed by Wanda, assimilated into her just as Clarion had been. And just like that, with no care, no over-the-top battles, nothing, Mordru had ceased to exist. Feeling his power flow through her, Wanda had only one thought on her mind as she absorbed it. That was anticlimactic. Gain access to an additional chapter early for each of my main fanfics, 4 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 75 exclusive stories, on my Patreon for $3 a month, or $30 for an entire year. There is also a new tier that gives 3 chapters early for each of my main fics, 2 more than $3 tier, 12 chapters in total, as well as other bonuses including the ones from the previous tier. It is $5 a month or $50 for an entire year. https://www.patreon.com/fanfiction770 UTM campaign creator Shari or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. New edition: if you use the app on iOS/Apple phones, this is around 43% more expensive due to some changes they had to make to their terms of service. So use the web browser for it if you want it to be cheaper. That's the end of the chapter. Not sure if y'all can tell, but I was absolutely dead tired when writing this chapter. Sorry if the quality is bad, as I have been up for around 22 hours at this point, and am about to go and pass out sleeping, so, yeah. Anyways, have a good day. 63, Chapter 63, Helping the Procs Again. 63, Chapter 63, Helping the Procs Again. Third POV. As anticlimactic as the fight was, Wanda was pleased with the new power that she had obtained by absorbing Mordru into herself. He was weaker than her by a drastic margin, so the power wasn't too crazy, but it was still more than she had expected, and it was still free power. So she wasn't going to complain about it. "Well, what just happened?" Dick asked, wide-eyed as he looked up at her form, watching the entire fight as she effortlessly obliterated the man that their entire team had just lost again. A user of unknown power that had beaten them with no difficulty at all. Nobody on their team could even touch the man. Not Wally, not Calder, not Mgan, and not even Superboy. Not a single one of them touched the man, much less harm him. But Wanda had just rolled up and taken him out with a single motion of her hand. That was terrifying. Dick was a little confused on who this person was, until realization hit. It was the unknown woman that kept showing up. An unknown woman that was proving to be a lot stronger than he had initially estimated, so much so that it was becoming an increasing concern to him, and the League. And now that she had just taken out a Lord of Chaos, it meant that she was likely someone that the League themselves would have to take care of, not the Young Justice team. Again, that was terrifying. "I took care of the problem for you kiddos. Mordru there was a bit too much for someone of your level to fight. No need to worry about him anymore though, as he's been taken care of. So don't worry about him coming around and trying to stop you again," Wanda responded, smiling as the boy looked up at her, as he slowly began to rise to his feet. The rest of his team was still groaning in pain, struggling to move. He had been the one to be damaged the least out of them all, so he was also getting up the fastest. It was impressive that he was the one least affected, considering he was the only normal human on the team besides the newly recruited Artemis, who utilized the bow and arrow like her mentor, Green Arrow. "Thanks for saving us," Dick said with a sigh, as he grunted slightly in pain. Seeing the pain he was in, Wanda let out a chuckle as she flicked her wrist. Instantly the group in front of her began to rapidly heal from their injuries, as she eliminated the pain that was already gone now. All the while Milim watched, hidden. She didn't want to get in trouble with her mama, who didn't want Milim to be revealed just yet. As once Milim was revealed, then it wouldn't be hard for them to find out who she was. Sure, she didn't really care too much if they did find out, but it would ruin the fun she was having. That, and she was planning on letting more people into her shop from universes it was already connected to, some of them being less nice people. She was neutral after all, and she had been favoring the heroes a bit too much as of late. That and villains usually had a lot of money, and knowledge that a hero would normally never touch. So it was an easy choice to let them come to her shop, as long as they and the heroes understood that it was a neutral place, and fighting was strictly forbidden. Should they start a fight, they'd be permanently banned for life, and a curse would be placed on them as well. No problem. It would be boring to let you die. It's a lot more fun to mess with you whenever I have the time, Wanda responded with a small smirk on her face, as Artemis looked at her, confused, while the others could only let out sighs. Yeah, great. You saved us just because it's fun to tease us, really comforting, Wally grumbled, as Wanda just giggled at his annoyance. Who is she? Artemis asked, whispering to Mgan. We don't know. She just sorta shows up and helps us when we really need it. Like she showed up when we were fighting Mr. Twister, and when we were fighting against Cobra and the League. But she doesn't show up every time, it's pretty random, Mgan responded, not bothering to whisper as she had a feeling that Wanda could hear her perfectly fine. Wanda could. Are you still going to help Dr. Fate? Wanda asked, as the boy looked at her, before sighing, not even that shocked anymore. This unknown woman seemed to always know things that she wasn't supposed to, and it has now gotten to the point where they weren't really surprised anymore. Yeah, we just need to find the helmet and bring Kent to it. Can you help us with that? Or are you going to ditch us again? Dick asked, as Wanda chuckled. I would help you, but the tower itself will help you. It was only stopping you from finding the helmet because Mordru was here, and it didn't want a Lord of Chaos to get their hands on it. But now that he's gone, you'll be brought to it by the tower, Wanda responded as Dick nodded in understanding. So how do we get this tower to even do that? It's not like it can magically teleport us to the helmet. After all, magic isn't real, Wally said, still not believing in magic, even now after so much evidence was being shown right in front of his eyes. You still don't believe in magic, even now. At this point that is just ignorance and foolishness. This entire tower is magic, it is not scientific in the least. The sooner you realize that magic exists, the better it will be for your team. As magic is not something you can simply ignore as if it does not exist, Wanda responded, finding his ignorance to be a genuine problem for their team, one that could cause some serious issues if not taken care of soon. It could actually harm them, if it was left alone. Yeah, but all of this can be explained. Just cut it, child. You are being a fool, and while you may say that you do not believe in magic, we both know that the things you have been seeing in this place cannot just be explained through science. Some of it can, sure, but not all of it. Wanda cut him off, giving him a small glare of irritation. The team could only flinch in response, as he went silent, before Wanda decided to ignore him and instead turned to Dick. The tower will bring you there itself, you just need to let it. But first, I believe that Wally over there needs to speak with the one that you're trying to get the helmet back to, Wanda said, as she glanced at Kent Nelson, who had been silently watching her the entire time. She could tell that he was assessing her, trying to figure out what she was. He could also tell that she was immensely dangerous, so dangerous that he didn't even utter a word, or try anything. A smart move on his part. Now, I'll leave you all to it, as I believe I have helped enough for the day, Wanda said with a small smile, as she teleported off, Milim following her soon after, leaving the team alone once again. Later that day, after Kent Nelson became Dr. Fate once more, an emergency meeting was called in the Watchtower. A meeting that every member of the team had attended, and one of the utmost importance. It was a meeting about the mystery woman, and the fact that she had seemingly defeated a Lord of Chaos with laughable ease, and had done something to the Lord of Chaos. So, any guesses on what she had done to this Lord of Chaos? Clark Kent asked Dr. Fate, who looked at him silently before responding. I believe that this entity has absorbed the Lord of Chaos known as Mordru, taking his power for her own. This entity is immensely powerful, so powerful that even I, a Lord of Order, cannot hope to touch her. I believe that she is a higher entity, of the same level of power as those who I cannot dare name, Dr. Fate responded, as the others in the room frowned. If you cannot say their name, then perhaps a title they have. Dinah suggested, as Dr. Fate sighed. I believe this woman is on the same level as the man who rebelled against the Creator, Dr. Fate responded simply, as they all looked confused, before their eyes widened in alarm. None more so than John Constantine, who had been invited to the meeting. Bloody hell, you mean she's on the same level as that man? Then you most certainly cannot fuck with her. Leave the woman alone. Even I wouldn't want to be in the line of sights of an entity like that. Constantine warned, as he wouldn't want to fight or mess with Lucifer Morningstar, so a being of that level was definitely above their pay grade. And we cannot do anything to stop her from messing with our Procs. Nothing? Clark asked. No, it would be better to let this woman do as she pleases, and hope that she does not do anything to harm us, or anyone else, for none of us will be able to stop her. A being that personifies chaos on a level that far surpasses even the likes of the Lords of Chaos, Dr. Fate responded seriously, not wanting anyone to even think of trying a stupid plan like attacking her or trapping her or something utterly ridiculous. I hate being defenseless like this. To be unable to stop this woman, or help them at all, Dinah grumbled, irritated as the rest of the league agreed. All the while Bruce was contemplating what he could do to stop this woman, but with Dr. Fate being so serious about not even bothering to fight her, even he had to stop himself from doing something stupid. As they thought more about the situation, they all let out sighs, and had one thought on their minds. This sucks. Gain access to an additional chapter early for each of my main fanfics, 4 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 75 exclusive stories, on my Patreon for $3 a month, or $30 for an entire year. There is also a new tier that gives 3 chapters early for each of my main fics, 2 more than $3 tier, 12 chapters in total, as well as other bonuses including the ones from the previous tier. It is $5 a month or $50 for an entire year. https://www.patreon.com/fanfiction770 UTM campaign creator Shari creator. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. New addition: if you use the app on iOS/Apple phones, this is around 43% more expensive due to some changes they had to make to their terms of service. So use the web browser for it if you want it to be cheaper. That's the end of the chapter. Not sure how good this chapter was, as the first half was written when I was half awake last night, so, yeah. I'm going to be out of state for an entire week, this Monday to around next Monday, so the quality of chapters will be all over the place, and Fanmaker and Daughter of God will likely only be getting 1 update each, maybe 2. This started Monday, so I'll be getting back this Tuesday on the 19th of August. Anyways, have a good day. 64, Chapter 64, Milim's Curiosity. 64, Chapter 64, Milim's Curiosity. Third POV. While the Justice League was currently hating their lives, due to the fact that they had to find and hunt down a woman that would likely be able to obliterate them from existence, Wanda was walking through Gotham, hand in hand with Milim. Milim's hair was being covered by Wanda's magic so that no one could see the unique pink hair that she naturally had. The sort of hair that would cause a lot of attention, and likely quite a few problems for them, especially in Gotham of all places. Had Milim been a normal girl, she would have been kidnapped and sold off in days, as that unique hair of hers would likely pull in a pretty penny. A lot of money was made off of selling people, especially unique people, like girls with unique colored hair, and metahumans. Gotham was horrible like that. Quite literally being cursed, a den of malice, hatred, and all sorts of horrible people that did not deserve to live. People like the Joker, a man who even Wanda found to be disgusting. The fact that he had not been dealt with yet, was shocking. But Wanda wasn't entirely surprised, because Batman was notorious for his no-kill rule. It was one of the reasons why he was amongst her least favorite of the Justice League, with only Hawkman and maybe 1 or 2 others being on par. That's if you exclude Diana's past with the way her mother and the rest of the Amazons treated male Amazons that were born in the past. She didn't like them much either. Walking with Milim, Wanda glanced down at the pink-haired girl, a fond smile on her face as she noticed the girl looking around in excitement. This was the first time she had ever seen such advanced technology, and the lives of the people who lived here were vastly different in comparison to that of her own world. The world they were in was arguably more dangerous than her own, even with protectors that were stronger than the likes of Guy Crimson and Feldera. How strong are the heroes in this world, Mama? Milim asked, wondering just how powerful the Justice League actually was. Wanda had explained the Justice League a bit, but not super thoroughly. It varies, love. The weakest of them can't do more than break a small hole in a wall, and are basically nothing more than normal humans. The strongest of them? They can shatter planets and break about stars. The very peak of them are capable of destroying the entire multiverse should they go all out, and should they be at their peak. But that is only a handful of members that have the power to even touch that realm of power, Wanda responded, remembering that characters like Captain Atom were able to reach multiversal in power. He just needed the right situation. Superman could too, but only after thousands and thousands of years of sitting in the sun, or by being boosted by something else. Dr. Fate naturally could, thanks to Nabu. And what about the villains? The villains are far stronger, the heroes only win because of pure luck and chance. The peak of the villains in this universe are capable of standing before your mama, but none of them would be able to defeat me, Wanda responded, remembering Perpetua, who'd likely be one of the only villains out there that could reasonably fight her. She imagined the true form Darkseid could too, as he was the literal personification of evil. The Empty Hand might too, but she wasn't sure about him. There was also Mandrak, the Batman who laughs, and a couple of others. But they'd have to be on par with Lucifer to fight her, and she was very confident that they were not on that level. And by the time they did get to that level, she'd be far beyond Lucifer. As while she will never reach true omnipotence, as only one omnipotent being can exist at one time, she can become so strong that it would appear like omnipotence, a level of nigh omnipotence so much above the others that they'd look like ants. And yet she would still be an ant before the presence or the one above all as it is known in Marvel. They were the same beings after all. All omnipotent beings were, each and every single one of them were the same being, stretched across the omniverse and whatever may lay beyond that. Again, not a being Wanda would ever be capable of touching. You can't beat omnipotence, after all. Wow. So this universe is wayy stronger than mine, huh? Milim asked, as Wanda nodded. Very much so, love. But don't worry, Mama will help you get stronger, Wanda responded, as Milim smiled at her. Thanks Mama. Milim replied, excited to learn from her mama. As Wanda undoubtedly had a ton of cool and unique techniques that she could learn, besides her incredible cooking that Milim had grown addicted to over the past couple of days. Not a problem, Milim. Now, how about we get some food and then head back to the store, how does that sound? Wanda asked, causing Milim to nod, as she was hungry after messing with the Procs, and wanted to get some grub. That, and she wanted to watch another movie with Wanda. She found she enjoyed action movies a lot, even if she barely understood what was happening 99% of the time. A couple of hours later, after grabbing a delicious meal at the local cafe, the two had eaten and then returned to the shop after going to a couple of stores that Milim was interested in, which included a lot of ice cream, a few weapon stores, and that was about it. It was fun though, and Milim had a blast going to all the different shops, before eventually they returned back to the store. When they did, Morgan opened the shop back up a few minutes after they settled, with Milim sitting next to her, eyes glued to the tablet in front of her as she watched an action movie, while Wanda was waiting for someone to walk in. While waiting, Milim looked up from her movie. When can I meet your workers, Mama? I want to see if they're super strong like you. Milim asked, thinking that they had to be powerful if they were going to work for someone as strong as Wanda. Soon, Milim. They're currently out doing some personal business, taking a short leave. When they come back I'll introduce you to them. And I can tell you now that one of them is super strong, much stronger than the other. While the other isn't that powerful, and instead is more in tune with nature than the other, Wanda responded, as Milim nodded slowly, a bit disappointed, but interested in meeting the one that Wanda said was super powerful. What about your customers? The doctor guy was cool, but wasn't very strong. Death was super powerful though. Are there any other customers like her? Milim asked, interested in meeting other powerful customers that could visit. Mum, Lucifer is even stronger than Death, and is likely one of the only beings in this universe that is on par with your mama. There is a couple of others that could visit in the future that are as strong as Death and even stronger, but I have no idea if they will visit, Wanda answered, knowing that there were the other members of the Endless, and a handful of other cosmic entities that could come around in the future. She could use her power to figure that out, but that would be cheating. Well, that's kinda boring. I was hoping there would be more interesting people coming in, Milim said with a small pout, disappointed that there wouldn't be more people of note visiting. Trust me, there will be a lot of super interesting people that'll come into shop. As just because they are weak, does not mean they are not interesting. I'm sure you'll see that for yourself very soon, Wanda responded with an amused smile, knowing that there would be interesting guests coming in sooner or later. And as Wanda spoke these words to Milim, the door to the shop began to creep open, causing Wanda to smile. Her smile widened as she realized who it was walking through the door, as she had a feeling that Milim would get along with them greatly. The blonde menace had arrived in the shop, and his first words were, "Auntie, get me some ramen." Gain access to an additional chapters early for each of my main fanfics, up to 12 chapters in total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 100 exclusive stories, on my Patreon for $3 or $5 a month, or $30 or $50 for an entire year. https://www.patreon.com/fanfiction770 UTM campaign creator. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. Basically just her and Milim talking, before Naruto shall arrive and the next arc shall begin, which will be her traveling in Naruto's world with Milim. A lot of chaos shall be caused, some power UPS will be gained, and maybe more. Anyways, have a good day. 65, Chapter 65, Naruto meets Milim. Third POV. Ah, Naruto. It's been a little while since I've last seen you, what have you been up to? Wanda asked the child, as she flicked her wrist, ramen floating in from the back as the blonde-haired child plopped down in a seat in front of her counter. He always insisted upon eating at her counter, as he liked talking to her when he ate. Hearing the question, Naruto grinned. I've been super busy, auntie. Thanks to all the books you gave me, I've got a lot stronger. I can even beat up Team Up now. Now we're just preparing for this Chunin exam thingy, Naruto responded, before blinking as he noticed the pink-haired girl sitting next to Wanda. Milim was looking at Naruto with interest, as she could sense the unique power within him. The chakra, and more specifically, the nine-tailed fox within him. The nine tails was nothing in comparison to her, but she could tell that it was quite strong, and had a lot of potential, not to mention all of that killing intent. Whoa, you're interesting. You got a cool fox inside of you. Milim exclaimed, as Naruto went wide-eyed. Milim, what did I say about hounding customers and making them uncomfortable? Wanda stepped in upon seeing the uncomfortable look on Naruto's face, while Milim flinched underneath her sharp look. Mamas were terrifying. Sorry mama, that power inside of him is just so neat. Milim said as Naruto blinked at the word neat. Just don't do it again, Wanda said, before turning back to Naruto with an apologetic smile on her face. Sorry about that, Naruto, she doesn't mean anything by it. And this is Milim, my adopted daughter. She's been helping out around the shop now, so you'll be seeing her more often when you come by, Wanda explained, as the blonde boy looked at her, before pouting. That is not the reaction I was expecting, Wanda thought in slight surprise, before a small smile formed on her face, understanding why he was not very pleased with Milim's existence. He was jealous. It's okay, Naruto replied simply, his pout still on his face, but not as pronounced. He was trying to not let Wanda see how it was affecting him, that she had adopted Milim. Perhaps it's time I visit Konoha, Wanda thought, as an idea came to her mind, a small smile forming on her face. Hey Naruto, how about I come and watch this Chunin exam of yours? Wanda asked, as she didn't mind staying in Konoha for a couple of months. It'd be a proper vacation for once, and she can warp time so it would seem like she was only gone from the shop for an hour or two. Naruto, hearing the question, perked up in surprise. Wait, really? You'd come watch me kick ass? Naruto asked, shocked. He had never seen Wanda outside of her store, so he thought she was always busy or something. So it was a bit of a shock to hear that she was willing to come and watch him take part in the Chunin exams. Of course, why would I not want to watch my favorite ramen eater kick the butts of everyone else? Wanda asked, smiling as Naruto cheered in excitement. She thought it was cute how the boy wanted to make her proud, while Milim was narrowing her eyes at the blonde. Awesome. I can't wait to show you my moves. Oh, and I'll show you how I beat up Team 2. Naruto exclaimed, excited to have Wanda watch him fight. He didn't outwardly admit it, but he wanted to visit Wanda more, as she had become increasingly important to him over the past few visits. She was just so kind, which was completely and utterly unlike any other villager in Konoha, as they tended to completely ignore him, or absolutely despised his guts. All because he had the Kyuubi held within his gut, which as powerful and dangerous as it was, it hadn't done the harm it had, under its own will. Not only that, but Naruto didn't do anything to anybody, so he deserved none of the hatred that he was on the receiving end of. All in all, their hate towards him was idiotic at best. I can't wait, and when are these Chunin exams being held, Naruto? Wanda asked, wanting to know the general timeline. As if it was soon enough, she would just follow Naruto to the village right now, bringing Milim alongside her. The girl would likely be interested in the place, and she was certain that chakra would be a massive boon to Milim's power. In a couple of days I think. Why? Naruto asked, not really remembering, embarrassingly enough. How about after you finish up your ramen, I close up shop and you can show me around the village? I don't mind staying a couple of days early, after all, I wouldn't want to miss your fights, Wanda responded, as Naruto looked even more excited at hearing these words. Yes, that'd be awesome. I can show you all around the village. Like Ichiraku Ramen, that one barbecue spot that's pretty good, and the Hokage faces. Oh, maybe you can even meet the old man. Naruto rapidly fired in excitement, as Milim just pouted. And you'll come along too, sweetie, Wanda said, noticing the pout, causing Milim to beam happily, while Naruto narrowed his eyes at her, which she returned in kind. Seeing their stare off, Wanda sighed, and when we do go, I'll make sure to give you both all the attention you could want. Does that sound good? Wanda asked, as the two gave each other another glare, before looking up at Wanda. That sounds awesome, mama. This is gonna be awesome, Databia. Around 30 minutes later, after Naruto scarfed down his ramen and bought a few more books that caught his eye, and ones that Wanda recommended, Wanda had put up the closed sign, and placed a time warp inside, so that it would seem as if only a day had passed, when in actuality, it was going to be around a month or so. She had also made sure to place a couple of protective enhancements around Milim so that nobody tried anything against her, just in case. She had done the same with Naruto, especially poisoning and mind-reading type abilities. She would give him permanent immunity to them, but not at the moment. As she doubted that Naruto would like that, and she'd rather not make the boy cross with her, as his pranks could be quite brutal when he wants them to be. And she'd not stop him either, as that would be boring. So instead, she gave him a minor one that would not work within the exams themselves, as instead, she would speak to him after the exams about something she wanted to do. It was a rather serious talk though, so it would need to wait for when everything was over with. Walking out of her shop with Milim next to her, Wanda smiled as she felt the warm breeze rub against her skin. They were outside of Konoha by a little bit, just like she wanted her shop to be. Wanda wasn't able to say anything before Naruto grabbed her hand and began to drag her with him, yelling as he did so. Come on, there's a lot I gotta show ya. Naruto yelled, as Milim ran after them while yelling, hey, wait for me. A little bit later, and a lot of running, including some adorable bickering that Wanda found to be both amusing and adorable, they had reached the front gate of the village. Its large red coloring being quite eye-catching, as she walked through the gate, none of the guards even saying a word, as she warped reality so that she already had a pass into the village. She didn't want to bother with the security check or whatever it was called, as that would be a waste of time, and would involve a lot of annoying questions she didn't really want to answer to some nobody shinobi. With all that in mind, she stared towards, as she saw the Hokage mountain in the distance, while Naruto ran ahead and turned back to her, grinning as he spoke. Welcome to Konoha, Auntie. Gain access to an additional chapters early for each of my main fanfics, up to 12 chapters in total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 100 exclusive stories, on my Patreon for $3 or $5 a month, or $30 or $50 for an entire year. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. Sorry about the late-ish upload, I'm still on my vacation, so it's a bit hard to write right now, when this was written at least. Anyways, have a good day. 66, Chapter 66, Tour around Konoha. Third POV. The village of Konoha was quite a beautiful place, even by Wanda's standards. It was large, lively, and was surrounded by trees that were created through the Mokuton, the Kekii Genkai of Hashirama. The trees were quite literally infused with chakra and natural energy, making them stronger and more resilient than normal trees. They were also absolutely massive. Wanda already copied their makeup so she could introduce it to her own plant dimensions, as they were uniquely made and would strengthen all the other trees in the plant dimension. She was sure that Ivy would like that. Naruto had been dragging her around the village, showing her and Milim all of the shops and places of interest. Like the various clan compounds, the Umbu headquarters which he regularly pranked, Ichiraku Ramen, although they only looked at it from afar, she'd eat there later, and even his home. His home was large, thanks to him moving into the clan compound. It was sealed away so that only he could enter it. At least, before it was like that, but he allowed Wanda in as well as Milim, albeit reluctantly. The clan was full of tons of scrolls, even after he had sold Wanda hundreds of them. And he was still finding more all over the place, including ones that were secretly sealed in rooms and such. But now they were standing in front of the primary office of the Hokage, with Naruto already showing them the Hokage mountain, which was a bit interesting, but wasn't all that special in Wanda's eyes. She was honestly surprised that there wasn't some sort of seal of sword in order to defend it from any attacks or defacement. So this is where the Hokage works out of. It's pretty underwhelming, to be honest. I'd have thought it would be larger, Wanda said, unimpressed with the unassuming building. It had people coming and going from it, but in general, it was underwhelming and not nearly as special as she was expecting it to be. Hey, Jiji's office is pretty cool. Well, mostly cool at least, Naruto said, trailing off slightly as he inwardly couldn't help but agree slightly that Wanda wasn't entirely wrong. The place was boring looking on the outside, but it was a lot more interesting inside. Walking into the large building, Wanda glanced around. Okay, I can admit that it does look a bit better in here than out there, Wanda admitted, as she looked around. The building had a lot of murals for past Kage on the inside, with professionally made paintings and other carvings marking the insides. They were well made, even by Wanda's standards. Told you. Now come on, let's go see Gramps. Naruto exclaimed, as he began to pull Wanda and Milim with him, through the building as shinobi and other workers glanced at them in confusion, before shrugging once they saw that it was Naruto who was dragging the two mystery people with him. He had done it quite a few times before. Eventually they made it to the door of the Hokage's office, and without even letting Wanda utter a word, Naruto kicked the door open, bringing them with him as Hiruzen looked up with a raised eyebrow. He almost instantly noticed the two unknown individuals with Naruto. Not only that, but he noticed that he could not sense anything from either of them. No energy, no intentions, nothing. That was unusual, as he could read even civilians with the tiniest amounts of chakra, and yet he couldn't with them for some reason. Naruto, what are you doing here? And who are these two? Hiruzen asked, glancing at them, as the shinobi who he was speaking with glanced back at them with a raised eyebrow. This shinobi was in fact Anko Mitarashi. This is Wanda. She's like my auntie. And this is her daughter, Milim, Naruto explained, less enthusiastically once he spoke of Milim, as she gave the back of his head a glare. Well, it's nice to meet you, Wanda-san, Milim-san, Hiruzen stated, as he looked at the two. He noticed the unique look of Wanda, as well as her name which was definitely foreign. He also noticed the way she looked completely unbothered by his glances. Not only that, but the fact that Naruto called her auntie, was a cause for concern. And to you as well, Sarutobi-san, Wanda responded, not minding that he called them by their first names, as usually it would be the last name that they would say first, but in this case, not so much. She cared little for etiquette in a situation like this one. So, Naruto, what can I do for you and your friends? Hiruzen asked, looking at Naruto while Anko was busy ogling Wanda, who was easily the most beautiful woman she had ever seen. Having literal divine beauty would do that. Anko swung both ways. Just wanted to show them around the village. It's the first time they've ever been, which is crazy. Naruto exclaimed, as if it was sacrilegious or something. Wanda just giggled at the boy's statement, while Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. You've never been here before. Where exactly do you live, Wanda-san? Hiruzen asked, interested. While Anko finished ogling Wanda's bountiful assets, and instead listened to the conversation. I live outside the village, running a small little bookstore. I believe Naruto's fellow teammates have been there before, Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura, Wanda responded, ignoring the obvious confusion of the man before her. And how did you enter the village? You got the proper paperwork, right? Anko asked, becoming somewhat serious upon hearing about her background. Nah, I brought her in myself, auntie is cool. The guards let her in because she was with me, the future Hokage. Naruto exclaimed, yelling, again. The boy sure loved to yell a lot. At the response, the two looked at him with deadpans on their faces, realizing that he had just broken a dozen different laws, and potentially had put the village in its entirety at risk. Naruto, you cannot just let people in because you know them. They could be spies or assassins for all we know. What you've done is incredibly foolish, and could put people at great risk, Hiruzen said, a sigh escaping his lips as he didn't even feel like yelling at the boy. Instead, he was just irritated more than anything, because of the boy being a fool. But he was still a boy, so it wasn't entirely shocking that he had done something like this, and with Naruto being, well, Naruto, he's not surprised. Yeah, but she won't do that. Auntie is a good person. She also makes the best ramen in the world, even better than Ichiraku's. Naruto no. She helped me learn about my past. She's the reason why I know about my heritage and why I learned about the Uzumaki clan. She's the reason why I can beat team in a fight. Not you. So don't go accusing her of doing anything, because she is not a bad person. Naruto cut him off, becoming angry as he yelled at the man. Hiruzen was shocked into silence, while Wanda softly sighed. Naruto, calm down. He's simply worried that I can prove a risk to others. But I am honored that you care for me so much to defend me against your Hokage, Wanda said softly, as the boy looked up at her, before looking back at Hiruzen. Look, I don't care that she wasn't supposed to be in here, old man. I care about her, I trust her, and that's all that matters. She's cared more for me than just about anyone else in this village. She's been the only person I can see as a mother, so you won't take that from me, got it? Naruto said, glaring at the man for the first time. Hiruzen just sat in silent shock, having never seen Naruto act like this before. He was usually so happy-go-lucky, but now he was glaring at the older man in what could best be described as hatred. Hatred for attempting to take the woman he saw as a mother from him. With everything said and done, Naruto looked to Wanda, and pulled her back with him, as she was dragged away from the office. As all of this happened, Wanda looked down at Naruto, one thought on her mind. He sees me as a mother. Gain access to an additional chapters early for each of my main fanfics, up to 12 chapters in total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 100 exclusive stories, on my Patreon for $3 or $5 a month. Or $30 or $50 for an entire year. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. Another chapter done, Naruto yells at Hiruzen, and some more. Anyways, have a good day. 67, Chapter 67, The Sun. Third POV. After getting dragged away by Naruto, she was dragged for quite a while away as Wanda didn't fight back. Milim was annoyed, but seeing as Wanda was following after him, she didn't fight back either. Eventually they stopped. As Naruto growled, "That damned old man. Talking about things he knows nothing about. He's lucky I didn't deck him in the face for that." Naruto scowled, angry with Hiruzen for the first time in a long time. "Naruto, why don't you calm down for me, okay? I understand that you are angry, and I do not blame you for being furious with him, but you need to calm down, and control yourself, okay?" Wanda softly said, crouching down to him as she placed a hand onto his shoulder. Growling slightly, he slowly began to nod, as he couldn't help but lean into her, causing her to blink in surprise, before wrapping her arms around the boy, as he hugged her. Milim watched on the side, but instead of feeling annoyed, she just watched him for a few moments, eyes narrowed in thought as she watched the two of them. Naruto didn't seem like a bad person or anything, and with the way her mama seemed to care for him, she found it harder and harder to hate him. Especially once she started to realize that he had been through a lot in this place, that he was far kinder than he realistically should be. That was the reason why she held back from complaining, that and she didn't want her mama to be mad at her, that'd suck. "Thanks," Naruto whispered against her chest, as he pulled back from her warmth, a little embarrassed that he had just done that. "So, you see me as a mother?" Wanda asked softly, a warm smile on her face as she gazed down at the boy. Said boy flushed in embarrassment at the fact that she remembered that, and had openly asked him about it. He was hoping she would forget about it. "It's okay if you do, Naruto. Honestly, I'm very honored to be seen in such a way by such an incredible boy like you," Wanda added, noticing his evident nervousness at trying to respond to that rather big question. Really? Is it really okay for me to think like that? What about my birth mother? Isn't that like an insult to her memory or something? Wouldn't that make her mad?" Naruto asked, worried that he was potentially doing something wrong. "It is, Naruto. And I guarantee you that she is not mad, that she is glad that you have someone that you can call that. More than that, there is no rule stating that you can have only one mother. I can be whatever title you want to give me, while your birth mother can be the only one you call mom," Wanda explained, as Naruto looked up at her, shocked that she was actually talking about this. That she was actually talking about her being his mother. I don't you don't need to say anything, Naruto. I've always wanted a big family with a lot of adorable babies to spoil, and you would simply be my second one. Alongside your big sister Milim. Wanda cut him off, before he started to self-depreciate or anything else that she didn't want to hear him speak of. Is it really okay?" "Yes, Naruto, it's fine. As said before, I am just glad that you see me in a way like that," Wanda responded with a soft smile, as the boy had tears streaking down his cheeks, as he tried to wipe them clear, but was struggling as he uttered a word that he had so desperately been able to say. "Mama," Naruto whispered, as he hugged Wanda close, again. The boy sobbed into her clothes as he felt her warmth again, while Wanda's heart bloomed, happiness painting her face as she looked over to the silent Milim. "Come on love, come meet your little brother," Wanda softly spoke, as Milim hesitantly walked forward, and joined the hug. All the while, Wanda glanced off into the distance, smiling softly as she saw a red-headed woman smiling back at her, as the figure spoke out. "Thank you, and, take care of my son for me, will you?" Kushina's voice echoed in Wanda's ears, as she was the only person capable of understanding the dead in this universe, besides the Shinigami himself, and even he was of a lower level in comparison to her. "Of course I will. And thank you for not being angry with me," Wanda spoke out, with only Kushina being able to hear her, with the red-headed ghost letting out a laugh, as she began to fade, but not before speaking once more. "And make sure my son becomes a badass just like his mother, Databane." Kushina cheered out, as she faded away, Wanda giving her a nod as she disappeared from the world, likely going into the cycle of rebirth, or perhaps to watch over her son in what comes after. Either way, she was gone now, as Wanda held her children in her arms, a happy smile on her face, knowing that she now had 2 children to love, to spoil, and to protect. And she wouldn't change that for anything. A bit later, after the emotional talk with Naruto, and with the boy officially seeing her as his mama, just like Milim, the trio were now eating some dinner at a really good barbecue restaurant. It was expensive, but Wanda had infinite wealth, so that didn't matter. What really annoyed her was that they initially refused to serve food to Naruto. But after one flex of the tiniest possible amounts of her killing intent, they paled and began to serve him with whatever he wanted. All sorts of expensive meats and meals were given to them, with Naruto scarfing down some of it, as the food was genuinely quite tasty. Wanda just watched in amusement as he did this, before Milim spoke. "So what does this mean, Mama? Me having a little brother, I mean?" Milim asked, as she had never had a proper sibling before, and especially not a younger one. She had been against the idea of having one, but she couldn't bring herself to cut Naruto out anymore, not with the way he interacted with her, their mama. "It means that he'll be living with us from now on, if he's willing. It also means that you have someone new to mess around with, albeit as long as you're careful. It means that you have another member of the family that you'll have to protect when I'm not there," Wanda responded, as Milim absorbed her words, before nodding in understanding, not refuting what she had said. She'd do her best to follow what her mama wanted, she just hoped she didn't cause any sort of accident, which she tended to do a lot more than she initially would have hoped. Even when she tried her best to do the exact opposite, she sometimes thought she was cursed with how often it happened. "It also means that you'll have someone new to play with, to battle with in food competitions, and someone new to join us in any adventures we may have, which will likely be quite a lot," Wanda added, as Milim nodded more, understanding what her new duties would be. She didn't mind any of them, as a lot of them actually sounded quite fun, especially the food-eating competition that she talked about. Wanda always crushed her in the competition, which made it boring. But she imagined that Naruto would be a decent challenge in that department, at least, when it comes to eating. In an actual fight he would get obliterated with a single flick to his forehead. Hell, even a simple glare from her would have been enough. "I'll make sure to do my best to be the best big sister in the world, Mama," Milim said with a grin, as Naruto gave her his own. "I bet I can eat more barbecue than you," Naruto challenged, as Milim narrowed her eye. "I bet I can eat double what you do," Milim exclaimed back, as they began to challenge one another to all sorts of competitions. None of them meant to cause any harm, and were completely harmless fun. As Wanda watched all of this, she had only one thought on her mind. "What adorable children I have." Gain access to an additional chapters early for each of my main fanfics, up to 12 chapters in total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 100 exclusive stories, on my Patreon for $3 or $5 a month, or $30 or $50 for an entire year. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. Sorry about the quality of this one. I wrote this at like midnight, so I am quite tired at the moment. Hopefully it was decent. She'll be going back to the bookstore in around 7 to 10 chapters, so after the Chunin exams. Anyways, have a good day. 68 Chapter 68 Ichiraku Ramen. Third POV. Sitting in one of the stools in Ichiraku Ramen, Wanda watched in amusement as her 2 children devoured the ramen in front of them. Naruto had challenged Milim to an eating contest, to see who could eat more ramen, with Naruto wishing to protect his honor as the lover of ramen. While Wanda just ate her bowl with a smile, finding that the ramen was delicious, not as good as her own, but very very close. She decided to give the man some pointers once they were done, as she imagined with a bit of tweaking, he could make ramen just as good as hers, which is a massive accomplishment. Although, she planned on eventually connecting her shop to Food Wars, so he wouldn't be on par with her for much longer. She only really wanted Food Wars because of the delicious recipes she could learn from that. Watching her 2 children devour ramen bowl after ramen bowl, Wanda let out a giggle, as she brought out a paper towel, wiping away the stray noodles that were on their cheeks. "Try not to make too big of a mess, my dears," Wanda said, as the 2 of them blushed, embarrassed as they nodded, before going back to devouring their meals, but making sure not to make a huge mess this time. They didn't want to make their mama mad, after all. "So, you're the one that Naruto talks about, huh? The mysterious auntie that has been helping him so much?" Ayam, the daughter of Tuki, asked. Naruto had talked about Wanda a lot when he was at the ramen shop, so they knew all about her. "I am," And you must be Ayam, the one that has been feeding him for all these years, making sure he always had a meal to eat. Wanda responded with a smile, as she inwardly gave the girl and her father a blessing of hers. It would basically just give them good fortune, so they don't need to worry about sickness or their shop getting destroyed in some attack or anything of the sort. It was the least Wanda could do considering everything they had done for Naruto over the years. They gave him ramen and fed him when nobody else would, they gave him fair prices unlike other stores, and most importantly, they fed him even when he could not afford it, for one reason or another. She honestly was contemplating giving them a bigger blessing, but decided on just limiting it to this for now. I didn't do anything special, Maximo-san. My father and I just fed him when he needed it. It's the right thing to do, after all, Ayam responded. It's more than that, Ayam. You and your father mean a great deal to Naruto, and therefore, you matter a lot to me as well. What you've done for him is not something anyone else can claim, and for everything you have done for him, I must thank you, Wanda said, as the girl waved her off, not wanting to get praised like that. Again, it was just the right thing to do, Maximo-san, no reason to praise me like that, Ayam responded, embarrassed as Wanda just chuckled. Very well. But I will insist that you just call me Wanda, no need to be all serious and proper with me, Wanda said, as the girl in front of her nodded. Tuka listened into their conversation with a smile on his face, happy that Naruto seemed to have someone to care for him, someone that seemed to be more than just an auntie to the boy. So, Wanda, how long have you been running that bookstore of yours? Tuki asked, as the conversation flipped to something less serious and embarrassing. A few months now. It's only recently started to get more popular, Wanda responded as she took a bite of her ramen, ignoring her children at her side who were slurping on their noodles greedily. Wow, so you've only been in the business for a short while now, huh? Need any tips from a seasoned pro? Tuki asked with a smirk as Ayam snorted. Seasoned pro? Dad, last time you tried to advertise the business, you hired a guy to paint the name and address of the shop on a wall in the village. The man took the money and painted it on a wooden fence, and that fence was painted over by Jenin like a day later, Ayam said with an amused smirk on her face, especially once she saw the pout on her father's face. Ayam, I already told you that worked. We have 3 more customers than usual, that's an increase. Tuka said, as Ayam just shook her head in amusement, while Wanda listened with a warm smile on her face. I'm quite alright, Tuka-san. I've got enough customers as it is, and my business has been booming over the past couple of weeks. I appreciate the offer though, Wanda said. Smart decision, Ayam muttered, as Tuka gave her a fake glare, before pouting and walking into the back upon seeing that Naruto and Milim were nearly finished with their bowls, and were asking for more. Your father is certainly an interesting man, isn't he? Wanda said in amusement as Ayam giggled. That's an understatement. That fence story. That's only one of a few dozen marketing attempts he's tried over the years. Almost all of them fail, but a couple did work, so business is good here, Ayam said with a shake of her head, remembering the many other cases of him attempting to advertise. Even with Naruto regularly shopping at the store, they got a decent bit of customers. It was because their ramen was simply that delicious, that as long as Naruto wasn't personally there when they wanted ramen, they'd come and eat. It was thanks to this that they've stayed in business over the years. Well, that's good. Say, am I allowed to pay ahead for meals that Naruto and Milim might eat in the future? Wanda asked, as Ayam raised an eyebrow at the question. Sure, I don't see why not, Ayam responded. Nobody had ever done this before, but paying ahead was a thing that was allowed in the village, so she didn't see why they wouldn't do it. Great, here. This should pay for their meals for a while, Wanda said, reaching into her pocket, pulling out a decently sized sack of around 10 million Rio. It was enough to feed the 2 of them for years, at least, as long as they didn't go completely crazy with it. How much is that? Ayam asked, wide-eyed as the sack was placed on the counter. It was a lot of money, that much she could tell. Around 10 million Rio. If this isn't enough I can get more, Wanda said, as she had infinite wealth, so it literally didn't matter to her how much she needed to pay. She could summon 1 trillion Rio casually like it was nothing, so a mere 10 million was nothing to her. 10 million Rio was equivalent to around 10 S-rank missions, meaning it was a lot of money, and wasn't something that just anyone could get. It was the equivalent to around 2000 D-rank missions, showing just how much money it was. That is way too much, Wanda-san. Ayam exclaimed, wide-eyed as she gazed at the money. It was the most she had ever seen in one place before, and was the equivalent to around a year or 2 of their profits. Nonsense. You've taken such good care of Naruto, and this money is nothing to me, so take it. Because trust me, Milim is going to be a frequent customer here, Wanda said, glancing at the 2, as they were finally beginning to finish their competition. One that Milim was winning. She was at 62 bowls, while Naruto was at 40. She had already obliterated the previous record amount and was surpassing Naruto by a lot. Fine, okay. Thank you for this, Wanda-san. This amount of money could make a huge difference to this place. Granted my father doesn't do anything stupid with it, Ayam said with a sweat drop, already imagining what he could do with it. She'd need to keep an eye on him so he doesn't do anything stupid. With the meal paid for, and her children finally finished eating, Wanda looked at them, before speaking. So, where to next? Gain access to an additional chapters early for each of my main fanfics, up to 12 chapters in total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 100 exclusive stories, on my Patreon for $3 or $5 a month, or $30 or $50 for an entire year. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. Sorry about the late upload, but I got COVID. Which is just great, not. Turns out sitting in a car with 3 other people makes it very easy for one person to spread it to the others. So I am home now, but my entire family has COVID right now, so chapters aren't going to be the best. Because quite frankly, I feel like shit right now. I should be better in a couple of days. Anyways, have a good day. 69, Chapter 69, Uzumaki Compound. Third POV. After finishing their meals at Ichiraku Ramen and leaving, the trio decided to head to the Uzumaki clan compound where Naruto offered to let them stay, which Wanda gratefully accepted. She didn't want to have to return back to the bookstore and sleep there, or go to some inn or hotel. That and she wanted to sleep in the same place as her new son, so she was more than happy to accept his offer. The compound had dozens of bedrooms and was absolutely massive, as it once housed a lot of people, but now only held one of the last remaining Uzumaki. Wanda would find the rest of them in the future, mostly for Naruto's sake, as he deserved to meet the rest of his family, even if they were only cousins or distantly related. That, and Wanda felt bad for the Uzumaki family, as after looking into the past, she knew that they had been all but betrayed by Konoha, who didn't respond to their plea for help, even after they sent several messages for aid. It was because of this that Wanda did not like or trust Hiruzen at all, as she knew that he had seen this. And it wasn't just this, but also the fact that he had been keeping Naruto's inheritance from him, had been turning a blind eye to the horrible treatment he was receiving from others, and was overall, just being awful towards the boy. Walking through the halls of the large compound, Wanda glanced at all the paintings. They were beautiful and detailed paintings of their homeland, Uzushio. They were large paintings, with what looked to be portraits of various leaders of the clan, and other important figures to their people, including Mito Uzumaki. They were inscribed with seals and all sorts of runes, likely in order to keep the paintings from degrading or being destroyed by anyone. It was a smart countermeasure, should the compound ever somehow get broken into, which was nearly impossible considering how powerful the seals were. The current generation was awful at seals in comparison to the older ones, as the Uzumaki clan were the ones that invented a large majority of the seals that people used, like the storage seals, explosion seals, and all sorts of other ones. Without the Uzumaki, the sealers of the current age had stagnated horribly, and were not growing at all, with Jiraiya being the best sealer in the world at the moment. Minato had been excellent when he was alive as well, but he wasn't alive anymore, meaning that Naruto was the last chance for the prime of the Uzumaki clan to return. Wanda would make sure to teach the boy, as she knew sealing and runic methods that made even the Uzumaki look like children. She owed Kushina and the Uzumaki that much at least. Do you think I can ever visit there, Uzushio? Naruto asked, as he glanced at the painting. This was his clan's homeland, and he very much wished to see what it looked like, even if it was destroyed by now. Of course. But I will warn you, that the sight might not be pleasant. Wanda responded with a nod, finishing with a warning. She didn't want her son to go there without being mentally prepared for what he might see, as what happened to that place, what the invaders did to those people. It was horrific. I know, Mama, I already read a lot of books on it. About the invasion and what they did to them. I just want to see what it looks like, and if there is anything left for me to take back, like some books or something, Naruto said, praying inwardly that there would be something there once he traveled to the lands in the future. Alright then, we'll go down there soon. And I am sure there is something there, Naruto. Your clan is simply too skilled at seals to leave behind so few books or scrolls. I believe that there is likely a vault that is sealed somewhere in the lands, and if I am right, then you'll be able to enter that vault. So there's no need to worry, alright honey. Wanda said softly, as the boy nodded slowly, giving his mama a soft hug. Thanks Mama, Naruto muttered as she just rubbed his head, before the boy leaned back and began to lead her through the compound again. Milim was already running around the compound, exploring all the nooks and crannies of the place, as while it was nothing in front of some of the palaces she had seen, it was still somewhat impressive, especially the seals. They eventually found the living room, at least, one of them. Attached to it was a large kitchen, which lacked any ingredients or anything to make food, and instead, had a lot of instant ramen that Naruto seemingly ate. Wanda saw this, and frowned. Naruto, why do you not have any ingredients for cooking? And why do you only have instant ramen? Wanda asked, as Naruto flinched, looking a little embarrassed as he was caught. Well, it's easier to just make instant ramen. Plus it still has nutrients, since I got the ones with vegetables and meat. It's also cheap and delicious. Naruto responded, hoping that he wasn't about to get reprimanded for this. He was. Naruto, you need more than just some ramen and dried vegetables. You need proper nutrients, protein, and actual food besides some ramen. Things like meats, vegetables, fruits. And since I am here now, I'll be making sure that you eat something more filling, Wanda said with a determined look on her face. The boy could only watch as she snapped her finger, his kitchen beginning to get filled with all sorts of ingredients for food. The instant ramen was put into the pantry and locked away, so that he would eat some proper food for the entirety of her stay in the compound. She also decided that she would need to teach him how to cook some good meals, so that he wouldn't try to go back to the all-ramen lifestyle. Because while ramen was fine every once in a while, it was not something he could solely eat, it simply wasn't good for him, even with him having chakra. But Naruto started, only to stop as Wanda's head snapped to him, her eyes narrowing as if daring him to say something. The boy flinched, as he felt the weight of a mother's gaze for the first time, and while he never had one, even he could tell that it was best to listen to his mother. "Okay mama, I'll listen to you," Naruto said, a small pout on his lips as her narrowed eyes turned into a smile. "Good. I'll also be teaching you how to cook, so that you can use that knowledge in the future should you ever need it. None of my children are going to be caught off guard by anything, and I want to make sure that both you and your sister can take care of yourselves should I not be there," Wanda said, knowing that there were universes she planned on traveling to that were simply too dangerous for them. Universes that made Tensura look like nothing. Universes that could contend with the likes of Marvel and DC at their peaks. "Really?" Naruto responded a bit surprised. The idea of learning how to cook from his mama sounded strangely fun. She was a really good chef, so surely if he learned from her he could become a good chef too. "Of course. I'll teach you all sorts of nice recipes that you can use. I'll even teach you how to whip up a meal when you're on those missions of yours, as well as how to tell what is edible and what isn't," Wanda said with a smile, already having a plan for how to teach Naruto. She was sure that Milim already knew that latter part, so that was more so for Naruto. Poison also didn't really affect Milim, so that didn't matter much either way. Naruto cheered at the response, excited to learn from Wanda, while Wanda giggled. "I'm glad you're happy. Now, how about you go find your older sister for me, while I begin whipping up dinner?" Wanda offered, as the boy nodded and ran off, but not before giving her a small hug. Watching as he ran off, Wanda smiled, as she looked back to the ingredients and grinned, one thought on her mind. Time to make a meal. Gain access to an additional chapters early for each of my main fanfics, up to 12 chapters in total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 100 exclusive stories, on my Patreon for $3 or $5 a month, or $30 or $50 for an entire year. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. Just another slice of life chapter. The Chunin exams will be starting next chapter, so things will start to heat up a bit. She'll be returning back to the shop within 4 to 5 chapters or so. Anyways, have a good day. 70, Chapter 70, Chunin Exams I. 70, Chapter 70, Chunin Exams I. Third POV. After whipping up a nice and healthy, and delicious, meal for her 2 children, it was time for them to go to sleep. As there was still a lot to do in order for Naruto to be prepared for the Chunin exams, which includes training, a lot of training. The exams were coming soon, so Wanda wanted to help him get a good bit stronger before then. This would mostly come in the form of gravity seals, weights, and helping him learn new chakra control exercises, ones that can better help him. That, and she planned on teaching him how to properly use the Shadow Clone Jutsu, more specifically, how to use it to rapidly increase training speeds to entirely new levels. There were a lot of ways to use the jutsu, and she wanted to make sure that Naruto knew all of them. Laying Naruto down onto his nice and comfy bed, Wanda smiled as the boy snored adorably in his sleep, causing her to lean down and softly press a kiss to his forehead. "Sleep well, little son," Wanda said with a smile, as she got up and left the room, walking past the bedroom where Milim was currently passed out inside, sprawled out as she snored loudly, which was another adorable sight to Wanda. With that done, Wanda smiled, as she decided to get one of her important objectives done, one that involved a rather annoying group of people that would cause a lot of problems for this planet in the future. A group that she normally would have left alone, but thanks to her son now living here, she decided it was best to wipe them out. The group of people known as the Atsutsuki. They were a powerful race of aliens that consumed the power of entire planets, their life force. They were annoying parasites that would eventually come for the elemental nations to consume its chakra fruit, or at least, some of them would. The size of this clan of people was not nearly as big as Wanda was expecting, with there being only a couple thousand in total. They were all strong, way stronger than even a Kage, but absolute bugs in comparison to Wanda. So, with the knowledge of where they were and what they were doing, Wanda sat on the porch of the compound, staring up at the night sky as she smiled. She stretched her hand out, and with one twisting motion, every Atsutsuki in the universe had their neck snapped. They couldn't even fight back or react as they were all killed. Every bit of their power flowed into her, as she silently consumed them from across the universe, their various dijitsu and powers flowing through her. None of it was particularly impressive or anything, but it was a neat new power to have, and could become something useful if she combined it with her power. She let out a sigh as she felt her chakra grow by an absolutely minuscule amount, akin to a water droplet in a universe-sized ocean. But she could also feel her eyes glow slightly as they warped and changed slightly, causing her to hum. "Seems there's a lot more dijitsu out there than I initially thought," Wanda thought, impressed with the sheer amount of them. There were literally dozens of different dojutsu that she assimilated all in that moment, many of them being completely unique from this world, and were never shown in the anime or manga. With the Otsutsuki finished, besides the ones on the planet and Kagaya, Wanda got to her feet and stretched slightly with a yawn, as she made her way to her bedroom and soon fell asleep. The next morning, after eating a nice and hearty breakfast, the trio had made their way to the Uzumaki training compound in order to get some training in for Naruto. The training itself is mostly composed of chakra control techniques, helping him learn some new martial arts and how to adapt in combat, as well as helping train his body. The latter aspect had proven to be quite impressive, as thanks to his immense chakra and naturally powerful body, he rapidly grew and adapted to the weights and gravities that he was forced under. Wanda had also thought about the idea of bringing him to Tensura eventually, wondering what sort of skills he could potentially obtain, as she imagined that he could get some very powerful ones, maybe even an ultimate skill too, based on his connection to Kurama. Kurama had seemingly been quite silent inside of Naruto at the moment, likely because he could tell that Wanda was not a being that he could afford to cause problems with. She'd eventually have to get Naruto to befriend the stubborn fox, as he would give her son a lot more power than what he had now. That, and she thought Naruto could use that friendship that they would eventually have with one another. The training itself had been deemed as brutal by Naruto, but both Milim and Wanda thought it was nothing. Wanda because she could quite literally lift a universe if she wanted to, and Milim because she was Milim. Milim was a maniac when it came to fighting and training. Naruto was not like that. Either way, Wanda made sure the boy understood why this training was important, and how useful it would become very helpful in the future. The next few days had passed similarly. Training Naruto, traveling around the village, enjoying walks and going shopping whenever Naruto was out with his team preparing for the exams, and reading more of the Otsutsuki library that she had ended up stealing after killing the entire clan. The books had proven to be quite good, with all sorts of unique and new methods of using chakra, explanations on their different dojutsu that she now had, and their own history. Some of the books would be a good addition to her shop once she got back home. Some of them would need to be held back as they were either useless to other people, or held some particularly dark knowledge that was better off not shared around in the shop. But finally, after nearly a week of waiting, it was time for the Chunin exams. The first two events were normally not something that she could attend, but thanks to her being, well, she was able to create an item that would show the events on their TV at the compound so that they could watch. And that is exactly what she is doing right now. With Milim sitting at her side, chomping on some recently made popcorn as she watched the screen, showing Naruto and his team. At the moment they were watching as Sasuke and Rock Lee began to battle it out. The fight itself was almost entirely as it was in canon, but Wanda did notice that Sasuke was a bit stronger than before thanks to the books he had bought from her. But not by enough to defeat Rock Lee, who was far more skilled than him in taijutsu. He was also far more skilled than Naruto or Sakura, even though Naruto was stronger than Sasuke now thanks to all the books and scrolls he had been learning. He'd only continue to surpass Sasuke in the coming months to years, with Wanda now being Naruto's mama it was only natural. Eventually the group made its way into the first test, which was the written ones where they were supposed to cheat without getting caught. It was also there that Naruto first met Kabuto, the student of Orochimaru the Sannin. Wanda noticed that Karen and several other notable figures were there as well. Karen was an important person to both her and Naruto, as she was another Uzumaki. So, she would need to help Naruto find a way of taking her in, but that would need to wait as she was more interested in seeing if her son went down the route of canon, or began to show off his new knowledge that he had. As thanks to his shadow clones and the studying that he had been doing through the Uzumaki compound's library, he had grown massively in the intelligence and knowledge department. So Wanda was pretty proud to see that he had indeed just used his knowledge and did not cheat at all, causing her to smile. Watching the first part of the exam finish as they moved towards the forest of death, Wanda leaned back into the couch, one thought on her mind. Now is when the exam truly begin. Gain access to an additional chapters early for each of my main fanfics, up to 12 chapters in total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 100 exclusive stories, on my Patreon for $3 or $5 a month, or $30 or $50 for an entire year. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. This little arc should be finishing soon. Anyways, have a good day. 71, Chapter 71, Chunin Exams 2. 71, Chapter 71, Chunin Exams 2. Third POV. The exams themselves had been an interesting sight for Wanda, who was watching the entire thing on the TV with Milim. It wasn't just the exams with Naruto that they were watching, but the other people taking it as well, like Gaara, Karen, and even the hidden Orochimaru. Upon seeing Orochimaru's fake form, Milim couldn't help but comment that guy is super creepy. And is he hiding under a fake face? Milim asked, noticing the corruptive nature of Orochimaru, the malice that was hidden underneath fake skin. That is Orochimaru of the Sannin, a rather vile little thing that likes to experiment on children and the innocent. He's a man that will be causing a lot of issues for Naruto if I do not step in, Wanda responded, as Milim looked at her. Are you going to step in, mama? Naruto isn't strong enough to fight that guy yet, Milim asked. She could tell that in comparison to other beings in this world, Orochimaru was much stronger than most, likely one of the strongest men in the entire world. I will. It's better with him gone than alive. But only after a certain point, as Orochimaru is important to the development of this world. But I won't allow him to harm your little brother, so don't worry about that, Wanda responded. I'm not worried about him, Milim said with an embarrassed look on her face. She didn't even realize that she was a little worried about her new little brother that she had been growing closer to over the past few days. Sure you're not, Wanda teased with a smirk as Milim pouted at her mama but didn't deny what she had said. She initially didn't want Naruto to be her brother, but the more she interacted with the boy, the more she liked him. Watching the screen together, Milim munched on some popcorn as they watched Gaara. The boy in question was quite brutal in battle, and was openly killing other participants. Which was something that was natural, but the way he did it was anything but. Whoa, that guy's pretty mean huh? Milim asked, pointing at Gaara. Only because of his circumstances, love. He is like Naruto, in the fact that he is host to a tailed beast like Naruto, with him being the host to the one-tailed beast. Shikoku, Wanda responded with a shake of her head, as Milim hummed. So are you going to help him too, mama? Milim asked. I will, yes. All I need to do is fix up the nasty little seal that has been put on him, and then he will naturally heal on his own. With the help of his siblings, Wanda responded with a nod, as they both turned back to the screen. Watching the screen, Wanda frowned as she noticed the way that Karen's teammates were treating her, as if she was nothing more than a walking healer. As by biting her, they could heal themselves through her unique chakra. It was a trait that an Uzumaki could have, and Karen had it. Seems I'll be helping that child out as well, Wanda muttered, snapping her finger as a small string-like beam of light shot out towards the screen and into Karen. It was a simple blessing that would keep her safe from the others, and would allow her to get away from the eventual invasion safely. It will even help protect her from Orochimaru, who would have taken her in had it gone similarly to Kanon. Wanda didn't like seeing innocent children hurting. Shinobi aren't really nice, are they? Milim questioned upon noticing the way a lot of the shinobi are treating one another, especially how they treated some of the weaker members and the women. No, they are not. Konoha is probably the nicest of the shinobi villages, which is certainly not the best compliment in a world like this. 1-inch Wanda responded, as Konoha being the nicest wasn't really saying much. The two continued to watch the various battles that were going down in the Forest of Death. They noticed that Orochimaru was getting closer and closer to where Team 7 was, meaning that he would soon attack Sasuke so that he could place the nasty cursed mark on him. A mark that would cause some huge problems down the line, both for Naruto, Sasuke, and for Konoha as a whole. And it was because of this, that Wanda placed a small blessing on Sasuke, a simple but effective one. It would cause for the mark to naturally be destroyed once he used it once, meaning that it would basically be gone by the time the next part of the Chunin exam starts. It would also make it so that he cannot be marked again afterwards, making him immune to it. She planned on doing it to Anko as well in the future, but she would need to speak with the woman first, as getting rid of the cursed mark involved the soul itself. For now they continued to watch as Naruto and the group traveled through the forest. The events that followed were pretty similar to Kanon, with the group arguing and talking a lot. They get lost and others attempt to act like Naruto when he went to the bathroom, only for them to get beaten up by Sasuke. But things began to change differently when Orochimaru came around. As while Sasuke and Sakura still failed to fight back much against the man, Naruto was able to do a lot more than normal. He had defeated the snake that Orochimaru sent after him quite quickly. It was when he fought against Orochimaru that things changed. He fought with a lot more skill than before, masterfully controlling his shadow clones to fight against the man, using sealing techniques and thousands of clones at the same time. He had studied the Sannin, and had heard about Orochimaru, so he knew just how immensely dangerous the man in front of him was. So, he went all out from the start, using the Rasengan technique he had been learning from Wanda, and all sorts of jutsu. He was taking full advantage of the Kage-level chakra that he had, and the Uzumaki techniques that he had been learning, like the adamantine chains that had been able to give Naruto an opening where he then landed a few hits against Orochimaru. Wanda watched with bated breath as her son fought back against Orochimaru with all his might, using all the skill and technique he had been learning with her. His improved physique allowed him to keep up with Orochimaru better and better than what was possible before. But the difference between them was still a chasm, just a slightly smaller one. And it was thanks to this, that Naruto was able to fight back for as long as he had. But eventually, he began to get hit more and more, before Orochimaru managed to land one strong blow, knocking him down and unconscious. But not before he had several cuts and bruises on his body, as Wanda frowned listening to the man through the screen. Well done Naruto-kun, if you had been a bit different, then I certainly would have chosen you as my next host. Too bad you aren't an Uchiha, Orochimaru said with a grin on his face, a creepy one as he gazed at the unconscious form of Naruto, half tempted to mark him before deciding against it. Wanda frowned at the man's words, but didn't make a move as she knew that he couldn't touch Naruto. Not with Danzo and Hiruzen protecting him, and not with the Akatsuki. Speaking of Danzo and his little root, Wanda knew that she would need to take care of that little bug soon, as he would be the only real threat to Naruto while she was in the village. She decided she would wipe him out once Tsunade was taken in as the 5th Hokage, as she would be far easier to work with than Hiruzen ever would be. Continuing to watch the exams, Wanda leaned back on her couch as she took a bite of the popcorn, deciding to just enjoy this as Milim was, knowing that the rest of the event would be going similar to canon again. Although she had noticed that Naruto was suspicious of Kabuto, which was certainly a good thing. With all that in mind, and her watching continuing, Wanda let out a sigh, one thought on her mind. Let's see how the rest of this goes. Gain access to an additional chapters early for each of my main fanfics, up to 12 chapters in total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 100 exclusive stories, on my Patreon for $3 or $5 a month, or $30 or $50 for an entire year. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. Fan and Maker will be getting updated tomorrow. Anyways, have a good day. 72 Chapter 72 Chunin Exams 3. 72 Chapter 72 Chunin Exams 3. Third POV. The rest of the Forest of Death part of the exams had gone almost exactly as it had in canon. Naruto had woken up a little later, slightly sore but healed up within the few minutes it had been. Sasuke had gone berserk trying to protect his team, using the cursed mark for the first and only time before it had faded. They made their way through the forest and met up with Kabuto, who Naruto was openly suspicious of thanks to his increased senses and the training that Wanda had put him through, training that helped with sensing lies and trickery. Important training basically. The trio eventually managed to make their way through the forest and had gotten the last of the scrolls needed, allowing for them to finish the test with nothing more than a few bruises, and in Sakura's case, cut hair. The trio had obviously reported what had happened to Hiruzen, who had a questionable reaction to the entire thing, as he didn't really do much about the fact that Orochimaru was obviously within his village. No lockdown, no hunt, nothing. Just helping Sasuke with the mark that was no longer there, and that's all. Wanda couldn't help but question how the man had been the Hokage for so long, and how more people hadn't begun to question why the man was even Kage still. As he was obviously awful at his job, and way too old for his position, he didn't take enough action. It was the first round of the tournament part where things had really changed, as thanks to his training under Wanda, Naruto and Kiba's fight had gone completely differently, to the point that it was practically a night and day difference. Naruto had absolutely crushed the boy in battle, effortlessly dodging and parrying every strike and blow that was thrown at him, and had thrown his own strikes that hit a lot harder and hit in much better areas, more damaging areas to hit. Naruto had won the fight within 3 minutes, and had completely crushed the arrogant boy that thought it would be an easy fight. After all, Naruto had been the dead last, so of course it would be easy. Of course he was completely wrong, and paid for his arrogance. Hinata had been awed by the complete crushing of her teammate, and the fact that the boy that she was in love with had gotten so strong without anyone even realizing. Wanda was proud of the growth of her son, but knew that it was far from enough. He would need dozens more times this power in order to battle with the future threats like Pain, Obito, Madara, and of course Kaguya. The other fight that had gone differently to a surprising degree was the fight between Sakura and Ino. Sakura had grown a decent bit more in this universe thanks to the help of Naruto, who had helped train her to a higher degree in comparison to canon. She didn't initially accept the training, but eventually was forced to once she realized that she was behind, very far behind. The books and knowledge she had received from Wanda's shop had helped as well, as she had started to learn proper techniques for building muscle, and human anatomy as well. As Wanda had suggested learning about pressure points and chakra points, attacking those points could prove very strong. And thanks to this, she had defeated Ino soundly, which was embarrassing for Ino's father, as she was weak, very very weak. It was almost laughable how bad she was, as her taijutsu was non-existent, her physical attributes were pitiful, and even her Yamanaka techniques were weaker than they should be at her age. Basically, she was kind of a joke at the moment. But she would be able to improve, that much Wanda knew. And if she knew her son at all, she knew that he would be inviting his friends to her shop in order to get new techniques and books to learn from, that way they'd be stronger than in canon, and much more skilled as well. The rest of the fights had gone pretty much exactly the same, with Sasuke defeating his foe a bit faster than in canon, thanks to the cursed mark not being a problem for him. Wanda had noticed that Anko had been watching Sasuke closely, shocked that the boy didn't have the mark anymore even after receiving it from Orochimaru directly. Wanda decided she'd help the woman out soon. With the preliminary exams finished and done with, Naruto would now have a month to train before the next part of the exams, and to prepare to beat the snot out of Neji, who had hurt Hinata in an extreme manner, as well as Gaara for the horrific damages he had caused to Rock Lee. Wanda would need to find the perfect moment to help Gaara with the seal, as no child deserved to go through what he had been, which included quite literally never sleeping, which was obviously completely screwing up his mental state. Milim, who had watched the entire exam, couldn't help but comment once it was all said and done. "Wow, some of those guys suck," Milim said, remembering Ino and her skill. Yeah, they do. But, they're also the product of terrible teachers and a severe lack of training. It also doesn't help that the academy that they learn at has fallen from what it used to be, making them weak and unable to adapt to the world around them like they should be. Wanda responded with a nod, agreeing that they were weak. "I thought little bro was weak, but I guess he's only weak to me, huh? 'Cause he beat the snot out of that mutt," Milim said, happy that her brother had won his fight, even if it was a little underwhelming in her eyes. "You're the second strongest person in this universe right now, Milim." so of course he'd seem weak to you. But I am certain that once he goes to your world and obtains some skills, that he will be able to grow to potentially even rival you, at least, after some time, Wanda replied, knowing that Naruto would undoubtedly be able to develop his own ultimate skills. She wasn't sure what they would be, but they'd be enough to make him stronger than any other person in his home universe, giving him the key to defeat Kaguya. But that would have to happen later on. As for now, he had a lot of training to do. Really? He can get that strong? Milim asked with sparkly eyes, excited with the idea of her brother becoming a proper sparring partner. There weren't many people out there that she could fight with and go all out on, and Wanda wasn't one of them, because her mama was so strong that it would be a waste of time on her end. Mum, trust your mama on this one, Wanda said, as they heard the front door open, and in ran Naruto. Did you see my exam, mama? I was awesome, wasn't I? And I beat up that Mutkiba, and I'm going to do the same thing to that Team Neji, Databia. Naruto asked with sparkly eyes of excitement. Of course, I saw the whole thing. And you did incredible, sweetie. You've made me very proud, Wanda replied with a smile as the child beamed at her praise. Still a weak brat though, Milim commented on the side as Naruto glared at her. What did you say, Pinky? Naruto snarled, as the two of them glared at each other, facing off as they looked like they were about to fight. But upon seeing the face-off, Wanda narrowed her eyes as her fists bonked them both on the top of their heads. Ouchie, that hurt, mama. Milim whined as Naruto rubbed his head with a sheepish expression, especially once he saw the glint in Wanda's eyes. If you two keep fighting then you'll get no dessert tonight, and no ramen, Wanda said as their eyes shot wide in horror. Now apologize to one another. Wanda cut off their complaints as they both pouted and looked at one another. Sorry for calling you a weak brat, Milim said with a big pout on her face. Sorry for calling you Pinky, Naruto replied with a crossing of his arms, as Wanda looked between the two with a sigh, one thought on her mind as she saw them give each other another glare thinking she wouldn't see. Troublesome children. Gain access to an additional chapters early for each of my main fanfics, up to 12 chapters in total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 100 exclusive stories, on my Patreon for $3 or $5 a month, or $30 or $50 for an entire year. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. Not sure how well this chapter was made as I am pretty tired right now, hope it was at least decent lol. Anyways, have a good day. 73, Chapter 73, Chunin Exams 4. 73, Chapter 73, Chunin Exams 4. Third POV. A couple of days after the end of the preliminary rounds of the Chunin exams, Naruto had already begun to train with Wanda. The training itself was pretty much the same as what she had been giving him before the exams, at least, for now. She would be expanding on the training soon, but for now she would stick with the basics until the time was right. At the moment Wanda was sitting in one of the natural hot springs that was on the Uzumaki property. The warm waters were coating her skin as Wanda let out a pleasured sigh. The warmth was comforting and a very very pleasant feeling. Besides her was her daughter Milim, who was also enjoying the warmth of the hot spring. While Naruto was in the men's side of the hot spring, which was separated by a large wall that could actually be talked through, allowing for them to continue communicating even while bathing in different areas. I wish I knew about hot springs sooner, Milim said with a pleased sigh, having never been in a hot spring before, which was a shock to Wanda. She expected someone who was hundreds of years old like Milim to have been in one at least once. But it seems she was wrong in her belief. I'll have to create a dimension for a hot spring in the store, Wanda said, as the warmth of the hot spring felt even better than a normal hot bath she would have. Definitely, Milim said as she leaned back, her body lowering further into the warm waters of the hot spring. It was the most comfortable bath she had ever had, and that was saying a lot, because she has had a lot of baths over her years of living. Neither of you have ever been in a hot spring before, really? Naruto asked on the other end of the wall, shocked at their words. He had expected Milim to at least have been in one before, but to hear that she hadn't either was a shock. Nope, this is my first time. I've never really cared about bathing in them before this, but now I can see the appeal. Milim responded to her little brother, understanding why people like them so much. They don't have these sorts of things where I come from, not many of them at least, Wanda added, as the US did have hot springs, but not like Japan did, and not like the elemental nations. It wasn't even remotely as popular, and there was not even a tenth of the amount. As Wanda enjoyed the warmth of the hot spring, she stopped as she felt someone standing at the entrance of the front gates to the compound. From what she could tell they were decently powerful, around the same level as Hiruzen. If she was right, then this was likely Jiraiya, who was probably trying to find Naruto to meet the boy for the first time, the first proper time at least. Wanda wouldn't let the pervert into the compound, not with his neglect of her son, not when he abandoned Naruto without even thinking about him, using the flimsy excuse that he had to run a spy ring, which was more so an excuse to be a pervert spying on girls. She liked Jiraiya in the anime, but in the real world, when actually near the man, she didn't. He was a pervert who spied on women. In anime it was funny, in the real world it was creepy as hell. Especially when some of those girls were young girls, which made it even worse. Although she doubted he spied on them on purpose, as he didn't seem like that type of person. He was a terrible godfather, but he wasn't a pedo. He'll meet Naruto eventually, but not right now, Wanda thought, blocking the man from even attempting to enter the compound. The man grumbled as he realized the seals were blocking him, but decided to head off and try to meet Naruto again when he wasn't in the compound. He needed to train the brat, after all. At least, that's what his sensei had told him to do, even if he really didn't want to, with Naruto being a reminder of his failure of protecting Minato and Kushina. He's similar to Tsunade in that regard, I guess, Wanda thought, reading his mind effortlessly as she saw what he was thinking in regards to his godson. It made sense, but it didn't make the neglect any better, and it didn't excuse him for his abandonment. Wanda then turned her senses to the others that were outside the Uzumaki compound, a group of people that caused her to frown deeply. Looks like I'll need to rip some roots out, Wanda thought, sensing around a dozen root members that were watching the compound, waiting for Naruto to leave in order to spy on him. Sadly for the little rat Danzo, his members wouldn't be returning to report back. As each of their skulls popped like balloons, their bodies disappeared as Wanda absorbed them from a distance, taking their chakra and power for herself. It was pretty much useless to her, but she did find some of the memories to be useful to her. They knew a few interesting techniques and a few new martial arts as well. With that said and done, Wanda returned back to her enjoyable time in the hot springs with her children. The next day, Wanda was sipping on some delicious tea, an umbrella covering her as she laid out in the warm sun, enjoying the weather as Naruto panted in exhaustion. He was running around a large track, on his arms and legs were small weighted bands that increased whenever he adapted to them. Behind him was Milim, who had a wide grin on her face, as whenever he began to slow down or stop, she'd catch up and begin to flick him with quite a bit of strength, which tended to hurt. The training itself could be considered brutal, but it was nothing in comparison to what other shinobi that were a bit stricter tended to do. At the same time, Naruto had around 150 clones around the clearing, sparring with one another, with another 50 training their chakra control, as clones of Wanda were overseeing them, making sure they were doing it properly. They were for the most part, as her son was a little genius and had rapidly adapted to the changes, and was learning even faster than in canon thanks to all of his clones working in tandem. He was taking full advantage of his practically infinite chakra, and his increasingly powerful physique. Watching him train, Wanda smiled, he's doing well. At this rate he'll overtake his canon counterpart by miles. And once Tsunade comes and becomes the new Hokage, he'll be able to leave on his training trip with me. With that, he'll be able to become stronger than anyone else in this universe, Wanda thought, planning on helping her son become stronger. Going to Milim's universe was one of the first things they would do. She also planned for him to learn how to utilize aura and even haki, both of them being an immense boon to someone like him. When can I stop mama? Naruto yelled, sweat trickling down his body, as he panted in exhaustion. He had been doing the physical training for over an hour and a half now, and it was beginning to wear on his stamina. Soon Naruto, just a bit longer, Wanda said as she took another sip of her tea, giving her son an eye smile that made him shiver. She was terrifying when she wanted to be, and thanks to his prank last night, this was his punishment. Said prank was dyeing his sister's clothes a rainbow color, which would have been alright by itself, except the dye had exploded and ended up coating both her and Milim in rainbow dye. Milim grinned at her mother's words, knowing that this was Naruto's punishment for yesterday. Naruto could only grumble at her words, before continuing to run with Milim behind him. Watching as Naruto got back to her training, Wanda smiled, pleased, as she leaned back in her chair, sipping on her tea, one thought on her mind. This is fun. Gain access to an additional chapters early for each of my main fanfics, up to 12 chapters in total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive chapters/stories for other content, on my Patreon for $3 or $5 a month, or $30 or $50 for an entire year. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. I don't really have anything to say for this author's note, so have a good day. 74, Chapter 74, Chunin Exams v. 74, Chapter 74, Chunin Exams v. Third POV. After a relentless training session at the hands of Milim and Wanda, Naruto ended up taking a short rest, before heading off on his own into Konoha, unknowing to the fact that the one-eyed man known as Danzo Shimura was currently very angry. All the root Umbu he had been following and watching the boy, had mysteriously disappeared over the last couple of days, as if they were never even there in the first place. No matter how hard his very best trackers tried, they couldn't find even the tiniest hint of them. It was like they had been wiped from existence. And the fact that someone was capable enough to do something like that, and was currently in the village, was a problem. A huge problem, especially with his constant surveillance of the same boy that he wished to make one of his Umbu. A perfect weapon to wield against anyone or anything that dared to try anything against the village. But no matter how hard he tried, Hiruzen was always in the way, stopping his attempts before he could even try. He had been trying his best to make the boy come to him on his own, spreading the fact that he was the Jinchuriki to the nine tails, making sure that he couldn't even buy food or clothes without being tossed out, having his apartment ripped apart and destroyed all the time, harassed and bullied by random boys. But none of it had done anything, and ever since he had taken his damn Uzumaki inheritance, he had been rapidly growing, in an alarming manner. All thanks to some unknown woman that didn't seem to exist a few months ago, who runs a bookstore that doesn't seem to exist. It must be her, it has to be. An unknown woman arrives at the same time my umbu starts to disappear. An unknown woman meets the boy right when he becomes the inheritor of the Uzumaki and learns of his heritage. An unknown woman appears in his life just as he begins to grow at a rapid pace, Danzo muttered to himself, as he sat in his office in the root headquarters. It was a hidden location just outside the village, and was next to impossible to find, even for the best trackers in the village. It was also one of the most protected places in the village. But of course Hiruzen won't see reason, he won't recognize the danger that this woman poses. If she can cause the boy to grow this strong in such a short time, then she must be taken care of, Danzo grumbled to himself, as he motioned for the root umbu inside to appear before him. I have a mission for you, find the woman that has started this change in Naruto Uzumaki. I want her captured, but if all else fails, eliminate her, Danzo ordered, as the three men in front of him nodded, their blank masks hiding their faces from the world as they left the room to prepare for the mission. It was an important mission, and they could not afford to make a mistake. If they did, they would likely be punished severely, maybe even killed. Watching them leave, Danzo showed a small smirk, knowing that the mission would be complete, especially when the entire root force was prepared for this. Soon the ultimate weapon shall be mine. With Naruto, the boy was unaware of what was currently happening in another part of Konoha. Instead, he was walking through the streets, heading to a weapons shop that his mama had recommended after she searched the village. She had used her power to find a shop that would treat him with respect and not with the disgust that others would. And she found the perfect shop only a few minutes away from the compound, one run by the father of Tenten, and it was because of this father that she loved weapons so much. Walking to the shop, Naruto paused in front of it, as he looked it over, before breathing in and walking into the shop. The second he did, he found that the shop itself was quite large, spacious, and had all sorts of weapons on racks. Whoa, Mama was right, this place has tons of sick stuff, Naruto thought, looking over the swords and kunai that were around the place. He wasn't the most knowledgeable when it came to weapons, but even he could tell that this was quality stuff. Oh, hello there. Do you need help with anything? A man behind the counter asked, glancing at Naruto. He blinked slightly when he realized who it was, before smiling. Looks exactly like them, the man thought, remembering a red head and blonde, comparing them to the boy in front of him. Yeah. I was wondering if I can do bulk orders for shuriken, kunai, and smoke bombs. Naruto asked, as the man hummed. How much do you need for each? You need them for training for the Chunin exams, right? Mattering on how much you need, it might take too long to have them ready, the man asked. I need around 500 shuriken and kunai, and maybe, like 75 smoke bombs. I have all the Ryo needed, Naruto responded, as Wanda had given him some money. That and he was quite literally worth hundreds of millions from the Uzumaki compound safe. And if his mama was right, then he'd be a billionaire once he claimed the inheritance from the Uzushio vault. Alright, I should be able to do that. But it'll take me around a week or so. And I'll need half up front and then half after, the man said, writing down the order and doing the calculations for the price. That's fine, how much? Let's say, 250,000 Ryo, the man responded. Naruto looked a little surprised at the price, but nodded as he brought out a check, as it was easier. A check for 125,000 Ryo was soon made and handed to him. Well, I'll see you in a week, Uzumaki-san. The man said with a smile, as Naruto gave him a wave, excited to see what his order would look like, as he left the shop, deciding to go and get some Ichiraku ramen before heading back. Back home, Wanda was working on a project alone. The project itself was a weapon that she was creating for Naruto, a katana that he could utilize in the future. It would be a powerful weapon that would grow alongside him, so it wouldn't just grant him instant power, but would instead adapt and develop with him. The katana itself wasn't hard to make, as she made it out of various metals from around existence, including proto-adamantium, vibranium, uru, nth metal, and a handful of others. But it was the enchantments and concepts she was placing onto it that was taking her a bit longer, as she was being absolutely concise with it. As she worked on the weapon, Wanda chuckled. Seems Danzo is getting arrogant, thinking he can try anything. Too bad for him, those little agents of his won't be getting far, Wanda said to herself, as she would be wiping them out as well. They wouldn't even be able to step near her, much less harm her. So, Wanda put a curse on each of them, where the second they got in a certain range from her, they'd get wiped from existence like their allies from last time. This would stop her from having to do anything herself, and Danzo would yet again not be able to do anything. She'd take care of Danzo himself once Tsunade moved in and became Hokage. Running her finger over the katana in her hands, Wanda smiled, pleased with the product. It was strong, and had the potential to rise to power levels rivaling that of the strongest weapons in creation. A perfect weapon for Naruto. She would be making one for Milim too, but she would need to ask the girl what sort of weapon she would want, as Milim didn't seem like the type that would want a katana or different type of sword like Naruto did. With that in mind, Wanda smiled and flicked her wrist, the katana getting put away on the counter, as she began to walk off, one thought on her mind. Time to make some lunch. Gain access to an additional chapters early for each of my main fanfics, up to 12 chapters in total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 100 exclusive stories and our 18 ones, on my Patreon for $3 or $5 a month, or $30 or $50 for an entire year. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. Next chapter will have more happening and will be the beginning of the last parts of this little arc. Anyways, have a good day. 75, Chapter 75, Chunin Exam 6. 75, Chapter 75, Chunin Exam 6. Third POV. Time had passed since creating the katana for Naruto, and not a lot had happened. Besides Naruto getting his new katana, learning how to use it in the best way for him, which included a lot of training with Wanda and Milim, who spent the time helping train him, a few other things had went down. For one, Danzo did end up sending the root umbu for Wanda, and just as she wanted, they were wiped from existence the second they got close, with around 20 more root umbu dying thanks to this incident. An incident that enraged Danzo, as he tried looking into her background more. He was trying his best to find out who the hell she was, and why she was so powerful, but once again, he found absolutely nothing. Something that was becoming increasingly problematic with the amount of root umbu that are dying thanks to her existence. Wanda didn't care much though, as she instead focused on helping Naruto. During this time, Naruto had officially met Jiraiya for the first time. When the perverted man was spying on a bunch of women inside of a hot spring, lecherously giggling as he enjoyed the lewd sights that he got a good look at. Only for Naruto to call out to the ladies and led them to him, in which he got a beating by the dozen women, all of which were in fact, shinobi who had been on break, ranging from genin to jonin level shinobi, with one of them even being an off-duty umbu. Naruto didn't much like Jiraiya, and opted to continue learning from Wanda instead of learning with Jiraiya like he would have in canon. After all, Wanda knew everything that man could teach and more. The only downside of this was that he couldn't get the Toad summoning contract. Good thing Wanda had already thought of this, and created an entirely new summoning contract for him, one that shockingly didn't exist in this universe. This being a Fox summoning contract. She made them decently strong, with their leader being a Kage level threat, and their older members being Jonin level in power, with the average child being Genin to Chunin in range. This would also allow for him to learn a new form of Sage Arts and Sage Mode, one that would likely work better for him and be stronger thanks to Wanda herself being the creator of them. The leader of the Foxes was named Yasaka, and had become a direct summon of Naruto alongside her daughter Kunu. And yes, Wanda based them around the DxD characters of the same name. Naruto had also gotten his order back from the kind blacksmith, with all of the objects he ordered being finished and ready after a week of waiting, each of them being expertly crafted, showing a lot of skill on the man's part. Naruto was happy with them, to say the least. Wanda had also been looking into the best way to approach Anko to help her, but decided that it was best to wait until after the invasion happened, so Orochimaru wouldn't be in the area. As while she could personally wipe him out easily, she knew the man could do some good if he was redeemed. That was if he was redeemed and didn't annoy the shit out of her. Naruto's growth during this time had been incredible thanks to the combination of two excellent teachers, Wanda and Milim, as well as abusing the fact that he could create hundreds of shadow clones at a time with ease. This allowed him to train dozens of times faster than anyone else, and allowed him to grow immensely fast. And it was because of this that Wanda was confident that he would be more than capable of defeating all the competition in front of him, including Gaara, even when he's enraged. It was for this reason that Wanda was standing in front of her son, a proud smile on her face as they stood outside of the arena in which he would be fighting inside of. His fight would be happening within 5 minutes. At her side was Milim, who was happily munching on a bunch of skewers, hungry, as usual. "You've done well, Naruto. You're more than ready to beat up that Hyuga boy," Wanda said with a proud smile as Naruto beamed, especially once she rubbed his head affectionately. "Thanks mama. I'll make sure to beat that team up for you and Hinata." "Databia." Naruto exclaimed with an excited grin, causing Wanda to just giggle. "I'm sure you will, Han. Not off you go, you wouldn't want to be late to your fight, now would you?" Wanda said, as the boy glanced at the time, before cursing as he took off with immense speeds towards where his fight was held. Beginning to walk after him, Wanda looked to Milim who was looking up at her with puppy eyes. Wanda could only sigh as she conjured more skewers for her daughter, who happily munched on them, her cheeks puffed up cutely as she devoured the food without care. "I need to teach her how to eat without making a mess," Wanda thought watching this, a sigh escaping her lips as they made it to the stands. They moved and sat in a lone area where no one else was, a spot that was towards the center seats, so it was a perfect spot to see her son fight it out with Neji. A fight that she suspected will be far faster than in canon, and will likely lead to Neji getting the crap beaten out of him. Naruto simply grew that much in the month of training. Wanda leaned back in the seat and began to watch, as the announcer stood in the middle and spoke. "Neji Hyuga vs Naruto Uzumaki." He yelled, as Naruto stood across from Neji, his attire slightly different. It now held the Uzumaki clan logo squarely on his back, and at his waist was where his katana was held. On his wrist was a bracelet his mama had made for him, created of special flowers and her motherly love. And at his other side was his storage scroll which held quite a few supplies for this battle. It held his smoke bombs, shurikens, kunai, and all sorts of other supplies that might be needed for this battle, and anything else in the future. The perfect mobile storage device for a shinobi, something that should be used by everyone, but wasn't, for some reason. Your fate is determined, Uzumaki, concede now and I shall not make it hurt more. Neji spoke coldly, as Naruto scowled. Only losers believe in fate. And I ain't no loser. Naruto yelled back, as Neji scowled in anger, as the announcer looked between the two with a sigh, already having a feeling this was going to be a long and potentially brutal fight. Alright, let the battle commence. The man yelled as he leapt back, as in the next second, Naruto launched forward, moving at blinding speeds as his fist slammed into the ground where Neji stood a moment ago, the ground shattering underneath his immense strength. Damn, that was like Tsunade's punch when she was younger. Hiruzen thought, sweating bullets. Naruto had been taught how to do this by Wanda, as the technique itself was fairly simple, and thanks to the brutal chakra control training that he had been put under, he was able to do it successfully, but not to the same level of power as Tsunade could at the moment. Dangerous, I can't let myself get hit by a blow like that, Neji thought, realizing that Naruto was stronger than he had thought. And he wasn't the only one, as the other rookies felt their jaws drop as they saw the power Naruto had shown off in that one blow. The sort of power that would knock most of them out with a single strike. What the hell, when did Naruto get so strong? Kiba exclaimed in shock, Akamaru barking in agreement. Koji's chip bag had fallen to the ground in front of him before he picked it up. Shinto's eyes widened to a noticeable degree as you can just barely see them. Ino looked like she had been punched in the gut, and Sakura wasn't much better. While Shikamaru, well, he had only one thing to say to the sight before him. Troublesome blonde. Gain access to an additional chapters early for each of my main fanfics, up to 12 chapters in total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive stories and our 18 ones as well, on my Patreon for $3 or $5 a month, or $30 or $50 for an entire year. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. Next chapter will be more of Naruto's fight against Neji and reactions to his increased power, as well as some reveals and more. Anyways, have a good day. 76, Chapter 76, Chunin Exam 7. 76, Chapter 76, Chunin Exam 7. Third POV. The reveal of Naruto's immense new power had been a shock. Everyone dropped their jaws to the sight, but nobody more than Hiruzen himself. The Kage of Suna, the one that was actually Orochimaru, also stared in surprise. Naruto was strong last time they had fought, but not that strong. Meaning, he had grown a lot in the short time span since their first fight. I'm beginning to regret not marking him, Orochimaru thought, realizing that Naruto might have been the better choice after all. Because that sort of power, that sort of talent, that was incredible. You've got quite the gen in there, Hokage-san. To display such a level of physical strength at his age, truly impressive, Orochimaru said, still keeping the hidden guise of the Kazekage, who is very dead at the moment. Why yes I suppose Naruto-kun is, Hiruzen replied awkwardly, as inwardly he was questioning what had happened to make him so powerful. Danzo on the other hand, was watching with gritted teeth, knowing that Wanda was the reason for the boy's immense growth in power in such a short time. It was making it increasingly harder to get him onto his side, to make him a weapon solely for the village and himself. Still lacking in a few areas, Wanda thought, noticing a few flaws in his technique. It should have been stronger than that, but it was good enough for a fight against Neji. Neji in question, was alarmed with the strength of the punch. As he moved to dodge another of the strikes as it whizzed past him, an air current rippled from each and every blow. His strikes were so fast and so strong that you could literally hear them. Neji rotated, his palm extending and slamming against where Naruto just stood, the blonde flipping out of the way with a bit of difficulty, as kunai launched at Neji, who scoffed and blocked them. Only for the kunai to puff into smoke, as clones burst out, launching strikes at Neji who blocked them with difficulty, as the real Naruto burst forwards, his fist striking squarely into his shoulder, a shout of pain echoing from Neji's throat. The strike had landed squarely against the shoulder, as he grit his teeth, realizing that it was definitely broken. A single strike had broken his shoulder, a majorly important bone for his techniques. Meaning, this battle was going to be a lot harder for him. He would need to fight through the pain in order to get through this fight, and show Naruto that fate was determined. And Naruto could not change that. Naruto didn't care much about that, as he continued to launch an assault against Neji, who was dodging the best he could, once he realized that blocking simply wasn't the way to do things. Even his Hyuga techniques wouldn't do shit against the power of his blows. And what made it worse was that Naruto hadn't even used any proper jutsu yet. So who knows what he had up his sleeves, as Neji managed to land his first blow, a palm strike against Naruto's stomach. A strike that did nothing. What? Tenten muttered, wide-eyed as she saw that the powerful strike didn't even harm Naruto at all. Like he had an invisible armor around him. And, he did. It was a technique that he had made with the help of Wanda. One that allowed him to use his immense chakra reserves to make a passive chakra armor around him that blocked blows and absolutely massively strengthened his durability and defenses. And it wasn't even completed yet. Once it was completed it would be a lot better. And if he learned more about the Raikage technique involving lightning, he'd be able to make it even better. A technique worthy of being a trump card. How did that not harm him at all? Sakura questioned, genuinely confused. Asuma and Kurane wanted to answer, but they both looked just as confused, as they had never seen something like that before. Might Guy watched particularly interested, finding that whatever the boy had used, to be quite powerful and potentially very useful. If it could block a palm technique of the Hyuga clan, it might just be a huge boon, but also a huge threat, especially for the Hyugas. And if the reaction of the patriarch of the Hyuga clan was any indicator, he had realized it too. Father, is that normal? Hanabi Hyuga asked, having never seen one of their techniques get blocked so effortlessly. No, it is not, Hayashi replied, frowning as he activated his Byakugan, his eyes widening in understanding what this technique was. Incredible, he's making an invisible, formless armor of pure chakra around his form, like an extra layer of skin that blocks the blows of others. But it just like armor can break, and it relies on chakra to remain strong, so he can't keep it up forever. But with his freakishly large reserves, that might not matter to him, Hayashi thought, understanding that this wasn't a technique just anyone could use. It was perfect for Uzumaki's, and especially perfect for Naruto himself. Good, it won't be too big of a problem as long as only those with freakishly large reserves can use it. We can't touch most of them anyways, Hayashi thought, breathing a sigh of relief as he watched as Neji looked down at his palm. The boy has already lost, Hayashi understood, knowing that Neji stood no chance against such a technique. Still believe in that fate bullshit? 'Cause I don't. Fate's for wimps and losers who can't get over their own mistakes and inadequacy, Naruto said, grinning as he knew that this battle was his. He just hoped he made his mama proud with his showing. Wanda, who was listening in, was proud of her son, as he had grown a lot over the past month. He was many times stronger than his canon self was at this point, and he will only continue to grow in power and intellect. She was excited to see what he could become in the future. What do you know of fate? Neji scowled in response, throwing more palm strikes rapidly, now going on the offensive, trying to hit Naruto. He did manage to land a few blows, but his chakra armor blocked it all, absorbing the blows like they were nothing. Not even strikes against his chakra points were working, as he first would have to break through the armor, and that wasn't possible for his level. Nothing, because that shit doesn't exist. Fate, destiny, none of it exists. And if it does, so what? You can't let it control you. We write our own fate, we write our own stories. And Naruto Uzumaki is the master of his own destiny. Naruto exclaimed in response, his fist staring against Neji's injured shoulder, the boy crying out in pain as he struggled to block the next blow that slammed against his stomach, launching him back. Neji could only try his best to dodge, as he responded enraged, "Shut up. You know nothing. You know nothing of my life, nothing of my fate." "You're right, I don't. But you do. Have you even tried to change things? To fight back against this cage you've locked yourself into? To change this fate that you seem to think is so set? Stop being a damn coward and fight back." Naruto yelled back, his fists moving at rapid speeds as Neji snarled, his own palms beginning to strike back. His superior technique was hitting Naruto more than Naruto was hitting him, but his blows did next to nothing, while every blow from Naruto broke bones, caused immense pain, and made him weaker and weaker. But at the same time as fighting, Neji was trying his best to not let Naruto's words get to him, as he couldn't help but remember the past, of his father, of his uncle, of the other Hyugas he was connected with, and one flashing more than any other. "And stop taking all your own problems out on Hinata-chan." Naruto roared one last time, as his fist launched out, slamming straight into Neji's face full force. As Neji was launched back against the stadium wall, flashes of the warmth Hinata showed him flowing through his brain, as two final words echoed from his throat as everything began to go dark. "I'm sorry." And as he fell to the ground, knocked out, the announcer ran over to him, before nodding. As he looked up to the stands and yelled out, medics running in as he yelled, "Neji Hyuga is unconscious. Naruto Uzumaki wins." Gain access to an additional chapters early for each of my main fanfics, up to 12 chapters in total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive stories and our 18 ones as well, on my Patreon for $3 or $5 a month, or $30 or $50 for an entire year. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. No idea how good the talk no jutsu was, as I am awful at that sort of stuff, sorry if it was bad. And there was a bit of action during this, but it was mostly Naruto beating the snot out of Neji, and beating a lesson into him at the same time. Anyways, have a good day. 77, Chapter 77, Chunin Exams 8. 77, Chapter 77, Chunin Exams 8. Third POV. Watching as Naruto won the fight, Wanda smiled, beginning to clap for her son, as Milim grinned and joined in. Wanda was proud of his showing, and while it wasn't perfect, it was better than anyone could have ever expected. Enough that it was almost guaranteed that he would become a Chunin after this. As with a showing like that, not even the council could block Hiruzen from making the boy into a Chunin. But, the real question was if the man would do it in the first place. After all, he wanted to keep Naruto under control, that much was obvious to Wanda. And making him a Chunin would make it harder to control him. After the medics lifted Neji off in order to heal him, Naruto jumped up onto the stands, walking to Wanda with a bright grin on his face. "Did I do good, Mama? Did I? Naruto asked, eyes sparkling as the others in his generation all blinked several times at the word Mama. None of them had ever seen this woman besides Sakura. The only person that Naruto should ever be calling that, was Kushina. And she was dead. This woman was not Kushina, but Wanda, a simple bookstore owner. And now that he was calling her that, it meant that something had changed, and they would need to report this to the Hokage, immediately. Wanda glanced at the Jonin who were already preparing to go and report this to the Hokage, and just let out a small chuckle, finding it amusing. They wouldn't be able to stop her or anything, and they were not going to take her son from her, so it wasn't going to matter at all. So instead, she focused back on her son. "Yes, Han, you did great. There were a couple of things that you could have definitely done better, but you still did much better than what anyone could have expected," Wanda said with a smile, patting her son's head as he grinned. After saying these words, Ino couldn't stop herself from walking over and asking the question that was on her mind. "Naruto, who's this?" Ino asked, her inner gossip not allowing her to not know who this was. Oh, this is my mama, Wanda. She's not my birth mother or anything, but she's taken me in, so basically the same thing. She's been teaching me all sorts of awesome techniques, and is the reason why I beat up that team." Naruto grinned, as Wanda gave the girl a small wave. Milim gave Naruto a glare at the fact that she wasn't even mentioned, causing him to flinch before continuing. "Oh, and this is my big sis, Milim. She also helped me train, and is super strong, but not as strong as Mama." Nice to meet you," Ino said, not really sure what to say as she gazed at the pink-haired girl that looked like she was even younger than they were. "Nice to meet ya. Are you Naruto's friend?" Milim asked, staring at the girl. She was, laughably weak, to a truly pitiful level, even worse than Sakura, and that was saying, quite a lot, really. Ino was basically just a normal girl, not like a shinobi. It was just her Yamanaka techniques that made her different. Without them, she'd be nothing more than a weak child. She needed serious training, and fast. Yes. I'm Ino Yamanaka, it's nice to meet you," Ino greeted, as Milim gave her a simple nod, before looking back to the arena, as another match began. It wasn't one that either her or Wanda cared about, so they both decided to just ignore it. "So, Ino, what are you doing over here?" Wanda asked, as Ino looked at her. "I was just wondering who you were." "Well, all of us were, I think. 'Cause I've never seen you before, and I was just curious." "How did you and Naruto meet?" Ino asked, curious. "I went to her bookstore that's just out of town," Naruto replied, as Ino looked at him in confusion. "Bookstore out of town? I didn't realize there was a bookstore out of town," Ino responded, confused about what he was talking about. Yeah, it's only a few minutes away. And it's huge too, with hundreds of books and scrolls. It's thanks to them that I learned about my clan, and started getting super strong," Naruto replied, answering the question that was on her mind. "Is it still open? Can anyone go and shop there?" Ino asked. "Of course. I sell my wares to anyone, as long as they follow my rules," Wanda said with a nod. "What sort of rules?" A voice echoed, as Wanda glanced at the one speaking, this being Kurane. "Simple. Within my shop, there is not to be any fighting, regardless of past experiences or who they are. It's a neutral ground, so I could have an S-ranked missing nin walk in, and they are not to be touched while inside," Wanda replied, causing Kurane to frown. "You cannot make such a rule, not for a mere bookstore." "Nobody can make such a rule," Kurane said, as Wanda snorted. "I can, and I did. And maybe before cutting into a lovely conversation I was having with this young lady, you introduce yourself," Wanda said, growing a little irritated with this woman. "Jonin Kurane Ui. And maybe you should show me the respect I deserve, as a Jonin of this village," Kurane said coldly, as Wanda fought back a laugh at this woman's nerve. While Milim showed a dark scowl, ready to get to her feet and tear the woman apart. And even Naruto had a frown on his face. "Hey, leave my mama alone. She didn't do anything wrong. And she's way stronger than some nobody like you. Not even the old man could touch a hair on my sis's head, much less my mama's." Naruto said, a scowl on his face as he yelled at Kurane. "Please, they are civilians, Naruto. I could easily handle the both of them at the same time. Now, apologize for the disrespect you have just shown me, boy," Kurane said, glaring at him as Wanda sighed. "Go ahead, love, don't hurt her though, just make her understand that I could care less for her opinion on me," Wanda said with a sigh, as Milim grinned, and as Kurane was about to say something, Milim reappeared in front of her. With a single flick against Kurane's forehead, the woman's eyes rolled to the back of her head, and she was knocked into instant unconsciousness. "What the dash?" Asuma said as he was preparing to attack Milim, only for Wanda to glance at the man, his body freezing as if he was stopped in time. "How about we stop this little conflict here? I'd hate for anyone to do something stupid over an arrogant woman's ignorant words," Wanda said, a smile on her face as Hiruzen, who had been watching this entire situation, spoke up. "Agreed. Let's stop this before it escalates." I apologize for the actions of my subordinate, Miss Maximoff, Hiruzen said with a dark look on his face, as while he could not sense her power, he could tell the second Milim moved, that she was far beyond any mere jonin. He wasn't even able to sense the depth of Milim's power, and that alone was terrifying. But this woman was stronger than Milim. It was best they didn't cause issues with her, even if Naruto was now a part of her family. It's quite alright, she didn't know any better. I just hope from now on your jonins won't act like this, and your little spies will stop trying to tail my son and I, Wanda said as Hiruzen's eyes widened ever so slightly, before nodding. As you wish, he spoke, before heading back to his seat. He could already tell the council would kick up a fuss, but this woman, she wasn't something he could touch, not with Milim there. Not with the power she held in her hands. With the tense situation finished, they continued on the Chunin exams, with most of the fights going almost exactly the same as in canon. So, they were kinda boring for Wanda and Milim, while Naruto cheered on his friends and grumbled when some of them lost. But eventually, it was time for the final and most important fight, the one that would start the invasion of Konoha, the battle between Sasuke and Gaara. And as Sasuke finally appeared in the stadium after being late several times now, Wanda had one thought on her mind. This'll be interesting. Gain access to an additional chapters early for each of my main fanfics, up to 12 chapters in total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive stories and our 18 ones as well, on my Patreon for $3 or $5 a month, or $30 or $50 for an entire year. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. This little arc will be finishing in around 3 chapters or so. And once that happens, we'll get back to the bookstore goodness. We'll also be getting some showings of her clones that are still in Game of Thrones and Harry Potter soon. Anyways, have a good day. 78 Chapter 78 Chunin Exams Finale. 78 Chapter 78 Chunin Exams Finale. Third POV. The fight between Sasuke and Gaara had indeed been an interesting one. Sasuke was both stronger and weaker than in canon. In his base form, he was stronger, thanks to the knowledge he had obtained from Wanda and her bookstore, and the fact that he had a proper rival in the form of Naruto, who had basically forced him to try harder in his training. But he was also weaker, because he did not have the cursed mark as he had in canon, making him weaker in one way, but stronger in another. This had also meant that his defeat of Gaara had gone a bit faster than in canon, and Chidori had been the way he had done it, as Wanda had expected. And just like in canon, an illusion began to fall over the stadium as Gaara began to rage and roar in anger. The illusion didn't affect anyone in the area though, as Wanda shared a bag of popcorn with Milim, as they watched as the shinobi of Konoha and the shinobi of Suna began to battle it out. At the same time, Orochimaru revealed himself to Hiruzen, causing shock and anger to travel through the man, as he began to fight his former protege. Mama I know Han, go ahead. Just be careful with Gaara, alright? The boy is only that way because of that nasty little seal and the effects that the people around him have had on him. But he'll be all good now that I've taken care of the seal, Wanda said, as her son nodded before racing off after Gaara, hoping to stop him before he did anything too bad. Are we gonna sit and watch Mama, or are we going to help? Milim asked, wondering if she should go and help the Konoha shinobi fight off the Suna ones. You can if you want. But how about instead of going after the Suna shinobi, you take care of some of the annoying ones that have been spying on us? Wanda suggested, as Milim's eyes sparkled. Yes. Those guys give me the creeps. Milim cheered, excited to wipe out the weirdos that had been spying on them for a while. The root shinobi were annoying, and she didn't like them. So hearing that she had permission to wipe them out, meant she would go wild on them. Go ahead then, love. Just leave the one-eyed man alive, alright? I wish to take care of him myself, Wanda said, as Milim grinned and nodded, before blurring off, ready to slaughter a bunch of root shinobi. Wanda had also made sure to telepathically warn Milim against killing certain members, as there were some innocent ones that didn't deserve to die, like Sai. That and she'd feel bad for the little thing. Watching her son and daughter race off to take care of 2 different problems, Wanda smiled, proud of them. She decided to instead enjoy the fight between Orochimaru and Hiruzen, finding enjoyment in watching the old man get beaten to hell and back. At the same time, she was wondering if she should just take out Danzo now, since his little organization was about to get obliterated anyways. So maybe wiping him out now would be for the best. But, at the same time, it might be more fun to make him watch as everything he has worked so hard on, crumbles around him. Yeah, she decided she would do that and just take him out once Tsunade comes in. It's not like he could harm anyone she cares about, so it didn't really matter. Even if he did, she'd just bring them back anyways. Seems the old man will die soon, Wanda hummed, watching as Hiruzen was forced to fight both Tobirama and Hashirama. Neither of them were going all out against him, of course, but it was still an interesting fight. Had either of them gone all out, Hiruzen would have gotten slaughtered, as both were stronger than him, especially Hashirama. He was known as the god of shinobi for a reason. She wondered why people in this age called Hiruzen that, but she suspected that it was him that had given the title, so as to make Konoha appear stronger than it actually was. Looks like Naruto is going to be finished soon, Wanda thought, seeing that her son had summoned Yasaka, and was battling it out with Gaara, who had been taken over by Shikaku. But Shikaku was losing, and bad. This was thanks to the power Yasaka held, and Naruto himself being immensely powerful. At least, his sealing techniques that he was utilizing against the tailed beast were. Ah, seems Milim is having fun too, Wanda giggled, hearing a loud boom off in the distance, shaking Konoha as a whole, as the root base was absolutely obliterated in the distance. She was going to every root base in the village, killing every single agent besides the ones that Wanda told her to leave alone. She was even leaving the village in massive bursts of speed, killing agents that were out of the village, moving so fast that it appeared as if she disappeared for a second and then reappeared a moment later, when in actuality she had traveled across the continent in a single second. It was impressive. Looks like Sasuke is also showing off a bit too, Wanda hummed, seeing that Sasuke was moving around the village, fighting and battling it out with all Suna shinobi he ran into. Seems he's doing better thanks to the books, Wanda said, smiling as she saw that Jiraiya was fighting it out with Orochimaru's summon with his own. Their battle destroying a small portion of Konoha, or at least the area of Konoha that they were in. Although Anko looks like she'll be needing some help soon, Wanda said to herself, understanding that she should probably help the poor woman with her curse mark once this invasion was over with. She deserved it, after suffering at the hands of Orochimaru. Speaking of Orochimaru, she watched as he finally lost his arm to Hiruzen, as he was beaten while Hiruzen died, losing to his protege in his own way. Underwhelming, but not unexpected, Wanda thought, only to stop when she noticed something. Oh, is there something you need, little Shinigami? Wanda questioned, noticing the figure of the Shinigami forming near her. The figure shook its large head. No, honored one. I simply wished to see you in person, that is all. It is an honor to greet you, the Shinigami said, bowing slightly as she waved it off with an amused smile. And it's quite nice to meet you as well, Wanda responded, as the Shinigami seemed pleased that she said this, before it began to slowly fade. It would seem my time in this world is ending, honored one. Till we meet again, the Shinigami stated, before fading completely, leaving Wanda who just giggled. How interesting. To see that the death of this universe is but a spirit, not an actual cosmic entity or anything of the sort. I wonder how Death would react if she knew this. Wanda mused, wondering if she should show Death this Shinigami in the future. Oh, maybe I can take her to Bleach in the future. That could certainly be fun. Wanda hummed, deciding that she definitely had to do that at least once in the future, as she could only imagine how the woman would react to the Hollow and all the other creatures of that universe. Bleach was a powerful universe, at least, in potential. But it was also one that would almost certainly go against many of the laws of the DC multiverse. The Hollows, the Shinigami, the various other species in that place that would not exist in DC. Not without Death herself overseeing them at least. She imagined that Death would either dislike them, or she'd want to become their lord or master or something of that nature. There were a few other universes that could be fun to bring her to, but at the same time, she wondered if it was even possible. As Death was intricately tied to the DC multiverse, so, it might be something she'd need to test in the future, after she dealt with the stuff in this universe. With that in mind, Wanda got to her feet, ready to head off to get her son and daughter, one thought on her mind as she teleported off. That was fun. Gain access up to an additional chapter 10 chapters early for each of my main fanfics, 40 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive stories, including exclusive R18 chapters/fics, on my Patreon for $10 a month, or $100 for an entire year. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. Just some thoughts and the kids going ham, nothing crazy. Anyways, have a good day. 79, Chapter 79, After the Chunin Exams. 79, Chapter 79, After the Chunin Exams. Third POV. Finding Milim had not at all been difficult, as the girl was found tearing apart the last major root base. The blood of various root shinobi stained her clothing as she happily slaughtered them with a bloodthirsty grin on her face, killing hundreds of root shinobi by the time Wanda had gone and found her. Walking into the front entrance of the root base, Wanda stopped behind her daughter, amusement on her face as Milim finished killing the last of the root shinobi in this base. It was a rather gruesome sight, but the fact that it was Milim that had committed it, made it a lot more adorable in Wanda's eyes. Milim, Han, are you done? Wanda asked, as Milim perked up upon hearing Wanda's voice, twirling around with a bright smile on her face as she saw Wanda was there with her. Uncaring of the blood on her, Milim skipped over to her mama with a happy grin. Yep, all the nasty guys are gone. They were really weak, but it was kinda fun going after them. It was like capturing and crushing a bunch of bugs. Milim replied with a happy beam, her happiness growing when Wanda cleaned her clothes with a simple movement of her hand. I'm glad you had fun. Now, let's go find that brother of yours, okay? Wanda asked, as Milim nodded and held Wanda's hand, as they teleported out of the destroyed base, now heading to where Naruto was. Finding Naruto hadn't been difficult, as he was in a nearby forest, the grounds and surrounding trees completely and utterly decimated after a long and difficult fight against Gaara and Shikaku. The tailed beast had been strong, but with the help of Yasaka and his various seals, he had managed to defeat the boy that was taken over by the tailed beast. And after letting his siblings take him and flee, he was now ready to head back to the village, only for Wanda to appear in a flash, standing in front of him with Milim at her side, a small smile on her face. "Good job on defeating him, Naruto. And I'm happy that you let the poor boy go. He didn't deserve to get in trouble for something he cannot control," Wanda said, giving him a head pat as her son beamed at the praise. If there was one thing he and his sister had in common, it was that they both loved getting praised by their mother, especially when it came to things like this. "Thanks, Mama. And yeah, I couldn't let him get in trouble for that. He seemed nice, and just needed some love from his siblings. Plus he's just like me, so it'd be wrong," Naruto responded with a smile, as he remembered the love that Gaara's brother and sister had shown him, the care they showed him even though he was terrifying to them. "Is the invasion over?" Naruto asked, noticing that the distant booms and sounds of fighting were over with. Suna was fought off. But, the Hokage didn't make it," Wanda said softly, wanting to see her son's reaction, as she silently watched his eyes widen and his face change a few times, before settling on a soft sigh. "Man, that sucks. I wanted to take the old man's hat," Naruto said, sad that he was dead, but thanks to all the reveals and events of the past few months, his love and care for the man had been greatly diminished. He didn't hate Hiruzen, but he didn't care for him like he used to. At this point, he was basically nothing more than the Hokage to him, just like Jiraiya was nothing more than the Sannin to him. It was far different than in canon, but it was expected when you have Wanda pointing out how inadequate they were in terms of being caretakers. One of them abandoned him, and the other had kept huge and important secrets from him. So you can't blame him for that sort of thing. You'll become the Hokage in the future if you want to, Naruto. But for now, let's just get back to the village, okay? Wanda said softly as Naruto looked her in the eyes before nodding in agreement, as he softly held her other hand, and teleported back to the village with his mama and sister. A few days later, after the invasion and the death of Hiruzen Sarutobi, the village was in chaos, as they were trying their best to repair the damages dealt to the village, as well as figure out who the next Hokage would be. Not only that, but Danzo was freaking the hell out after he found his entire root organization wiped out during the invasion. Every single one of his agents were either dead and completely destroyed, or were no longer under his control, and were missing. Either way, he was not doing good right now, and knew that if he didn't do something soon, he would be well and truly screwed. And even then, he might be screwed either way. So even after trying to run for Hokage himself, and trying to get Jiraiya the seat as he'd be easy to control, he failed. As Jiraiya decided that there was only one proper choice for Hokage, and that was Tsunade Senju, the slug Sannin. At the same time, Wanda was enjoying the loot she had gotten from raiding all the root bases, the thousands of scrolls and books, which included a lot of proof of Danzo's horrid actions, and the atrocities that he had committed over the decades of his life and running route. She had already read through them all, but had also made sure to keep them in a safe location to give to Tsunade, so she'd have an excuse to slaughter the man without worrying about the Hokage becoming an annoyance. Sure, she could do it either way, but this was more so for Naruto's sake than anything. It seems he has a lot of clan scrolls that definitely shouldn't be with him. Cause Senju clan scrolls like these are not something he should be able to gather for himself, Wanda said with a hum, seeing that he had quite a lot of scrolls that would have gotten him in trouble. Not a lot of them were particularly useful or anything, but they could be for Naruto if he used them properly. Especially the Senju stuff, as some of them were actually connected to Uzumaki clan techniques. Considering Naruto is related to the Senjus albeit distantly, perhaps I could help him awaken the Mokuton, and if I do that, then I can give him these scrolls so he can use the techniques within. Otherwise these will be next to useless, Wanda said to herself, knowing that a lot of these would be pointless to put on her shelves as they'd only be usable by those with Mokuton. Probably for the best, as that will also increase his control and ability to use nature energy, Wanda spoke, deciding that she would do that, but it would have to wait until after Naruto goes and gets Tsunade, as she knew that Jiraiya was planning on having Naruto go with him to recruit her. She'd love to give chakra to Milim too, and once she did that then this could be used by her as well. Speaking of Milim, she soon walked into the room, as Wanda turned to her. Was any of the scrolls useful, Mama? Milim asked, interested in what the scrolls were. Absolutely. You've really helped me out, and have given me quite a lot of new scrolls that we can sell in the shop. There's also a few scrolls here that your little brother can utilize as well, Wanda replied, nodding. Milim looked happy to hear that the scrolls she stole were useful. Glancing at the time, Milim decided to ask the question that she had on her mind, and was the reason why she had come into her mama's office in the first place. Oh Mama, I was wondering, do you want to play Mario Kart with Naruto and I? Milim asked, as Wanda blinked at the question, before smirking. You mean do I want to crush you in some Mario Kart? If so, then yes, I would gladly, Wanda said with a grin as she got to her feet, Milim giving a humph as she watched her mama get up. Not today. Today me or Naruto are gonna beat your butt. Milim said before racing out of the room to the living room, while Wanda followed, one thought on her mind. Time to crush some hopes and dreams. Gain access up to an additional chapter 10 chapters early for each of my main fanfics, 40 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive stories, including exclusive R18 chapters/fics, on my Patreon for $10 a month, or $100 for an entire year. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. Basically just some talking and thoughts and such. The next couple of chapters will have more going on, as she will be interacting with Anko, and then join Naruto to get to Tsunade. She'll be returning to the bookstore in chapter 90, cause I severely underestimated how long this arc would last, which is my bad. Future arcs won't be nearly as long, and will last around 10 chapters at max. Anyways, have a good day. 80, Chapter 80, Healing. Third POV. After crushing her children's hopes and dreams when it came to beating her in Mario Kart, Wanda ended up deciding that it was time to help the other person that was marked with Orochimaru's cursed mark, Anko. The woman in question did not deserve to have that nasty thing on her, as it was literally connected to his soul, and was almost like a Horcrux from Harry Potter, but a bit different in nature, darker in some ways and lighter in others. It was also a lot harder to get rid of, as with Horcruxes one could just destroy them, but in the case of a cursed mark, they could not simply be destroyed, they had to be completely and utterly cleansed from the one marked, and that was way beyond most people's capabilities. She was not just anyone though, she was the Scarlet Witch, so such a thing was not at all complicated. So at the moment, she was walking through the streets of Konoha, heading towards where Anko should be at, which is a dango shop, as the woman was completely and utterly addicted to them, and it was because of these dango sticks that she ended up getting rather large in the future. That and there not being much conflict to keep herself in shape, which was the case for a lot of the characters in the Boruto timeline. A timeline that she would prefer to not happen, and one that shouldn't be happening with the Itsutsuki being pretty much completely wiped from the universe, besides Kagaya. Boruto might still be born, but it wouldn't be in the same sort of world as what happened in canon, that much she would make certain of. Although, the idea of having cute little grandbabies to spoil was very appealing. Might have to help Hinata get some confidence, Wanda thought as she imagined the adorable grandbabies she could have from Naruto and Hinata. She wouldn't manipulate or force it or anything, but she could at least help Hinata out a little. Eventually, Wanda made it to the dango shop that was her target. The same one where Anko should be staying at the moment, and the most popular dango shop in the entire village. It was filled with people going to and from, but none of them matters to Wanda at the moment, as she stopped upon the form of Anko. Gazing at the Jonin, Wanda hummed as she noticed the curse mark. Seems it's more deeply ingrained into her than I thought. At this point it is tied into her very soul, and while that would normally be a huge issue to get rid of, I should be able to eliminate its influence without difficulty. Although it is certainly impressive that Orochimaru can make such a thing, no wonder he can gain his own form of immortality, Wanda thought, impressed with the way the cursed mark worked. Perhaps instead of killing him, I just beat the evilness out of him, making him turn into the version he was in the Boruto canon. He could do a lot of good if he became like that, Wanda thought, as she imagined the things he could make if she managed to turn him into his Boruto self. He'd likely be able to cure various diseases, stop all sorts of poisons and toxins, and improve technology in a lot of forms, improving the elemental nations as a whole. And maybe even more so than in canon. But she'd have to do that after she went with Naruto to get Tsunade back, as she did want to meet Tsunade in person. Mostly so she can make sure the woman understands that Naruto is her son, and he will not be used as a weapon or toy by the village. That, and she needed to make sure the woman would take care of the corrupt civilian council, for good. They had gotten way too arrogant for the little power they had, and it was time they were taken out. After all, they weren't even supposed to still have the power they had. The civilian council was formed during the Second Shinobi War by Tobirama Senju in order to better take care of the civilians of Konoha. But after he died and Hiruzen took over, Hiruzen never disbanded the council, which gave them the belief that they had the right to make input into the shinobi life, when they had no right to speak on the matter. If Tsunade didn't listen to her words for whatever reason, then she would make her listen. As she wasn't about to let her son live in and eventually run a shithole village that is lorded over by a bunch of weaklings who had no idea what they are doing. Anyways, looking back at Anko, Wanda walked forward. "Are you Anko Mitarashi?" Wanda asked, already knowing the answer. Anko looked up at her, before pausing as she blinked. Wanda raised an eyebrow when she saw Anko look over her figure. How interesting, Wanda thought, amused with the woman openly ogling her figure. Which she can't really blame her, because she was divinely beautiful. And who's asking? Anko asked as she finished her open ogling of the woman before her. Wanda Maximoff. I'm the one who's been taking care of Naruto as of recently. I'm also the one who has taken care of a rather nasty little thing that had been placed on the Uchiha boy. Wanda spoke, as Anko stopped, staring at her with narrowed eyes. Explain, Anko barked out, as Wanda raised an eyebrow. Only if you speak to me with respect, Mitarashi-san. After all, I am going to give you something that you have wanted ever since that sensei of yours placed that nasty little thing on you, Wanda said, as she slid into the seat across from Anko, uncaring for the glare that the woman was giving her. Explain, please, Anko said, annoyed that she had to be nice to this woman who was flaunting the impossible to her. Simple. The Uchiha boy was marked with the cursed mark of Orochimaru. I got rid of it with a little bit of difficulty. I can do the exact same for you, and since I've learned how to do it once, I can do it again with much more ease than before, Wanda explained, as Anko looked her in the eyes. And how do I know you're not bullshitting? That you're not lying to me in order to get something out of me? I've heard this shit before, and I am not getting my hopes up for the words of some random woman I have never met, Anko responded bluntly, as Wanda smiled. That is fair, so I won't get mad at you for that. As for proof, I have none. You will need to trust my words, that's all, Wanda spoke, as Anko stared her in the eyes, before replying. And how would this so-called healing even work? Some sort of seal? A super powerful secret jutsu? A sacrifice? Anko asked, as Wanda giggled. Nothing that serious, just a simple infusion of power into you, and some rather complicated things on my end. Nothing too difficult or painful. And while this might feel a little strange, it won't be anything too bad, Wanda responded, as Anko looked at her with a deadpan. You mean to tell me that you can get rid of something that nobody else in the world has been able to, not even the best seal masters, all without pain? And you even sound like you can casually do it, seriously? Anko asked, very hesitant to believe Wanda, which again, was fair, so Wanda didn't get mad about it. Yep. I am far stronger than the likes of Jiraiya of the Sannin, Anko. I might not look it, but I am likely far and away the most powerful person in this entire world, so much so that it really isn't much of a comparison. Not even that Hokage that you all were so proud of can compare to me, Wanda replied with a shrug, as Anko stared at her in disbelief. Yeah, okay, fine. If you can really magically heal me of the mark, then do it. But I am confident that you won't be able to, Anko responded, as Wanda just smiled, and stretched her hand out. And before Anko could even react, Wanda placed a singular tap of her finger against her forehead, as a strange warmth flowed through her, and something changed. At the same time as the change began, Wanda watched, one thought on her mind. This should be interesting. Gain access up to an additional chapter 10 chapters early for each of my main fanfics, 40 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive stories, including exclusive R18 chapters/fics, on my Patreon for $10 a month, or $100 for an entire year. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. Basically just a chapter of her interacting with Anko. Originally I was thinking of Wanda having some fun with Anko as a sort of one-night stand thing, but I'm not sure how people would feel about that, so I decided against it. Well, I did, but the Patreon peeps wanted it, so, well, you'll see in a couple of chapters. She'll be getting with death soon anyways, so it's probably for the best, lol. Raven will be coming after that. Meaning we'll be seeing dates and such soon. Anyways, have a good day. 81, Chapter 81, Fear. Third POV. Watching as Anko closed her eyes, the pleasant sensation flowing through her, Wanda let out a pleased smile, knowing that the cursed mark was beginning to disappear around her. The power of Wanda ripping and tearing apart the mark, obliterating it from existence. She was also purifying any other wounds or marks that the mark could have left, as well as any wounds that were on her actual form, like scars and other things. It was a gift to Anko, mostly because Wanda liked her character in the original, so she saw no reason as to why she couldn't help the little thing out. While Anko was being healed of the cursed mark on her figure, Wanda wondered if she should just do the same on every entity that Orochimaru has marked, as a sort of punishment for the invasion. After a few moments of thought, she decided to go ahead and do that. Around the world, dozens, if not hundreds of individuals that were marked by Orochimaru's cursed mark were rapidly being healed and cured of wounds and diseases, as well as the mark upon them. This included Kimamaro Kagaya, one of his most trusted followers, and a teen that practically worshipped the man to a creepy degree. He was also a man that was dying thanks to an incurable disease born from his unique Kekii Genkai that allowed him to manipulate and warp his own bones in quite a lot of unique and odd ways. Wanda liked his character in the anime, so she saw no reason to not heal him of the cursed mark and the disease that was slowly killing him. At the same time, far off in the distance, Orochimaru was panicking. He was standing in the middle of a forest, Kabuto at his side, watching wide-eyed as his lord screeched and writhed in pain and agony, as Orochimaru felt every single one of his cursed marks getting destroyed and purified. All at the exact same time. Such a feat was not possible, not by any seal master, not by any Kage, not by anyone that Orochimaru had ever seen. Not even the likes of Pain of the Akatsuki could do something like that, even with his incredible eyes, the Rinnegan. This was too widespread, too absolute. And the fact that it was happening all at the same time, was terrifying Orochimaru, as sweat caked his form, and he groaned in pain, as soon the overwhelming soul-bending agony began to cease, as pants echoed from his throat, the screaming finished, as Kabuto looked at him in worry. Orochimaru-sama, are you okay? Kabuto asked, as the man slowly began to rise to his feet, stretching as he tried to shake off the pain that infiltrated every pore of his form. No, Kabuto, no, I am not. Someone has done something that for all intents and purposes, is completely and absolutely impossible. Orochimaru spoke, as Kabut looked at him, confused on what he was speaking of. What happened, Orochimaru-sama? What could be so impossible that it makes even you react in such a way? Kabuto asked, growing more and more worried upon seeing the expression on Orochimaru's face. Someone has destroyed and purified every single cursed mark that I have created. All 302 of them, every individual, every bite, all of it is gone, as if it is never there. And it would seem that I am paying for that in the pain and agony that I feel now. Orochimaru responded to his servant, as Kabuto's eyes widened in shock. Such a feat was beyond anything they had seen before, anything Kabuto had witnessed before. What do we do, Orochimaru-sama? How do we find such an individual? Kabut asked, as Orochimaru scowled at the borderline foolish question. We do not find them, Kabuto. We avoid them under absolutely every possible scenario. We cannot afford to get this being, this entity to come for us. Because whatever this thing is, it is beyond any singular Kage, any shinobi, anything that has ever graced this planet. Orochimaru responded, as Kabuto breathed in, understanding that his master was afraid. Do not look at me like that, you fool. You are shocked that I am afraid? That I am terrified? Orochimaru said, as Kabuto hesitantly nodded. Only a fool wouldn't be afraid. This entity has just wiped out 302 cursed marks across the entire elemental nations, all at the same time, all in only a few moments. They have gotten rid of a mark that no seal master has ever been able to destroy, on hundreds of them at the same time. This being could more than likely slaughter us with a casual movement. I am no fool, and I will not die because I get over arrogant and try to fight such a thing, understood? Orochimaru yelled at the man, as he nodded rapidly. Kabuto understood that this wasn't really Orochimaru being angry at him. No, this was Orochimaru giving him a warning, one that he needed to listen to, if he didn't want to potentially die in the future to whoever this entity might be. What do we do then, master? Simple, we continue on to find Tsunade, and we pray to the gods that we never run across this entity in person. Because if we do, it would be better we get on our knees and beg for their mercy, Orochimaru replied, as they continued their journey to find Tsunade, while Orochimaru had one thought on his mind. Why me? Back with Wanda, the woman in question was watching the two from a far distance, amusement in her eyes as she saw the pure fear that was on Orochimaru's face as he understood just how dangerous she was, that she was not someone they can afford to truly anger, lest she obliterate them from existence. Turning her gaze back to Anko, Wanda silently watched as the purple-haired woman began to open her eyes slowly, a breath of relief echoing from her lips as she felt, incredible, the most incredible she had felt in years now, since she had gotten the mark in the first place. She didn't just feel incredible, she felt powerful, very powerful. She felt cured, incredible. Like everything was awakened, no longer muted. It was like she was living a completely new life, like everything before was a fake life. It was incredible. She gazed at Wanda in awe, as she realized that the woman in front of her had just healed her casually, by simply tapping her forehead with her finger, healing her wounds and obliterating the mark from existence like it was nothing, like it never even existed in the first place. It made her realize that Wanda's claim of being the strongest person on the planet, of being stronger than the Hokage and anyone else in the village, might just be true. She might truly be sitting in front of the most powerful woman in the entire world, the most powerful person in the entire world. And it made her excited, very excited. But she decided to push that off for now, and instead focused on asking the questions that had almost immediately formed in her mind. Oh, how did you manage to do that? How did you wipe the mark from me like it was nothing? Nobody has even gotten close to accomplishing that before, and yet, you just did it casually like it was nothing, Anko asked, desperate for the answer that she wanted. To hear how it was possible. I am very powerful, Anko. And with this power, I have a lot of abilities and unique traits that nobody else can claim as their own. And amongst them is the ability to manipulate certain things that are not normally possible to be manipulated, like souls, or in your case, a fraction of soul, like the cursed mark, Wanda explained, before continuing. The only other person that could have potentially gotten rid of the mark was Orochimaru himself, or perhaps someone with a very very powerful Dojutsu from legend. And they're not someone you can just find. And neither of them can do it with the ease I can, and without the pain, Wanda said, as Anko listened intently, and the more she heard, the more she wanted to repay the woman in front of her. And why did you help me? Anko asked, as Wanda softly smiled. Because nobody deserves to go through what you have, Anko, Wanda simply said, as Anko stared at her, before getting to her feet, and gripping Wanda's hand in her own, pulling the woman to her feet as Wanda blinked in confusion as she began to get dragged with her. What dash, follow me, I'm giving you a payment for what you just did, Anko said simply, as she dragged Wanda alongside her, with Wanda blinking in surprise, before a small smirk began to form on her face. This'll be fun. Gain access up to an additional chapter 10 chapters early for each of my main fanfics, 40 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive stories, including exclusive R18 chapters/fics, on my Patreon for $10 a month, or $100 for an entire year. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. So just saying this now, this is simply a one-night stand sort of thing, just some fun if you will. The next chapter will be a smut chapter between Wanda and Anko, and can be skipped fully if you wish, as it will not affect the story. Love interests are still Raven and Death, but I thought I might as well feed y'all with this. This'll be the only case of a one-night stand, so don't worry about that. Anyways, have a good day. 82 Chapter 82 Lust. Third POV, Art 18 chapter, fully skippable, as it will not affect the story at all. Getting dragged with Anko, Wanda allowed Anko to pull her with her, as they began to move through the village. Wanda wondered where exactly the woman was taking her, before realizing that Anko was taking her to her apartment. A decently sized apartment, that she was soon standing in front of, as Anko fiddled with the door, before unlocking it and walking in, as Wanda followed her. Nice PLMMHP. Wanda was cut off from her words, as Anko surged forward, her lips slamming against Wanda's as Wanda's eyes widened in surprise at the passionate kiss and the plump lips that were placed against her own. Pulling back from the kiss, Anko looked into her eyes with a hungry gleam in them. This is me repaying you for that, alright? Nothing serious. Anko made sure Wanda understood, as the woman chuckled. Of course, we only just met. But I certainly will not deny laying with a beauty like you, Wanda purred, her gaze traveling over Anko's figure, and her large breasts and plump ass that made her even more excited. Anko shivered underneath the shameless gaze, as she decided to return in kind. And I won't deny fucking a sexy woman like you, Anko replied with a grin, as Wanda let out a soft laugh. Oh darling, I think you have something wrong here, Wanda began, before her figure blurred, and Anko gasped as she felt herself get pushed against the wall, Wanda's hand softly cupping her chin. I'm the one who will be doing the fucking, Wanda hummed, as she took the woman's lips back into her own, as Anko let out a low moan as she felt Wanda's hands begin to trail over her figure, cupping her juicy ass, massaging it slightly as her tongue began to battle with Wanda's. She lost the battle quite quickly, as Wanda began to push her through the apartment, their hands traveling over each other's figures. Anko's hands cupping Wanda's ass while Wanda's played with Anko's large breasts, before moving back down to Anko's own ass. Eventually, the two were in Anko's bedroom, as Wanda allowed herself to get pushed back onto Anko's bed. The woman looked her over as both of their cunts were dripping with desire, the previous make-out session preparing them for what was coming, as Wanda watched with a small grin on her face, as Anko began to strip herself of her clothes. Eventually Anko was completely nude, as Wanda decided to respond in kind, slowly and sexually stripping herself, allowing Anko to see her bubbly ass cheeks jiggle, her dripping cunt peek out in between her ass cheeks, and her decently sized breasts. Not to mention the curves and angles that made her a goddess in human form. A goddess that Anko was more than happy to worship, as she slowly began to crawl towards Wanda who laid on her back. Cammy, you are sexy as fuck, Anko breathed out happily, as she stopped in between Wanda's legs, as the woman shivered, feeling Anko's hot breath against her skin, as slowly Anko lowered her head between Wanda's legs, and gazed at her dripping pussy. Fuck, even your pussy is sexy, Anko whined, as every aspect of Wanda made her excited, as she slowly leaned forward, and placed a singular kiss against Wanda's clit, as the woman shuddered at the sensation, closing her eyes as she felt Anko begin to slowly and steadily press kisses against her cunt. God, your pussy even tastes great, Anko whispered, as she decided she wanted more of a taste, as she leaned in, and stuck her tongue inside of Wanda's snatch, Wanda letting out a soft moan as she felt Anko's tongue begin to swirl around inside of her. Humming against Wanda's incredible pussy, Anko slurped and suckled on the dripping cunt, as she moved her hand, her fingers reaching up and entering Wanda as she began to finger Wanda at the same time as eating her out. Wanda let out a low moan at the sensation, as she couldn't help but speak out, Mum, fuck, you're good at that. Keep going just like that, Anko, Wanda praised, as she used her left hand to play with her own breast, while her right hand ran through Anko's hair, moans of praise and appreciation leaving her. And it was that praise that made Anko grin, as she began to slurp and lick at Wanda's pussy faster than before, audible sounds of sucking echoing through the room as she lapped up all the pussy juices that she could. Fuck, let's get into a better position, it'd be rude of me to just let you do all the work, Wanda breathed out, as she flipped herself, as Anko blinked, a gasp leaving her as she was pushed onto her back, Wanda's pussy soon planting itself right against her mouth, while Wanda's mouth began to kiss and lick at Anko's soaked cunt. They were in a 69 position, as Anko let out her own shudder-filled moan. Wanda's tongue prodding at her juicy pussy, not caring for Anko's hesitation as she began to happily devour the pussy in front of her. Fuck, this position is so hot, Anko moaned, as she began to dive back into the pussy in front of her, ignoring the fact that Wanda was full-blown sitting on her face, deciding to happily devour the cunt in front of her, and play with the perfect ass that was planted on her face. At the same time, Wanda's tongue was masterfully working Anko's cunt, swirling and licking away at her absolutely soaked cunt, the juices pouring as she moaned into Anko's tight pussy. She's never had sex before, has she? Wanda realized pretty quickly, before deciding that it didn't matter, as her mouth felt fantastic, and her pussy tasted great. Soon the two women began to feel themselves get pushed to the edge, as loud moans echoed from their both, and they both cried out at the same time coming. They moaned out loudly, as shudders and shakes traveled through them. Oh shit. Fuck fuck fuck. Anko loudly cursed, as she began to squirt all over the bed, the strongest orgasm of her life shaking her figure. Sure, she had played with herself before, but it was never even remotely like this. At the same time, Wanda was wordlessly having her own orgasm, and while she wasn't a squirter, she made it known that she was having a powerful orgasm, as she planted her ass against Anko's face, grinding against her face as she wrote out her orgasm. Fuck, Wanda whispered, her eyes closed as she allowed the incredible sensation of the orgasm to flow through her pussy clenching and quivering as she had a few last aftershocks of the incredible orgasm, while Anko was far louder, and her pussy juices flew, staining the bed as she squirted everywhere. She had never come like that, never squirted before. The orgasm she had here was far and away the most incredible sensation she had ever felt in her life, and she definitely wanted more of it. Soon, the two came down from their individual orgasms, as Wanda lifted her ass from Anko's face, and looked back at the girl who had a stupid grin on her face covered in pussy juices. Definitely have to do this again in the future, Anko happily said, not caring if they weren't together, she just wanted to feel that again. It would be like they were a causal thing, she didn't care, as long as she could get her pussy eaten like that. She also didn't want to admit that she really liked the sensation of Wanda's ass on her face, she thought it was sexy as fuck. The sensation of borderline suffocating was weirdly hot to her. She wondered if she might have some sort of kink, or if it was just because it was Wanda that was sitting on her face. Oh honey, did you really think we are done? We are far from over, Wanda purred, as Anko blinked and looked up, only to blush as she saw the strap-on that Wanda now sported. And as Wanda moved forward to fuck her with the toy, Anko had only one thought on her mind. This is going to be a long, very fun night. Gain access up to an additional chapter 10 chapters early for each of my main fanfics, 40 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive stories, including exclusive R18 chapters/fics, on my Patreon for $10 a month, or $100 for an entire year. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. Basically just a smut chapter of 2 sexy women fucking one another, that's it. Again, you can ignore this chapter if you want to. Either way, Anko is just a casual thing until she gets with Death and Raven. Anyways, have a good day. 83, Chapter 83, Day After. Third POV. After a few more hours of passionate and very fun sex, Wanda ended up returning home, but not before Anko asked if they could have a repeat session, which Wanda agreed to. Not for a while of course, but she wasn't opposed to another session in the future. After all, the sex was truly incredible. After returning home, she ended up cleaning herself up and then fell asleep for that night, but not before making sure that Naruto and Milim had a proper meal, which thankfully they had. It was a nice and large steak dinner that they had managed to find. It was the day after, and Wanda knew that it was time for Naruto to get called on for the mission to find Tsunade. A mission that shouldn't be too difficult for the boy, as Wanda knew that Orochimaru should be weakened by quite a bit right now, and Naruto was a lot stronger than he used to be. Not only that, but if they do have to battle it out, he has his fox summons, so he can summon Yasaka, who is stronger than any of the other summons in the world, naturally meaning he would crush Orochimaru's snake summons in battle if it came down to it. The only annoying part would be Jiraiya and the Akatsuki that would make their first appearance during this time. Jiraiya because, he is Jiraiya, and would make the hunt for her take a lot longer than it should, thanks to him being too busy lusting for women. While the Akatsuki were annoying because they'd be getting in Naruto's way, and are too strong for the current Naruto to fight, especially Ataka. Either way, Naruto was going to have to go after Tsunade, and at the moment, he was out of the house, walking to get some ramen from Ichiraku, wanting to have some as it had been a little while at this point. He liked his mama's more than theirs, but Ichiraku was still his favorite restaurant, so it would be a crime to not have it at least once a week. Eventually, after walking for a little while, he reached the ramen shop and sat down, ordering his usual. And as he began to eat a few minutes later, he was cut off as he heard a voice echo from his right, as a man sat down next to him. "Hey kid, you got time to talk?" Jiraiya asked, as Naruto glanced at him. "Talk about what?" Naruto asked, munching on his ramen as Jiraiya responded. "We've got a mission, one that you have to go on with me," Jiraiya said, as Naruto blinked and frowned. "What sort of mission?" "I don't want to be away too long," Naruto said, inwardly knowing that his mama would be pissed if he was gone longer than a month. That, and he wanted to continue his training with her, and they were getting into natural energy training now. "We have to find someone," Jiraiya responded, not wanting to go into details regarding who it was that they needed to find. "Tsunade is a difficult person to work with, and even more difficult to try and speak with." "And who is that someone?" "You're being cryptic, perverted old man," Naruto replied, causing Jiraiya to snort. Not insulted by being called perverted, but was insulted that it was only perverted. I'm a super pervert kid. And we're going to find the one who will become the 5th Hokage, a friend of mine, Jiraiya responded, as Naruto blinked, before registering the friend part, understanding almost immediately who he was talking about. Tsunade? You want to find Tsunade? Ain't she a gambling addict who is too afraid of blood to do anything? You want her of all people to become Hokage? Even Kakashi would be better at it than her. Naruto responded with a deadpan. Please, that kid can't even compare. Once she gets over that fear, she'll be one of the best Hokage we've ever had. Now come on, you're helping me with this mission, and no, you don't have a choice, Jiraiya said as he began to attempt to grab the boy, only for Naruto to glare at him. First, let me finish my ramen. And I'll only go with you if my mama and big sis can come with me. If they can't, I ain't coming, Naruto replied, as he shrugged off Jiraiya's grip. The man was strong, but his physical strength was absolutely nothing in comparison to Milim's, and Wanda's was even more ridiculous in comparison. I can't bring civilians on a miss dash, they aren't civilians, old man. Those two could flick you and you'd die. There isn't a single person in the world that can hurt my big sis, and my mama can beat her up like she's nothing. Naruto cut him off, laying down his ultimatum. But dash, nope, that's the only way I'm coming with you. And trust me, if I don't want to go, my mama will make sure I don't go, and nobody will be able to stop her. Naruto cut him off again, as Jiraiya looked into his eyes, seeing that he was absolutely certain of the words he was speaking. Fine, go get your mama and sister and bring them to the front of the village in an hour, Jiraiya said after a few moments with a grumble. He didn't like that Naruto was calling some random woman mama, and he didn't like that he was so close to her. It felt wrong, like it was insulting Kushina and Minato's memory. At least, that's what Jiraiya thinks. Hearing the response, Naruto finished up his ramen and ran off to go tell Wanda and Milim. All the while, Jiraiya watched him run away. Later, after a long conversation and an explanation on the mission and what they needed to do, Wanda and Milim were walking next to Naruto, walking towards the front gate of the village, where Jiraiya was no doubt already ready and waiting for them. Do you think the man is already waiting for us? Milim asked, as Wanda let out a hum. More than likely. It's either that, or he's at some sort of hot spring being a pervert. Either way, he'll be here within the next 10 minutes, or else I'll drag him here personally, Wanda responded, as Naruto shook his head. Nah, he's there. He'd probably get in trouble if he wasn't, and he doesn't look like the type that would want to deal with all of that, Naruto said, as Wanda hummed. We'll just have to see which one of us is right, Wanda responded with a smile. Are we going to leave back to the shop after we find this Tsunade lady? I kinda miss the books and the mini dimensions you have, Milim asked, as Wanda nodded. We should be, I just need to make sure that Tsunade understands that your brother is going to be staying with me for some time. And I also need to take care of that rat of a man, but that should all be relatively easy for me to do, Wanda responded with a nod. Walking through the front gate, their assumption was proven correct, as Jiraiya stood outside of the gate, waiting for them as he stared off into the distance, before noticing them coming closer. Finally. We've gotta get going, my intel tells me that Tsunade was spotted in a town a ways away from here a couple of days ago. From there we should be able to find her pretty quickly. You two will be able to keep up, right? Jiraiya asked as Wanda and Milim both snorted at the question. Mama and I are a lot faster than you, old man, Milim replied with a grin, as Jiraiya grumbled at the insult, before nodding. Well, alright then, let's get on the road. Gain access up to an additional chapter 10 chapters early for each of my main fanfics, 40 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive stories, including exclusive R18 chapters/fics, on my Patreon for $10 a month, or $100 for an entire year. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and $5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. The chapter is a tiny bit less than 1.4k words, as I didn't want to drag it on longer, sorry about that. The next chapter will be back to 1.4k words as normal. Anyways, have a good day. 84, Chapter 84, To Find Tsunade. Third POV. The little journey to find Tsunade had been an interesting one. With Wanda and Milim enjoying the journey, seeing new villages and small towns. Jiraiya had been his perverted self, trying to go to all hot springs and saunas he could come across, and had even tried to spy on Wanda once. Only for him to be blinded for hours after that, which was basically his one and only warning against even trying that again. Should he try it again, then Wanda planned on taking his chakra from him and throwing him to the other women that he had been spying on. He'd get the shit beaten out of him, and he wouldn't be able to do anything about it as he would not have chakra to defend himself with. He'd probably end up with broken bones and bruises everywhere, so he was lucky to not try it again. They continued to travel through villages for a few days, before eventually they managed to get some information on where Tsunade was. But beyond that, Wanda knew that they were now in the village where the Akatsuki would appear, more specifically Ataki and Kisame. Neither of them were a problem for her, but they naturally would be for Naruto. But Milim and Jiraiya were both capable of defeating them, Milim with laughable ease. Even the Sharingan would do nothing against her, so that wouldn't make much of a difference. At the moment Naruto was sitting in their hotel room with Milim and Wanda. He was using his clones to train his Rasengan, as while he had already mastered the usage of it, he was trying to learn how to combine other elements into it, like fire, lightning, and wind. Rasen Shuriken was the primary one that he wanted to learn, but it was also the most dangerous, to the point that Wanda had to make sure he reinforced his body with the chakra armor technique that Wanda had taught him, as otherwise he could potentially harm himself quite severely. "How's the training on the Rasen Shuriken going, little bro?" Milim asked, munching on her chips as she watched YouTube on Wanda's phone, which was capable of functioning in any and all multiverses she brought it to. "It's hard. The damn thing keeps failing, and I have to constantly keep my chakra under control or else it will explode. Not only that, but it hurts like hell without chakra armor," Naruto grumbled, irritated with how difficult the technique was. "How come you won't help him, mama?" Milim asked, as Wanda looked up from her book before smiling softly. "Because I cannot do everything for either of you. Otherwise you'll become reliant on my help, and I don't want that. I want you to get strong on your own so that you will not have to rely on me in the future," Wanda explained, as Milim slowly nodded, as that made a lot of sense in her mind. It would make sure that they could develop into proper people, at least for Naruto, as Milim had already grown strong on her own, and she had no reason to depend on her mama, even if Wanda was millions of times stronger than her. "That makes a lot of sense. Just sucks because this is really difficult," Naruto said with a pout, wishing to do this faster, but understanding what his mother was saying, that she wanted him to grow strong without her. "You'll get it eventually, honey, I believe in you," Wanda responded with a smile, as Naruto blinked at the words, before beaming as he decided to start working on his technique again. While he was working on the Rasen Shuriken, Wanda turned back to Milim, looking over her shoulder and growing amused when she realized her daughter was watching videos on a game she had gotten into over the past few weeks, Borderlands. More specifically, she was watching videos on Borderlands 3, as she had only recently beaten the second one and the pre-sequel. "You planning on playing that one soon?" Wanda asked as Milim turned to her before nodding with a bright grin. "Yeah, I'm gonna play as Amara, 'cause she beats people up with her fists," Milim said with shiny eyes, excited to play it once they got back to the bookstore, as that was where the best gaming setup was. It was also the one that was made specially for Milim in her own room so she'd have a more comfortable space to play her video games in. Wanda had her own gaming setup, and both of them were the best ones in the multiverse, akin to a supercomputer made just to play video games. Milim loved it. "Well, maybe once we get home we can play together," Wanda offered, as Milim looked at her mama with an excited grin and nodded, agreeing to the suggestion as it did sound fun. "Can I play too?" Naruto asked, hearing their conversation. Only if you play Zane," Milim said, as Naruto blinked before nodding. "I don't know who that is, but sure." Milim grinned at the response, excited to play with her mama and brother. As while Naruto wasn't the best at video games, he was really fun to play with. And he had crazy good luck too, so maybe he could give her better drops when they play. Returning back to her video, the trio returned back to enjoying their time in peace. But that peace was soon interrupted, as the door was knocked on, causing Wanda to glance at it, before raising an eyebrow. "Seems that they're here," Wanda thought, as she got to her feet, knowing who was on the other end. "Let me take care of this real quick, alright? I'll be back in a moment," Wanda said with a smile, as they both looked at her, confused, before nodding as she walked through the door without even opening it. Stepping through the door, the two men on the other side looked at her in alarm as they leapt back. "Itaki, Uchiha and Kisame, I knew you'd be coming, but I honestly hoped to see more than just the two of you here," Wanda said, a little disappointed as she looked at the two of them, almost immediately noticing the rather nasty cancer that Itaki was afflicted with. "And who are you, lady?" Kisame asked, alarmed as he realized he couldn't even sense her. He hadn't even noticed as she stepped through the door, until she was all the way through it. "Wanda Maximoff, the adoptive mother of the little boy that you are attempting to hunt. Not that you will be able to hunt him, or anything," Wanda said with a smile, as Kisame snorted. "And you think you can stop us? Please, step aside, ma'am. We will not kill you or your daughter if you give us Naruto," Itaka said, his naturally emotionless voice echoing through the room as Wanda glanced at him. He was very very sick, and while she did feel bad for him because of what he was forced to do, she did not care for him. Not when he slaughters hundreds of innocent children from his actions. "I will give the two of you one more warning. Leave, now. If you do not, then I will make sure you both regret it," severely Wanda warned, as the two of them glanced at one another, with Kisame snorting. "All right lady, we warned you," Kisame said threateningly, as he began to walk forwards, while Wanda just let out a sigh. "And I warned you," Wanda said simply, as she disappeared from her location, and reappeared in front of Kisame. The man couldn't even follow her movements, and hadn't even realized she appeared in front of him, before a flick was placed against his forehead. The second she flicked him, he flew through the room, every bone in his body shattering in an instant as he was launched through the hallways, slamming against the wall with a crash and a loud scream of pain. Looking back to the wide-eyed Itaka, Wanda smiled. "So, do you still believe you can touch my son? Or am I going to have to beat you up like that friend of yours? And before you even try it, those little eyes of yours will not affect me, so don't bother," Wanda said, as the man reared back, as he glanced at his unconscious and severely injured ally. "I apologize, ma'am, we shall be taking our leave," he said, before leaving the area, Kisame with him, injured and on the cusp of death. Watching him leave, Wanda smiled, one thought on her mind. That should turn out interesting. Gain access up to an additional chapter 10 chapters early for each of my main fanfics, 40 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive stories, including exclusive R18 chapters/fics, on my Patreon for $10 a month, or $100 for an entire year. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. Next chapter will be meeting Tsunade and bringing her back to the village. Anyways, have a good day. 85, Chapter 85, Tsunade. Third POV. As it turns out, beating the snot out of S-ranked missing Nin like Kisame and Atake, tended to catch a shit ton of attention. Especially from Jiraiya, who now looked at Wanda with an entirely new light, as he realized that she truly was very powerful. And while he wasn't sure she was as strong as him, he knew for a fact that she was very capable, and more than powerful enough to take care of, and protect Naruto from certain members of the Akatsuki. So, the complaints regarding that aspect began to cease. It was a couple of days later since that event, and the trio had enjoyed their time traveling around the nation, following the leads for Tsunade. No other difficulties had arrived during that time, as Wanda had taken care of anything that could have become a problem. So instead, Naruto spent it training and just enjoying the process, as it was basically just a vacation for him more than anything. As nothing was happening, and Jiraiya was the one who was doing most of the hunting for Tsunade. A hunt that had officially ended as of today, as Wanda, Milim, and Naruto all walked behind Jiraiya, towards where Tsunade should be at the moment. "How are we going to get Tsunade to come with us, pervy sage?" Naruto asked, as the man grumbled at the nickname, before responding. "We just gotta tell her that she's being chosen to become the Hokage and she'll come running. If not, well, I've got another plan, but I'd really prefer to not have to go down that route," Jiraiya said, sweating as he knew the other plan was to offer to pay off all her debts, and she had a lot of them. By paying off all these debts, she'd come back, but she had a shit ton of debt, and even with the money he made from his perverted books, it would be very expensive. "We can always drag her back too. I'm sure fighting her could be fun," Milim said with a bright grin, having heard of how strong Tsunade was. Jiraiya looked at Milim with a sweat drop, knowing that the kid was way stronger than she looked, and he had seen some of the workouts she had done. And quite frankly, he had no idea if she could beat Tsunade or not, but considering how powerful Wanda was, he wouldn't be surprised if she could. "Yeah, maybe not that. She needs to come willingly, somewhat. So that'll be a last resort sort of thing," Jiraiya responded, as Wanda, nodding with the perverted man who had actually been growing a bit over the past few days. He wasn't nearly as bad as he was before, and was beginning to respect Naruto and his boundaries, as well as his choice of seeing Milim as his sister and Wanda as his mother. As he began to see just how much Wanda cared for him, and the power that she held that could protect him from those who wished to use him. Eventually, the group of 4 walked into a restaurant, one that Wanda knew Tsunade in, and one that Jiraiya wished to use to gather information, as it could be a good source of info. Only, he paused when he looked off into the distance, locking eyes with a tall beautiful woman. This woman was Tsunade Senju. "Jiraiya!" Tsunade yelled, shocked to see him. "Tsunade, I've been looking everywhere for you." Jiraiya replied in shock, as Naruto and Milim both blinked upon looking at her. Especially Milim, considering she could see through the illusion that was covering Tsunade's real form. "That's Tsunade. She's younger than I was expecting," Milim said in slight surprise, as she looked a lot younger than she actually was, even under the illusion. Younger looking than Jiraiya at least. Eventually the group of 4 moved and sat across from Tsunade, who had been very obviously drinking that night, as well as her protege, Shizen. "It's like a reunion. All y'all's faces coming back at the same time," Tsunade spoke, as she downed her drink, some sort of alcohol, as Milim and Naruto both glanced at her. "This is just sad," Naruto thought, while Milim thought she looked pathetic. "You mean Orochimaru? So, what happened?" Jiraiya asked, as he finished his own drink, the last of the bottle being poured into Tsunade's shot glass. "Oh, nothing very much. We said hello, that's about it," Tsunade said, as Milim let out an audible snort. "Alright, I'll cut right to the chase. Tsunade, the village, in its great wisdom, has decided to name you as the 5th Hokage," Jiraiya said, dropping the bombshell casually as Tsunade paused, before looking up at Jiraiya. "You heard about the 3rd Hokage, right?" Jiraiya asked casually. "It was Orochimaru's doing, right?" "I heard about it," Tsunade responded as if it was nothing, as if it didn't matter to her. And while it did, thanks to her trauma, she truly didn't want to return. The conversation continued between the two, before eventually, Jiraiya got to the topic of Minato, and in response, Tsunade said some rather foolish things, that caused the situation to escalate. "Oh, sure, but all that didn't save him from dying young. Throwing his life away all for the sake of the village. Money's one thing, a life's another. To risk your life against all odds, that's a sucker's bet. My grandfather and his successor, they were also willing to die to defend the village. Well, they're both dead all right, and the village is no safer than it ever was, Tsunade responded, as Jiraiya spoke up. Sounds to me, you've changed, Tsunade. I don't know what's happened to make you like this, but to say such things out loud. Jiraiya responded, keeping calm. Tsunade just let out a giggle in response. Don't forget I am not as young as I look. The years have taught me a great deal. Sarutobi-sensei too, he should have known better. What did he expect trying to be a hero at his age? Playing as Hokage? Count me out, it's a fool's game, Tsunade finished, as finally, Milim and Naruto could not hold it in anymore, as they both spoke at the same time, and said the same words. What a coward, they both said coldly. What? And who are you brats to say that to me? Tsunade replied with a scoff, as Naruto and Milim both grinned. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, and I will become the next Hokage, Databia. Naruto exclaimed with a wide grin. And I'm Milim Nava, way stronger than an old hag like you, and sure as hell not a coward. Milim said, as they both grinned at her, causing Tsunade to snort. Please, a pipsqueak like you? I could break you in half with my pinky finger. And who's the last one supposed to be? One of the girls you pay to have fun with, Jiraiya? Tsunade asked with a smirk, looking at Wanda who just snorted while Naruto and Milim glared at her. I'm the mother of these two. And I'd appreciate it if you didn't say such things about me. I'd hate to harm the future Hokage, and I've always wished to meet the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju in person. Too bad how you've turned out. I'm sure him and his brother would be horribly disappointed in you, Wanda said while sipping her tea, as Tsunade launched up, the table shattering underneath her fist. What did you say? I said that your family would be horribly disappointed in how you have turned out. Hashirama, Tobirama, Mito, as well as the ones that have caused you to become this shell of your former self, Dan and Noeke, Wanda replied simply, as Tsunade's anger flew over the top and her fist launched towards Wanda, only for it to be blocked by Milim who caught it casually. Don't attack my mama when she's speaking, coward, Milim glared, threatening to crush the woman's fist but stopped when Wanda shook her head. Don't hurt her, Han. She's just grieving. And while she's doing it in a horrible way, she is hurting. But I must say, do you really think that running from your problems, gambling and drinking your life away, is going to change anything? Wanda asked, as she looked the woman in the eyes. As the question flew from her mouth, Wanda locked eyes with Tsunade, one thought on her mind as she waited for her to speak. This'll be interesting. Gain access up to an additional chapter 10 chapters early for each of my main fanfics, 40 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive stories, including exclusive R18 chapters/fics, on my Patreon for $10 a month, or $100 for an entire year. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. The next chapter will be dealing with Tsunade, and finally dealing with Orochimaru, probably. Anyways, have a good day. 86, Chapter 86, Memories. Third POV. What could you possibly know about loss? About the things that I have been through? And you think you have the right to call me a coward? Who the fuck do you think you are? Tsunade scowled angrily as Wanda softly smiled, as she decided to reveal a bit of information. And what she said next was the truth, as all her lives were a part of her, this one more deeply. I lost my sons, you know, Wanda said, as Tsunade paused, with both Milim and Naruto looking at her in shock. At one point, in a sort of different life, I had 2 sons. They were darling little things, smart, strong, inherited power rivaling mine. They were a light to my life. But, eventually, they were taken from me. That was the worst time of my entire life, Wanda spoke, as she continued. I had gone through something far far worse than you could even imagine after that, Tsunade Senju. I did things that could make even the worst slaughters, worst killings, worst wars, look like ants in comparison, Wanda said, remembering the words that she, or at least, another her, spoke. No more mutants. Those words had killed an infinite amount of mutants, so many lives snuffed out with 3 words. A trillion lives, so many lives, that she had permanently reworked the entire multiverse in a meaningful way, and had ended the lives of more people than just about anyone else in that multiverse. So yes, I can certainly say I know what you have been through, Tsunade. I have been through worse than you, and yet, here I stand. Not wallowing in self-pity and sadness, not hating myself and drinking my life away, and certainly not contemplating the thought of working with Orochimaru, Wanda said, as Tsunade stared into her eyes. And before you even think of responding, I would be very careful with what you say. Should even a single word about them come from that mouth, I will kill you, Wanda stopped her, knowing what the woman might have said. And while they were no longer her sons technically, she still felt the warmth for them, still thought of them as such. And she would not allow someone to speak of them in such a manner, just as she wouldn't for Milim and Naruto, who were both hugging her at this point, sadness in their eyes once she revealed this information. How do you know about Orochimaru? Tsunade said, picking her words carefully. I am far stronger than I look, Tsunade. And thanks to that, I know that he has offered to revive them, to bring them back to the world of the living. But I also know that this will not work in the way you think, Wanda responded, as Tsunade looked at her. What do you mean? When they are brought back, they will be under his complete and absolute control, being nothing more than puppets that will serve him. Not only that, but they will be husks of their former selves, unkillable, but not alive. They'd be nothing more than corpses walking around with their soul shoved back into their form. It would be desecration, it would be a terrible thing to do to those you love, Wanda answered, as she continued to sip on her tea. Tsunade looked alarmed at what she heard from this, as she realized that she couldn't accept Orochimaru's offer, not if that was what it could do to Naoki and Dan, her brother and lover. Why did you come with Jiraiya? You are strong, obviously. So why bother? Tsunade asked, as she stared at Wanda, who hummed. Because my adoptive son, Naruto, wanted me to come, and I thought it would be fun. That, and he wished to meet one of his last living relatives, even if it's distantly, Wanda responded, as Tsunade's eyes widened slightly. What? You didn't know. Naruto's grandmother on his mother's side is a senju. I myself only found out a few days ago, but in terms of blood, I believe he is your cousin, Wanda responded, and this was actually the truth, shockingly enough. It was one of the AU differences in this world, and a major one, considering that this woman was Tsunade's sister. Well, what was her name? Tsunade asked, as even Jiraiya looked shocked. I believe it was Moriko Senju, Wanda responded, as Tsunade stepped back in shock, realizing that Naruto was her grandnephew of sorts. I didn't realize she was married, Tsunade whispered to herself, as she gazed at Naruto with a new light, realizing that they were related. And while it was a rather strange way, he was still a senju by blood. The kid is a senju. Jiraiya exclaimed, as Wanda nodded. Distantly, but he does have senju blood running through his veins, Wanda responded, as the man looked back at Naruto, who wasn't shocked, as he had been told by Wanda a few days ago once she found out. As this wasn't something that she wanted to hide from him. It'd be wrong of her to keep that sort of information from him. It'd be wrong to keep that from anyone, really. Why me? Why choose me of all people to be Hokage? Even you'd be better, Jiraiya. Especially with my fear of blood, with my problems in general, Tsunade asked her old friend as the man sighed. Because you, even with those problems, are the best possible choice. I can't run Konoha and run my spy ring, Tsunade. I don't have the connections that you do. I haven't done nearly as much for the village as you have with your medical jutsu and everything else you have done, Jiraiya responded. And you being related to the first two Hokages, and being one of the three Procs of the third is also a very big part of it, Jiraiya added, being pretty open that she was getting this not only because of her own hard work, but also because she was already related to three of the four last Hokages, in one way or another. And you expect me to become Hokage even with my fear of blood and the gambling and drinking? Yeah, right, the council would throw a fit the second I enter that office, Tsunade said with a snort, knowing exactly how the civilian council was. You just need to get past your trauma, Tsunade. Get past the loss of Dan and Naoki, and understand that neither of them would want you to remain consumed in the past. Once you get past that, the fear of blood will naturally begin to disappear, Wanda answered, as it really was rather simple. It was just a bit difficult to actually do. But with the event with Orochimaru coming up, it should naturally be possible. Easier said than done, Tsunade responded with a snort, as she decided that there was no point fighting about this anymore. Instead, she wanted to go find and beat the living snot out of Orochimaru for trying to manipulate her into doing something so horrible. So will you do it? Will you become Hokage? Jiraiya asked, as Tsunade stared at him in silence, contemplating it, before Naruto added something. He'll also pay off all your debts, Naruto added, as Jiraiya's eyes widened and his head snapped to Naruto's a glare tearing into the boy who could only grin in response, while Wanda let out a giggle as Tsunade smirked. Deal. She instantly said, as Jiraiya visibly deflated, knowing that he wouldn't be getting out of that promise. Jiraiya could only inwardly cry at the money that would be lost from this, while Wanda smiled, pleased that this went better than she was expecting initially. Later, after Wanda and her children left for the hotel, Tsunade and Jiraiya were still in the restaurant. That woman, who the hell is she? Tsunade asked, as she looked at her teammate, visible concern on her face. I've got no clue, but, all I know is that her daughter, Milim, is stronger than me, way stronger. And if Milim's claims are right, then Wanda can crush her in a single move even when she is going all out, Jiraiya responded, as Tsunade let out a breath. So basically, don't fuck with them, Tsunade said, as Jiraiya nodded. At the nod, Tsunade could only let out a small laugh at the absurdity of it, and said one final thing. Just when I thought my life couldn't get any more ridiculous. Gain access up to an additional chapter 10 chapters early for each of my main fanfics, 40 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive stories, including exclusive R18 chapters/fics, on my Patreon for $10 a month, or $100 for an entire year. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. The next chapter will be dealing with Orochimaru, and then after that will be Danzo, and then it will be back to the bookstore. Anyways, have a good day. 87, Chapter 87, Forged anew. Third POV. At the hotel, Wanda was in her bedroom, her kids both laying in bed on both her sides. How come you never told us about them, Mama? Milim asked, remembering the face that Wanda had made when she talked about her sons. Because it can be quite hard to speak about them, Milim. Talking about loved ones that you have lost is very 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 hard. And it is because of that I did not get angry at Tsunade for her words, and for her attempt at attacking us. Because she is grieving. And I understand what she is going through, Wanda replied to her daughter, who sadly looked at her. What were their names? Naruto asked, as Wanda smiled softly. Thomas and William, Wanda responded softly, as Naruto was cuddled against her. I wish we could meet them, Milim whispered, as Wanda smiled. Maybe in the future, Han. After all, existence is infinite. And while the ones that I know and love might not exist anymore, there are many more out there that you can meet. Some of them I am certain are just like them, Wanda replied, as the two of them looked at her. I'd like that, Milim said, as Naruto nodded, agreeing with the idea. I'll make it happen in the future. But for now, let's get some sleep. After all, tomorrow we have a rather irritating little snake to deal with, Wanda said with a warm smile as she pressed a kiss against each of their foreheads. Soon, the three of them fell asleep, as they stayed cuddled with their mother. The next day, Wanda had awoken to eat breakfast with the kids, only to have Shizune run up to them, panting as Wanda looked at her. Tsunade-sama, she's gone. I think she's gone to meet with Orochimaru. Shizune exclaimed, as Wanda looked at her, before spreading her senses, humming as she found that Jiraiya was currently unconscious thanks to the work of Tsunade. Jiraiya is currently knocked out in his room. You go and heal him, we'll go find Tsunade, Wanda ordered, as the woman looked at her surprised, before nodding and racing off. She knew from Tsunade that Wanda was immensely powerful, so powerful that she was warned not to even think of fighting her. Can I beat up the snake, Mama? Milim asked, as Wanda giggled. No darling, but you can beat up his servant, the boy named Kabuto. I'll be personally dealing with Orochimaru, as he has done some things that are overstepping his bounds, Wanda said, as they began to race through the small town that they were in, towards where Tsunade was battling it out with Orochimaru and Kabuto together. Eventually they reached the battlefield, as Wanda landed next to Tsunade, who was wiping blood from her lips. I didn't heal him. I had to see if you were telling the truth, if he was really manipulating me. And you were. So, thank you for that, Tsunade said, as Wanda looked down at her with a soft smile, her hand stretching out as she placed her hand on Tsunade's shoulder, instantly healing her of all her wounds, and not only that, but it seemed she had boosted her a bit. If her de-aging was any indicator. Oops, Wanda thought, as she just shrugged, deciding it didn't really matter that much, before she turned to Orochimaru, who was watching her hesitantly. I'm shocked you still came here, Snake. Considering what I did to your cursed marks, Wanda said with a smile on her face, a smile that widened even more upon seeing the wide-eyed fear that began to form on Orochimaru's face. Milim-han, you can go and beat up that boy if you wish. Naruto, how about you take care of the summon? Wanda asked, noticing the large snake summon as Naruto grinned and nodded, racing off to summon Yasaka so he can beat up Orochimaru's snake summon. At the same time, Kabuto couldn't even react as a fist launched him through the tree line, Milim moving so fast that he couldn't even comprehend what was happening. Pain arched through his being as Milim began to truly beat the living shit out of him. You're the one who got rid of my marks. How? Orochimaru exclaimed in anger and fear. It's quite simple, I'm just powerful enough to do it. A simple little thing as a soul mark isn't difficult for me to get rid of. And doing it to 302 people isn't much of a difference for me, Wanda responded simply with a shrug, as she disappeared and reappeared in front of Orochimaru. So, how do you wish to do this? I can either kill you and wipe your soul from existence, or I can make you into something better, someone better. Show you things that will shatter that little mind of yours, and rework it into something that will improve the world as a whole, Wanda said with a smile, as the man scowled at her, attempting to use a jutsu, only for her to snap her finger as his eyes widened. Weakness filled his form, as he let out a gasp. Well, what did you just do? Orochimaru gasped out, pain and weakness flowing through her being. I cut you off from your chakra. So now you really do have to choose. Either reworked or dead, it's your choice. And before you say anything, there are no other options, and there is absolutely no chance of you getting away from me, so I'd be careful with how you decide, Wanda said with a smile on her face, as if this was nothing. And it was. Reworking a soul or mind was casual to her. She could shatter the mind of anyone she wanted by just showing her true form. As the form she always showed, it was just a cover. Her true form was more akin to that of an eldritch horror, but not ugly, just, beyond. That and her true form would obliterate all of reality if she showed it. With only higher multiverses like Marvel and DC being able to withstand the sheer power that would radiate from her existence should she do that. Our rework, Orochimaru stuttered fearfully, as Wanda smiled. Great. This'll hurt, but afterwards, well, let's just say your life will be a lot better, probably, Wanda said, as her hand shot out, and she tapped him on the forehead. The second she did that, his mind began to be reworked. Memories began to pour into his head. Memories of the future, of the events of Boruto. Of his own failures and growth, of the things that he would do, and the good things he would accomplish during Boruto. She also showed him what would happen in alternate universes where he continued down this route. What would happen to the world should he continue like he was. What his failures would grow into, and the true and absolute monster that he would become. Tears of blood began to trickle out of his eyes, staining his cheeks as he saw what was coming. Of Kaguya and her threat. Of the Akatsuki. Of how truly, and utterly meaningless his thoughts and actions meant. Of the fact that Konoha was absolutely needed in order to stop this, in order to save the world, and save the future. He saw it all, and his mind could only struggle to understand and withstand all of this. As he breathed out, the memory soon finishing as his chakra returned to him, and he opened his eyes, looking at Wanda with a new light. Looking down to the ground below, he began to laugh. He laughed loud and manically, as he truly realized just how useless what he was doing is, and just how overwhelmingly powerful this woman before him was. I understand now, how foolish I have been, how useless what I am doing was. Orochimaru yelled out, as his laughter began to die down, his old teammates looking at him with wide eyes, as he lowered his head. I apologize for the actions I have taken against you, ma'am. I apologize for my foolishness and my arrogance. And I apologize for not seeing the truth of the world sooner. And I swear on all that I am, that I shall become what you have shown me I can become. I will accomplish things even better than that, Orochimaru said to Wanda sincerely. If she had sensed him lying or alternate thoughts, she would have killed him, but he was being completely and utterly truthful with his words. And upon hearing those words, Wanda had only one thing to say in response. Good, let's hope you keep that promise. Gain access up to an additional chapter 10 chapters early for each of my main fanfics, 40 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive stories, including exclusive R18 chapters/fics, on my Patreon for $10 a month, or $100 for an entire year. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and $5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. Next chapter will be getting back to Konoha and some more. Anyways, have a good day. 88, Chapter 88, Explanations. Third POV. Watching as Wanda had just seemingly broken Orochimaru down, making him into something completely unrecognizable, Tsunade and Jiraiya both looked at Orochimaru in confusion and awe. At the same time, Kabuto was looking at him in absolute horror, realizing that Wanda had just done something to his master, something that completely changed him. Wanda glanced at Kabuto, before humming, "What should I do with your protege, Orochimaru? Should I kill him, or break him down and rebuild him like I did with you?" Wanda asked, looking at the pale-faced man who looked at Kabuto. "Rebuild him, ma'am. He will be useful for the future, and I believe with his help I can complete my projects faster than without him," Orochimaru responded, as Wanda smiled and flicked her wrist. Kabuto dropped to his knees, pain echoing from his throat as he cried out in incredible agony. Like Orochimaru, he began to see things, the truth of things. The future, of what would happen, of what he would do. But she also showed him things that would permanently change him as a person. The truth of his mother's death, what she wanted for him, what he could do in the future, what he could become. The great things that he could accomplish if he worked for good, and not evil. The lives he could save. She showed him all of it, as his mind broke down and was rebuilt. The process was overall quite similar to Orochimaru's but a bit longer, as she had to show him more. His eyes bled, and he writhed, but eventually, the process finished. And just like Orochimaru, he immediately lowered his head. "I apologize for my actions. I see now that what I am doing, what I was going to do, is completely pointless in the long run. I shall strive to join Orochimaru-sama, and improve this world." Kabuto yelled, slamming his head against the ground as Tsunade and Jiraiya were growing more and more concerned. "Good, I hope that you will strive to become a better person, just like your sensei," Wanda responded with a smile, as Tsunade and Jiraiya finally had enough. "What the hell just happened? What did you do to them?" Tsunade yelled, as Wanda blinked and looked over to the woman. Oh that. It's simple really. I showed them what would happen if they continued down this route. The absolute pointlessness of their current actions, and the myriad of other alternate endings they may have, if they are good and change for the better," Wanda responded with a simple smile on her face, as if she didn't just shatter the mind of a Sannin and rebuild it. You can do that?" Tsunade asked, wide-eyed. "Mum, my daughter wasn't lying, you know. I am far more powerful than you, or anyone else on this planet. Just because I do not show it off, doesn't make it true. And reworking someone's mind and showing them the future isn't that difficult," Wanda responded with a shrug, as it really wasn't a problem. "You can see the future?" Jiraiya asked, wide-eyed. He knew of the prophecy, so he wondered if she maybe knew what it was going to bring about, but Wanda just glanced at him. "I won't be telling any of you about it, so don't bother asking. And if you're wondering why, it is because by telling you the future, that future will not happen. And the future that is coming is not a bad one, so you don't need to worry about that," Wanda said before the man could even ask the question that was on his mind. "That makes sense. Well, at least we know that the future is a good one. Jiraiya responded, as her explanation for why she could not explain the future did make a lot of sense. As it would make them change their choices if they knew of the future, and by changing their choices, that same future that they had been told about would not happen thanks to the changes they make. What are we doing with those two then? Tsunade asked, looking at Orochimaru and Kabuto, before Wanda smiled. I was going to suggest that you take them to Konoha. Once you become Hokage, you can give them a secret laboratory that they can work in, without being discovered. Or you can imprison them and make them repay the village by working to improve it. Either one would likely work, Wanda answered, as Tsunade looked at the two. And how do I know they won't just betray us in the future? Tsunade asked. Simple, because I said so. Seeing the intentions of someone is not even remotely difficult for someone like me. And thanks to that, I can tell you with absolute certainty that these two will not be betraying you again, Wanda responded, as Tsunade looked at the two. Alright. Once I become Hokage, I'll get them a secret lab to work out of. I'd put them in prison, but I'm pretty sure that if I did, they wouldn't be getting out, at all. Not only that, but there'd be calls for execution, so a secret lab is the best route for this, Tsunade said, as she looked at her old teammate and Kabuto. She was tempted to just let them get killed, but if Orochimaru could be used to work with the village, improving the lives of everyone within, it was a better option than just offing the man. It also didn't help that he was still her teammate, and she'd like to not have to kill him. Fantastic. Now, let's get back to the village, shall we? Then we can return to Konoha so you can take your place as the 5th Hokage, Wanda said, as they all nodded in agreement. Walking back to the small village that they were near, Shizun couldn't help but ask the question that was on everyone's minds. How did you get so strong? Shizun asked, as that sort of power was not something that could just come out of nowhere. It had to be trained, made, earned. I was born with most of it. Given the mantle of a very important type of entity, one that is connected with the greater expanse of existence on a conceptual level, Wanda explained, as they all looked at her in even more confusion, but also a bit of awe. And what of chakra? I can't sense any of it from you, but you're still so strong, how? Tsunade asked. Oh that. I simply have so much chakra that you cannot properly sense it. As my chakra extends so far and wide that it is like it's a part of the world itself. You wouldn't even notice it unless you really knew what to look for, or if a Hyuga helped you, Wanda responded, as this was the truth. She had more chakra than entire universes, and thanks to that, the sheer amount of her chakra was enough to surround entire universes in its power. They all looked at her in silent awe, before Jiraiya was the one to speak up. That's ridiculous. You know that, right? To have so much chakra that it looks like it's just a part of the world itself? That's more chakra than any Kage, like ever. Not even the first Hokage had that much. Hell, I don't even think the tailed beasts do either. Jiraiya responded, completely and utterly flabbergasted with everything that Wanda was explaining. I guess I am just better than them, Wanda responded with a shrug, as it didn't really mean anything to her. The others could only look at her with deadpans, while her children grinned, knowing that their mama really was awesome. After returning back to the small village that they had been staying in, they ended up gathering up all their things, buying a few souvenirs, and began the trip back to Konoha. While Tsunade and Orochimaru also made plans for his laboratory, and what he planned on making in the future. Things like cures for various poisons, diseases, and other toxins. Things that could massively improve the survival rate of the shinobi of the village, and even the civilian lives. All of these things are huge for the village as a whole. All the while Wanda continued to train and help Naruto learn. Eventually, after a few days, they had returned back to the village, people looking at Tsunade in awe as she walked through the village alongside Jiraiya. And as they returned back, Wanda looked at Tsunade, one thought on her mind. Time to take out Danzo. Gain access up to an additional chapter 10 chapters early for each of my main fanfics, 40 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive stories, including exclusive R18 chapters/fics, on my Patreon for $10 a month, or $100 for an entire year. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. Just some explanations and the return to the village. Next chapter will be taking care of Danzo for good, and returning back to the shop after like 10 chapters. Then there'll be some dates and other stuff. Anko will not be a love interest. It'll be Death and Raven only. They'll be getting developed in the next 10 to 15 chapters, with Death coming first and then Raven after. Should be getting together by chapter 120 or so. Anyways, have a good day. 89, Chapter 89, Danzo's Last Day. 89, Chapter 89, Danzo's Last Day. Third POV. Returning back to Konoha had turned out to be an interesting experience. As the second that Tsunade had returned, she was whisked away by Jiraiya to the council chambers, in order to speak with the council for the first time officially. And said council had quickly proven why they were annoying little rats that Hiruzen hated with a passion, by almost immediately trying to get her to order Naruto to reveal his secrets, and how he became so powerful. More than that, they tried to get her to imprison Wanda so they could try to find out her secrets. Tsunade had immediately shut down both of these ideas, as she couldn't even touch Wanda, hell, not even Milim. Milim alone could slaughter the entirety of Konoha. Wanda wouldn't even need to lift a finger to take care of the village. So she wasn't about to be a fool and get her and her people killed in an ignorant attack on her simply so she could figure out the secrets to her almighty power. Instead, she decided as the first proclamation as the fifth Hokage, that the civilian council was going to officially be disbanded, as it had long past its use, and was becoming a parasite that was causing more trouble than it was worth. She couldn't do this until she officially became Hokage, which came a few days later after they had returned to the village. And the reaction had been exactly what she had expected. Outcries from the council members that were being kicked out, happiness from the shinobi council that was sick and tired of the civilians, and a whole lot of her threatening them to fuck off or get punished accordingly. They promptly did fuck off. With that over, Tsunade was able to put the plan involving Orochimaru into place. Using her new power as the Hokage, and the help of Wanda to make the man a proper lab that he could work out of without ever being found, unless she allowed him to be found at least. The reactions to Tsunade being the fifth Hokage were quite mixed, as it was public knowledge that she had been a drunken gambling addict for the past decade or so, and it was even more well known that she was quite temperamental. But, the fact that she was the most well-liked Sannin, and was incredibly skilled, made up for that. Add the fact that she was the granddaughter of the first, the grandniece of the second, and one of the Procs of the third, and it made it next to impossible to truly complain about her becoming the fifth Hokage. Of course, there was one person that had complained, and tried his damnedest to stop her from becoming the Hokage, and naturally that person was Danzo. The man in question had been all but crippled in terms of power, thanks to the slaughter of his root shinobi, and the way all of his information had been stolen, and proof of his actions had been taken from his own study. It all lined up to make it very very difficult for him to do anything. And now that he no longer had the civilian council to control, and the two elders had been dismissed, replaced with Jiraiya and, in secret, Orochimaru, he had next to nothing that he could truly do against her. And the worst thing was that the one that had caused all of this had gotten off, with him not even being able to prove that Wanda had acted against him and the village. It made things even worse when his communications with Orochimaru had completely and utterly ended, with the Snake Man refusing to respond to any of his messages. With Naruto not being a possibility for him to control, Danzo realized that the only way he could regain power was to cut his losses and leave, so that he could rebuild far away from the village, and once he gained the power that he so desired, he would come back and take the village, through force if he has to. Sadly for him, he completely underestimated Wanda, again. Standing in the Hokage's office, Wanda stood across from Tsunade who sat behind her chair. Jiraiya and Shizune both at her sides, the Umbu having already been dismissed the second Wanda had walked through the door. "So, Wanda-sama, what are you here for?" Tsunade asked, as Wanda didn't seem like the type to just show up out of nowhere for no reason. "I'm here to tell you that I'm going to get rid of one of your rather nasty problems. One by the name of Danzo Shimura," Wanda responded, as Tsunade's eyes widened. "You want to go after that creep? But what for?" "I've been trying to find anything that can let us pin him, but the guy doesn't leave any sort of evidence of what he is doing," Tsunade asked, as Wanda smiled, as papers formed onto Tsunade's desk. "This is evidence of his many crimes against the village, including aiding in the slaughter of the Uchiha clan, bloodline stealing, causing the slow extinction of the Senju clan, releasing secrets ranging from a rank all the way to SS rank to the public and other foreign parties, utilizing a shadow organization that has been quietly killing innocent men and women from all sorts of villages, and dozens more," Wanda listed, as Tsunade blanked at the mention of her clan. "What did you just say?" Tsunade said emotionlessly, as killing intent began to flare around her. "Danzo Shimura is the cause of Kawaka's death, alongside many other shinobi from every clan in the village. The Senju and Uchiha both died out because of him," Wanda explained, as Tsunade's fist shattered the table beneath her. "I didn't think the bastard would go that far," Jiraiya said in shock, as he looked over the paper, showing more than enough evidence that he had indeed been the cause of most of these acts, with enough evidence to give them cause to find and hunt the man down. "He is a little worm of a person. One that I am going to go and find and bring here. Once I do, I plan on making him feel pain that you cannot even imagine, before healing his mind of its eventual shattering, and doing it over and over, until Tsunade is ready to kill him for good," Wanda informed, as Tsunade looked her in the eyes before nodding. "Bring him here, please. In return I will have you named as an honorary elder of the village, with the same pull and power as Jiraiya over here, but with none of the duties," Tsunade said. Wanda raised an eyebrow at the offer, before smiling. "I'll take you up on that offer. I'll be back in a minute at most," Wanda said, as she teleported off, leaving Tsunade, Shizune, and Jiraiya in the room alone once more, as Tsunade pulled out a thing of alcohol and began to drink. Far off outside of the village, Danzo was on the road, racing through the trees of the forests that surround the village, fleeing. He knew that eventually whoever had gathered the evidence of his actions would give it to Tsunade, so he needed to get out of there as fast as he possibly could before that could happen. Too bad for him, he severely underestimated just how powerful Wanda truly is. "You know fleeing is pointless, right?" A voice echoed in his ear, as his eyes widened and he attempted to attack, only to get launched to the ground a moment later, every bone in his body shattering in an instant as he groaned in pain. "Why you?" Danzo groaned upon seeing Wanda standing over him with a smile, her hand pointed at him as he screamed in pain. "Can't let you keep these. Gotta return them to the dead, but I think I'll give Naruto a pair. Gotta make my son stronger after all." Wanda smiled with a giggle, as each of the Sharingan eyes implanted into the old man popped out one by one, blood pouring from each of the holes as he screamed in pain, before eventually the last eye from underneath his bandaged eye was pulled out, the same one belonging to Shisui Uchiha. With all the eyes gone from him besides his only normal one, Wanda smiled, as she flicked her wrist, a loud scream of agony echoing from him as blood poured from his eyes, as she quite literally began to torture his very soul. Watching it all, Wanda had only one thought on her mind. I wonder if Naruto will like a pair of Sharingan. Gain access up to an additional chapter 10 chapters early for each of my main fanfics, 40 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive stories, including exclusive R18 chapters/fics, on my Patreon for $10 a month, or $100 for an entire year. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. Next chapter is the last one in Naruto. After that it's back to the store, finally lol. Future arcs in other worlds will not be this long, as this was extended far longer than I was expecting initially. Anyways, have a good day. 90, Chapter 90, Execution, Returning Home. Third POV. With Danzo unconscious next to her, mind shattering over and over as he was forced under horrific nightmares and torture, Wanda gripped his shirt and teleported off with the old man, reappearing back in the Hokage's office a few moments later. Tsunade shot up at the sight of the unconscious Danzo, only to look wide-eyed as Wanda floated a Sharingan eyes in jars up and onto a nearby table. A little over 20 eyes were preserved and in jars. What the hell? Jiraiya muttered, looking at the eyes, and noticing the holes in his arm, and the lack of his eye. Each of the holes in his arm was bleeding heavily, and clearly was showing that these eyes that Wanda had revealed had been inserted into Danzo's arm. Did he have those in his arm? Shizun asked, horrified as she realized what Danzo might have done. Having an entire arm fused with over a dozen Sharingan eyes was horrific. He did. They're the eyes of the Uchiha that died during the massacre. I've separated them all into the pairs that they should be in, and I've also placed the names of each of the Uchiha that they belong to on the top of them. Not sure what you can do with them, but I hope that will help, Wanda responded, as Tsunade nodded. That'll be a huge help. I'm not sure we can return the eyes with how long they've been out of them, and their bodies have likely fallen apart by now. But perhaps we can at least give them a proper send-off, Tsunade responded, wondering if perhaps they could cremate the eyes or something of the sort. The idea of giving them to someone else was definitely an appealing one, but she didn't want to disrespect the dead, so instead she'd either cremate the eyes, or return them to Sasuke, who could decide what to do with the eyes. What did you do to the bastard? Looks like he's broken, Jiraiya asked, looking down at Danzo's form. I made him go through some, less than savory things, mentally of course. It's all just a form of payback for what he has done to my son, and to all the other innocents. And don't worry, every time his mind shatters I'll heal it so he always remembers what he has experienced, and so he can answer any questions you may have, Wanda responded, as Jiraiya and Tsunade both looked relieved to hear this, as they would need to question him, and thoroughly. And what about the rest of his root shinobi? Should we prepare a strike force to wipe them out? Tsunade asked, not sure what Wanda had done about them. Oh them? No, you don't need to worry about them. My daughter took care of them during the invasion, there is no root anymore. The innocent members like the children had been freed, the rest have been wiped out, Wanda responded simply, as Tsunade looked at her in shock, but also a bit of gratitude, as wiping out the root would have been incredibly difficult for them to do, with how widespread and well hidden they were. So to hear that they were already gone, was a great boon to the village, and would make what comes next to be much easier. Good. Thank you for all of the help, Wanda-sama. You have done this village, and myself, a great service, and I will not forget that, Tsunade said. Good. Then will you allow me to take Naruto with me? Wanda asked, causing Tsunade to blink. What? I wish to take Naruto to live within my shop permanently. I plan on using the next 2 to 3 years to train him, and once that happens he'll come back to deal with certain issues that are in this world. But during these years, he won't be able to take any missions. So you can think of it as a training trip of sorts, but one that you can visit as long as you're coming to the shop to buy something, Wanda responded, as Tsunade looked at her for a few moments. Alright, he was going to go on a training trip either way, but you're much stronger than Jiraiya here, so I guess that'll be for the best. Not only that, but you're closer and we can actually visit you as well. So I'll agree to this, Tsunade said with a nod, agreeing to her desire. Naruto would be better off with Wanda rather than Jiraiya. Both Tsunade and Jiraiya knew that. Wanda was the strongest person they had ever met, and it wasn't even close. And she had been training Naruto already, making him stronger than anyone his age, helping him properly utilize the genius he had inherited from his father, the fourth Hokage. Great. In return I guess I can help out with Danzo, Wanda said, as she walked over and tapped his forehead. There. Now when you ask him questions, he will have no choice but to tell the truth to whatever you ask. So there won't be a need to torture him, just ask him what you want to know, and he'll have not choice but to tell you, Wanda said, as Tsunade looked even more grateful, as this was going to make their lives so much easier. Getting the truth out of Danzo would be effortless now, and now they would be able to execute him without having to worry about anyone trying to save his ass, because he himself will be the one to explain everything he has done over the years. Thank you, Wanda, for all of this. With this, Danzo has no chance of escaping us and his own execution. And none of those old coots can even think of stepping in to stop it, Tsunade responded, giving her a smile, a happy, elated smile. Not a problem, Tsunade. Now, I'll leave you to it. As I have a son to go speak with, Wanda said, as she teleported off, leaving Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Shizune alone with the unconscious Danzo Shimura. A couple of days later, after speaking with Naruto regarding moving in with her on a more permanent basis, Wanda was ready to finally go back to her bookstore, as she had been in the Naruto universe for what felt like forever, and it was time to get back. During these couple of days, Danzo had been questioned thoroughly by Tsunade and Jiraiya, with them asking him all sorts of important questions regarding the horrific things he had done in the past, including his actions against the Senju clan, his part in the Uchiha massacre, the horrible things he had done to several women for their bloodlines, and all sorts of other crimes that were absolutely going to get him executed. And it did. After 2 days of questioning, and revealing his crimes to the Shinobi Council, Danzo Shimura was brought in front of the entire village, as a number of his crimes were revealed to the greater village. Crimes against the village, against the past Kage, and against humanity itself. They had kept the crimes regarding other villages a secret, of course, as revealing them would likely end up with a war being started, or a rather nasty conflict that they cannot afford to deal with. They also didn't reveal his part in the Uchiha massacre for obvious reasons, as that alone could cause some serious damage to the village as a whole. But Tsunade did decide that she would tell Sasuke the truth once he became a bit older, and wasn't so, well, him. Besides that, Wanda and Naruto had traveled to the ruins of Uzashio during this time, and like she had expected, there was a secret vault beneath the village, with tens of thousands of scrolls, all sorts of gems and rare materials, and ancient secrets and techniques of the Uzumaki clan, as well as a living shitload of sealing techniques, ones that even Wanda looked at with excitement, thanks to the sheer usefulness of a lot of them, and the power that they could exhibit within her hands. They had all been taken into a storage dimension for Naruto, with them also respectfully burying any corpses that had run across, which was quite a few. Wanda also made sure to ward the place, so that nobody would be able to enter the ruins ever again, besides those with Uzumaki blood, and herself. That way if Naruto ever wishes to do something with the place, then he could. But finally, after being in this universe for over a month, Wanda was standing in front of her bookstore, Naruto and Milim at her side, both excited to see their new home, or in Milim's case, return home. And as she walked through the front door of her shop, Wanda had only one thought on her mind. That took a lot longer than I was expecting. Gain access up to an additional chapter 10 chapters early for each of my main fanfics, 40 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive stories, including exclusive R18 chapters/fics, on my Patreon for $10 a month, or $100 for an entire year. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. And so ends the Naruto arc. Sorry for how long that lasted, as I initially thought it would be around 3 to 7 chapters, only for it to extend to like 15 chapters or something like that. Future arcs will not be nearly this long, and will be a maximum of around 10 chapters. Anyways, have a good day. 91, Chapter 91, Home, Empress. Third POV. Returning to the bookstore after over a month of being out was a bit of a thing to adapt to, especially for her son. Naruto had taken a little while to adapt to the new home of his, with its huge inner expanse, and literal thousands of dimensions that were created by his mother. Not to mention the tech that was beyond anything he had in his world. He was quite fond of some of the dimensions she had created, like the food dimensions where everything inside was made of food and candies. He also liked the chakra dimension, where everything inside was made of pure immense chakra, so much that even Kurama was not comparable to a simple cockroach inside of the dimension. That was just how it was for most of the dimensions though. Even a simple plant in some of the stronger ones she had created, were capable of atomizing entire planets, and the strongest beasts were capable of destroying stars. And that wasn't even the strongest creature in general, that belonged to the dragon dimension where it was full of solely dragons. Besides showing off the dimensions to Naruto, she had also shown him what his new duties would be, and what would be expected of him, basically, chores. He had accepted them all, as they were actually fun, and would allow for him to meet all sorts of neat people from around existence. Speaking of people that he needed to meet, upon returning to the shop, Ivy and Raven had finally finished their business inside of the dimensions. So, who are these two? Ivy asked, having never met with Milim or Naruto. But she could tell that they are pretty damn special, strong too. This is Milim and Naruto, my daughter and son. They'll also be new workers at the shop that will help with stocking and even cooking, Wanda informed, as Ivy blinked before glancing at the two. Adopted? Because they don't exactly look like they could be related to you, Ivy asked, as Wanda nodded, while Raven was silently looking at Milim, sensing the immense power within the pink-haired girl. She's strong, Raven said bluntly. Thanks. You're super strong too, maybe even stronger than me. Milim responded, knowing from her mama that Raven had the potential to reach the same levels of power as the higher entities of the DC multiverse, and could even approach the levels of Wanda herself, which is immensely impressive. After all, Wanda was likely in the top 5 strongest in the DC multiverse at the moment, likely tied with Lucifer, so more like top 3. Whoa, you've got a lot of nature energy. Naruto said, looking at Ivy. He had been taught how to sense nature energy by Wanda as of recently, so he could tell that she had a lot of it. Thank you. I'm not sure I understand what natural energy is, Ivy responded, a little confused on what he was talking about. Nature energy is the energy of the world itself. All of nature has the energy flowing through it, and some beings, like yourself, naturally can utilize it. It's basically a physical manifestation of the green, Wanda explained, as Ivy looked interested. And can I learn how to use this, nature energy, beyond just what I've been doing? Ivy asked, interested in the idea of utilizing natural energy to boost her powers further. It should be possible, but that'll come later. You'll need to utilize normal chakra before you can move on to nature energy. As nature energy is far more difficult to learn, and far more difficult to manipulate, Wanda responded, before stopping as a thought came to mind. How about you start to attend the lessons I give Naruto? While there you can learn how to use chakra, and learn a bit about nature chakra until you're ready. That way I can teach both you and Naruto at the same time, Wanda offered, as Ivy looked at Naruto, who gave her a grin, before looking back to Wanda. Alright, I don't mind that, Ivy responded, as Naruto didn't seem so bad, so it could be fun. Great. Would you like to attend too, Raven? Wanda asked, turning back to Raven, who shook her head. I'd prefer to understand and master my own powers first before I learn any other powers like chakra or nature energy, Raven responded, which was fair. She already had a lot to deal with thanks to the powers she had from her father. Adding chakra and nature energy on top of that might not be the best idea right now. Best to focus on one thing at a time. Alright, understandable. Now, how about we all get some food in our stomachs and then we can open up shop tomorrow? I'd like to get a good rest before opening up shop, Wanda asked, as they all nodded, somewhat excited, as Wanda's cooking was amazing. With that in mind, Wanda walked off, ready to have a good dinner. At the same time, in another world, one of Wanda's clones was having an interesting time. So, how exactly did this happen? Wanda asked, a deadpan on her face as she stared at Daenerys. On her shoulders were 2 new smaller baby dragons, one white and gold, the other a deep purple color akin to amethyst. Well, after you had found the 2 eggs, I thought I could mimic what I had done to bring forth my sons, by using the sacrifice of a life, and fire to bring them to life. And, it seems that I was right, Daenerys said with a sheepish expression on her face, looking at the 2 dragons. When I gave you the eggs, this is not what I was expecting, Wanda said, as she had found the eggs after she teleported into Valeria and explored the destroyed land. She found thousands of eggs, but she decided to give Daenerys just 2 of them. Should Jon and Daenerys happen, she'd give the man 1 as well, but 5 was enough for now. So, what are you naming them? Well, I do believe they are both my daughters now. So, I believe Rolyax and Renix would be good names for them, she responded with a soft smile, naming them after her mother and niece. The same niece that had died to the mountain, the daughter of Rhaegar Targaryen, Rhaenys. Good names. So, now that you have 2 new dragons, I'm assuming that you're finally going to be going after Volantis. After all, you've already taken Slaver's Bay and fortified it, Wanda asked, as Daenerys stared off to the distance. Yes, I believe it is time to conquer Volantis. After them, I believe Karth would be a good candidate for conquest. If not them, then I suppose Pentos would be decent as well, Daenerys mused. And what of the rest of the Dothraki? Didn't you speak of taking them into your ranks? Wanda asked, seeing what her student would decide. I think after we take Volantis I shall travel to V's Dothrak, and will show my strength in person, Daenerys said, knowing that over the months, she had been training extensively with Wanda, growing her own skill in swordsmanship. Not to mention her training in magic that had recently started, magic that was mostly related to fire magics, but there was some other simple spells that Wanda had begun to teach the queen. Over the months, Wanda had also been keeping an eye on Westeros, knowing that the Night King was off in the distance, amassing power. Not that it would do much as long as Daenerys prepared for it enough. Good. It's time you take those savages and begin to make them into something better. Because we both know that they cannot continue how they are, not if you wish to truly conquer Essos, Wanda responded, knowing that Daenerys wished to birth an empire, one even greater than the Valyrian freehold. And she would need the Dothraki changed into something better if she wanted to accomplish this. I know. They will either bend the knee and join me, becoming greater than they possibly could have been before, or they die in the flames of my dragons. Either way, they will not be continuing their current methods, Daenerys responded, as Wanda smiled. Good, don't show mercy to people that live off of enslaving others, that get power and wealth off selling men, women, and children into horrific conditions. Unless you wish for the wheel to continue to turn, to continue its current trend of slavery and death, Wanda said, as Daenerys nodded seriously, knowing that things needed to change. And she would be that change. She just hoped Wanda would be at her side to help her become that change. As she watched Daenerys look off into the distance, Wanda smiled slightly, one thought on her mind. Seems an empress will be born soon, good. Gain access up to an additional chapter 10 chapters early for each of my main fanfics, 40 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive stories, including exclusive R18 chapters/fics, on my Patreon for $10 a month, or $100 for an entire year. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. Basically just a chapter of some talking and seeing how her clone in God is doing. Next chapter will have the Harry Potter clone and her doing some stuff on her own. Anyways, have a good day. 92, Chapter 92, A Lucifer Visits, Pharaoh's Tomb. 92, Chapter 92, A Lucifer Visits, Pharaoh's Tomb. Third POV. With the return to the bookstore over with, the day had passed simply, with her children getting to know Ivy and Raven a bit more. More specifically Raven, as Milim was a bit smarter than she looked, and had noticed the lingering glances that Raven had started giving Wanda recently. Wanda had noticed them, of course, and she suspected that Raven might be gaining a crush on her, which was cute, really cute. She was interested in the emo woman, but she also was interested in getting to know her more first, which is why she planned on inviting her out on a date soon. But now it was a new day, and after explaining a few things to Naruto regarding how to do some of the work she had given him, and it was time to open up shop. You wanna flip the sign to open, Naruto? Wanda asked her son, who was sitting on her left while Milim was on her right. Last time your sister did it, so I think it's only right you get to do it this time, Wanda said, as Naruto grinned widely and nodded, knowing that flipping the sign to open was what would open up the shop to his mama's home universe. With his decision in mind, Naruto got up and walked to the door, and grabbed the sign, before flipping it open with an exaggerated movement, causing Wanda to giggle and Milim to roll her eyes, pouting slightly. You'll get to do it next time, okay? It's Naruto's first time, so he gets to go, Wanda said, as Milim slowly nodded, still wishing she was able to go, but understanding that her mama wanted her brother to do it once too. Now, let's see who will come in first, okay? Wanda said, as they both nodded, Naruto moving to sit back next to her, as the door dinged and in walked Lucifer. Ah, my favorite bookstore owner. I was wondering when you'd open back up. That time displacement was quite the interesting little thing, Lucifer said with a grin, as Wanda sighed. Hello Lucifer. What can I do for you today? Wanda asked, as both Naruto and Milim looked at the man with slightly surprise, knowing from their mama that this man in front of them was one of the only beings in this multiverse that could genuinely compare to her, or maybe even surpass her. Just wished to see my favorite bookstore owner, and the two beings from outside this multiverse. After all, it's not every day that you see someone from another multiverse, Lucifer said with a smirk as he glanced at Naruto and Milim. He could very easily sense their power and that they were quite unique. Especially when it came to the energies that they utilized, which was different from anything they had in the DC multiverse. So you're not going to buy anything, and are just here because you're curious about my children? Wanda asked, as she deadpanned. The man in front of her tended to be quite annoying at times, and Wanda was just hoping that he wouldn't cause her problems. But knowing him, that was an eventuality. Of course I am going to buy something. Those new books you have are quite interesting, and I'll also get a batch of your delicious muffins. I'm sure my favorite detective would like 1-inch, Lucifer responded, as Wanda raised an eyebrow, knowing he was talking about the one and only Chloe Decker. Hearing what he wanted, Wanda looked at Naruto, who grinned and ran into the back, only to return moments later with a batch of 6 muffins, all freshly made and smelling absolutely delicious. Fantastic. I'll also take all of these as well, Lucifer said, making a motion with his hand as a stack of around 27 books flowed from the bookshelves onto the counter, as Milim began to shove them into bags while Wanda took the large stack of cash the man had placed onto the counter moments later. Anything else? Wanda asked, as the man shook his head. Nope. I'll be back soon though. Mazakine wishes to buy some of your books on foreign martial arts, Lucifer informed, as Wanda raised an eyebrow, remembering who Mazakine was, but before she could say anything, Lucifer gave her a wave and walked off, causing her to sigh. He's kind of annoying, Milim said bluntly after the men stepped out of the door, causing Wanda to nod. Yes, honey, yes he is. But he is also a great customer, and not a bad man, just annoying, Wanda responded. How is as strong as you? He seems so weak. Naruto asked, as while Wanda had told them that Lucifer was likely on par with her in power, she hadn't explained why. Because he is the son of the god of this multiverse, the most powerful being in this multiverse who could crush me like a bug. This entity is known simply as the Presence and is far beyond even me. So, it is only natural that his son would be powerful as well, Wanda explained as they both looked surprised to hear that there was someone that could crush Wanda. But they decided that it did make sense, considering this entity was God. Not the actual one, of course. Wanda knew that he was just the god of this multiverse. She had no idea if there was a god out there, a true one. If there was one, she'd love to meet them. The door dinged again a few moments later, as normal customers began to walk in, this being the old ladies that loved to do their book club at her shop, and were some of her favorite customers. Mostly because they were kind and very fun to watch, especially because they read a lot of very interesting romance novels that tended to be a bit more spicy, which coming from a bunch of women who ranged from their 60s to late 70s was quite amusing. Seeing that the book club was here with smiles on their faces, Wanda smiled, knowing that everything was back to normal. In the Harry Potter universe, her clone was currently in Egypt, sitting in one of the ancient tombs of a pharaoh, a tomb that housed ancient scrolls on magics long lost, magics involving the manipulation and warping of souls. She didn't particularly need the spells, but she decided that they would be useful for Raven and maybe her children if they start to learn magic of the Harry Potter world. An array of spells on the manipulation of souls could prove to be incredibly useful against certain foes of immense magical power. Soul-related spells and powers are some of the most difficult to defend against, as they were able to directly avoid defenses and durability, making it next to impossible to properly block against them, unless you had some sort of ability or item that could defend against soul-related attacks. The Cloak of Invisibility was one of such items thanks to it being a deathly hollow. Harry Potter did not know this little fact, but she was sure he would find out eventually through some of the books he had been buying from her shop, at least, before she had went on the little vacation to the Naruto universe. Glancing at the scroll in her hand, Wanda smiled. Not bad, certainly the best soul-related spell I have found in this universe so far. A spell that allows one to absorb the souls of others, therefore absorbing their magical power and knowledge is quite a huge boon, Wanda said, knowing that such a spell was very powerful. And while she could already do this easily enough, her children couldn't, so it could be a neat boon to them. She would just need to deal with the side effects of the spell by tweaking its functions a little bit, which isn't all that difficult for a being like her. This does make me wonder, how did the pharaohs of old die so often if they had spells like this? With a spell like this, they'd be able to conquer the modern wizarding world with little difficulty. Must have been quite the foe for them to actually lose, Wanda said with a hum, interested in finding out that piece of information. But that would for the future, as right now she had something else on her mind, and that was, let's visit Hogwarts. Gain access up to an additional chapter 10 chapters early for each of my main fanfics, 40 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive stories, including exclusive R18 chapters/fics, on my Patreon for $10 a month, or $100 for an entire year. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. Not much to say in the A/N today, so, have a good day. 93, Chapter 93, Book Club, Athena's Request. 93, Chapter 93, Book Club, Athena's Request. Third POV. While her clone was traveling around the world of Harry Potter, Wanda was back in the bookstore, watching with an amused expression as Naruto was roped into talking with the old ladies that did the book club. The boy had only gone over to bring them their tea, but once they saw how adorable he was they couldn't stop coddling him. He didn't look out of place or anything, as Wanda had made sure to use an illusion on him that covered his normal whisker marks and impossible hair, making him look like a cute 12-year-old boy. One that was getting a lot of attention from the grandmas who were all giggling while he was embarrassed. At least Naruto is talking to some girls, Milim said with a grin, while Wanda giggled at her daughter's statement. I don't think those are the girls he was hoping to talk to, Han, Wanda said, watching her son flush in embarrassment as one of the women pulled on his cheek with a coo, especially once she noticed his blush. He looks like a tomato, Milim laughed, giggling loudly as Naruto heard her words, glaring at his sister upon hearing what she had said. The teasing was making it hard for him to keep a straight face. Don't tease your brother Milim. Even if he does look like a tomato, Wanda said, which caused Naruto to grin only to pout upon hearing the second sentence that came from his mother. After another few minutes of the old women teasing Naruto, he was allowed to return to the counter, as Naruto gave his mom a small glare. Not a word, Naruto said with a grumble, as Wanda just giggled. I didn't say a thing, Naruto, Wanda replied, as her son just grumbled and plopped down into the chair next to her with a huff. After another 20 minutes or so, the book club had left, but not before each of them bought the next book that they had wanted to read, which was a book that Wanda had recently put into the shop, called The Summer I Turned Pretty. The book was pretty popular in her past life, and she had watched the show rather recently when she was bored, so it was a good addition to the fiction section, more specifically the romance. A while longer had passed, as more customers walked into the shop, mostly normal people who were mostly regulars who were back to buy some new books, or some of her delicious baked goods. Eventually though, a guest that Wanda did know from another universe walked in. And this was Athena. Ah, Athena. I was wondering when you'd return. I've got quite a lot of new books and scrolls for you to read, if you're interested, Wanda said, as Athena blinked, before glancing at the new bookshelves full of hundreds of new books, most of them being from the Naruto world, but also quite a few being from the Game of Thrones world and Harry Potter world. That is quite the new selection. And I will buy some from you, but I am also here to trade in some books of my own that I have gathered as of recent, Athena said, as she snapped her finger, hundreds of books appearing around her as Wanda looked at them all with a sparkle in her eyes. She could tell that they were all completely new books, so she was more than willing to accept them. However, in return for these books I ask for something more than just the books I was already going to buy, Athena said, causing Wanda to pause as she looked up at Athena with a raised eyebrow. And what would that be? Wanda asked, as Athena brought out what looked to be a set of clothes that Wanda recognized as Annabeth's. I would like you to enchant these clothes with the most powerful enchantments you can place for the books I am trading you, Athena asked, as Wanda raised an eyebrow. That's quite the ask, you know. I've never done a trade like that before, but I do have to admit that it is tempting, Wanda said with a hum, before an idea came to her mind, one that might just give her something even better. How about instead of the books, you give me something else? Wanda asked, as Athena looked at her hesitantly. And what would that be? Simple, a single drop of your blood will be enough, Wanda answered, as Athena paused. The blood of a god was immensely powerful, and could be used for all sorts of rituals and other purposes. And with a being as powerful as Wanda, it could be used for just about anything. What will you use it for? I plan on using your blood to figure out the makeup of divinity so I can mimic it. Becoming a proper god does sound quite interesting, you know, Wanda responded with a smile, as Athena looked at her wide-eyed. The idea of literally mimicking divinity was insane. And just casually talking about making yourself a god off of a single drop of blood was even more crazy. But this was also Wanda, and Athena was pretty certain that the woman in front of her could very easily accomplish this. Whether or not that is a problem, she wasn't sure. And you will not use my blood for any other purposes other than that? Athena asked, knowing that she couldn't really stop Wanda if she did, and the offer that Wanda was giving her was quite immense, as the enchantments that would be placed on the clothes would likely be well beyond anything she was imagining. Of course. I'll use the blood for that alone and then get rid of it. You won't need to worry about that. As that is all the blood is useful for anyways, at least, for me that is, Wanda said with a shake of her head at the thought. She was powerful enough to do anything a ritual would accomplish with the blood, so it would be a waste of time keeping it for such a thing. And will I be able to use this to grab some of your new books as well? Athena asked, knowing that the blood was likely worth more than some enchantments. And the only reason she was even contemplating this idea was for the books. Books that were not of her universe, and could be used to potentially boost her power immensely. Of course. With the blood I'll enchant your daughter's shirt as well as let you pick out, let's say, 25 books, Wanda said after a hum, while her daughter and son looked at Athena. Milim could tell that the woman in front of her was quite strong. Not as strong as her, but stronger than most other people she had run into so far. Way stronger than anyone in Naruto's universe at the least. Deal, Athena said after thinking for a few moments, as Wanda smiled, her hand reaching out and swiping slightly, a glow coating the clothes as ancient runes covered it with immense power, before stopping. There you go. The clothes will be able to defend her against attacks of gods, and would allow her to withstand the true form of higher beings as well. If you bring a more durable set of armor or something of the sort, then I can enchant them with even more power, Wanda informed, as Athena nodded before lifting her finger, a singular drop of golden blood dripping from her wound. Wanda gathered the blood to the side with a smile, before adding another piece of info she thought Athena would like to know. Oh, and if you get the blood of a primordial, bring it to me and I'll give you something far better than this, something similar in power to that little bolt that your father has. Athena perked up at this, as the lightning bolt of her father was the most powerful divine weapon in the pantheon, and one of the most powerful in the entire world. Only Gungnir of the Norse, and a handful of others could hope to compare. I will keep that in mind. I am not sure how I'd get my hands on such immensely powerful blood, but if I do, I'll make sure to bring it to you, Athena responded, knowing that that was not an opportunity she could afford to miss, if she ever got it. With that conversation finished, Athena gave her a nod before walking off to select her books. All the while both Naruto and Milim had only one thing to say as they watched her leave, and that was, "She's weird." Gain access up to an additional chapter 10 chapters early for each of my main fanfics, 40 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive stories, including exclusive R18 chapters/fics, on my Patreon for $10 a month, or $100 for an entire year. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. Just her talking with Athena and some store duties. Next chapter will be her going into the DC universe with Naruto, and messing with the team once again. Anyways, have a good day. 94, Chapter 94, Prank. Third POV. A few days had passed since the visit from Athena, and ever since she had come around, she had noticed an influx of demigod customers. As in, it went from an average of 10 visiting a day, to pretty much half the camp visiting every day. Wanda had no idea what the woman had said in regards to her store and what she had done to make them all come to her store, but she wasn't going to complain, as they were not only buying tons of books and bakery goods, but they were also bringing in several new books that she would trade for, and they were giving Naruto and Milim a new source of entertainment. New friends too. Basically, Wanda was pleased with the fact that her children were gaining some new friends. With Naruto finding the Apollo and Hermes demigods to be fun to talk with, and Milim was fond of the Ares demigods. They were the most in tune with her, and she was interested in meeting more of them. At the same time, Wanda had been interested in meeting some of the other gods, more specifically Hephaestus and Hestia. But she would have to speak with Athena herself about talking with them. With Wanda now having the blood of a divine being, it was not going to be difficult for her to become an actual god herself, but she decided against doing so until she connected to some of the other forces of the DC multiverse. The ones that she wished to connect to were the Sage Force, the Life Force, the Green, the Red, the Clear, and the Black. There was also the Life Equation and the Anti-Life Equation. She already technically knew the latter thanks to reading the comics, and she also knew how to obtain the former, so eventually she would. The latter was mostly because she didn't really want Darkseid to obtain that thing, even if it more than likely wouldn't affect her, it would still be problematic. That, and if she was right, it would massively boost her overall power and might just mesh well with her other powers. But that would be for the future, as right now, she was in a city she had yet to actually visit properly. The city of Metropolis. Originally she planned on messing with the team, but she decided that that was kind of boring. So, instead, she decided to mess with Soups himself. It could be fun, and she was sure her son would get a kick out of pranking one of the strongest men in the entire universe. She also couldn't help but wonder if Mr. MXYZPTLK would notice that she was pranking his favorite hero, the one that he seemed to think only he could mess with. If so, she had to admit that fighting it out with a dimensional imp and absorbing his power could be nice, as she was confident that she could beat him. He wasn't remotely in the level of Lucifer, after all. Either way, she was walking through the streets of Metropolis at the moment, her children walking in front of her looking around the bustling city. A city that was far 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 nicer than Gotham, and not nearly as dreary. But, it also had much bigger threats that tended to appear, like alien invasions and city-destroying creatures and villains. Whereas Gotham was just a shithole that tended to have a lot of smaller foes that just kept coming back over and over again. She still preferred Metropolis for shopping at least. Wow, this place is way nicer than Gotham. Naruto exclaimed as he looked around at the large skyscrapers that were spread throughout the giant city. It certainly is, isn't it? Wanda agreed, as she walked with them, amused with their attention to the surroundings of the city. How come Gotham is so awful compared to here, Mama? Milim couldn't help but ask, truly curious what the difference between the two of them were. That's because Gotham is cursed, Han. A dark curse that has been afflicting the city for a long time. And it is because of this curse that it remains the worst city in the world to live in. And it will continue to remain like that, until the curse is lifted, Wanda explained, as both of them looked at her in slight surprise. Are you going to get rid of the curse, Mama? Naruto asked, as Wanda paused. We'll see, Naruto. The curse may be bad, but it has been placed there by some very powerful entities of a dark place, and while I can certainly defeat them, our battle would shake the very multiverse and might cause some problems. So it will be better to leave it be until I get a bit stronger, Wanda explained, remembering that the dark multiverse was involved in the curse. More specifically Barbados, a powerful entity from that place. I'm pretty confident in defeating the Batman who laughs, should he ever rear his ugly mug, but it would likely cause some serious problems for the greater multiverse, Wanda thought, knowing that he became a multiversal entity at his peak. Not to mention Perpetua, who could be annoying. Not a threat, but annoying. It'd take Lucifer himself for her to really be worried about anything like that. I'll deal with him if it need be, Wanda thought, inwardly shrugging as it really wasn't a big deal to her. Can we go prank Superman now? Naruto asked, deciding he was done talking about the curse and now wanted to mess with Superman for a little while. Wanda smirked at the question, before responding, of course. At the moment Clark Kent, aka Superman, was flying through the skies of the city of Metropolis, listening in to see if there was anything or anyone for him to deal with. But he found that it had been a quiet day for the most part, until now. The sound of a gunshot echoed into his ears as he turned to the right, taking off in a boom as he reappeared a moment later, landing on the ground with a small crack echoing out as he looked around. He was in an abandoned warehouse, with the roof above being destroyed a long time ago in a rather nasty fire that destroyed the roof and parts of the walls. Looking around, he activated his X-ray vision and yelled, "Hello? Anyone there?" Looking around, he began to frown as he found absolute nothing, which was confusing as he knew for a fact that the gunshot came from here. He could see the bullet on the ground in the distance, and even see some residue from where it hit. Taking a step to look at the bullet more in depth, his eyes widened as a glow formed under him, causing him to blur to the side, as a large pink explosion appeared from where he had stood moments before. Another explosion soon rocked the area that he was standing on, which he once again dodged. This time it was bright yellow. He looked at them with surprise as he continued to dodge more and more, as he realized that they were some sort of paint bomb. Not only that, but they absolutely reeked. Are these smoke bombs mixed with stink bombs? Clark thought, realizing what these things might be as he continued to dodge. He couldn't even see how many there were, but he assumed that there had to be a limited amount. So instead, he decided to focus on the bullet while dodging, as he reappeared in front of it, lifting it into his hand and looking it over. Flipping the bullet onto the side, he blinked as it had words engraved into it, and those words were, "Gotcha." Clark couldn't even contemplate what that meant, when the bullet exploded in his hand, his form being coated in a rainbow myriad of colors, and a cough escaping him, as he looked down at his suit. Not only was he covered in a rainbow coloring of paint, he also now smelled awful, thanks to the stink bomb. Trying to shake off the pain through pure speed, he groaned when he realized that the paint wasn't coming out, and was resisting the speed he was moving at. Meaning, he had definitely just gotten pranked. And by someone who had prepared for him. With that realization in mind, Clark had only one thing to say, as giggles of a woman and her children echoed far off into the distance, and that was, "Man, I just cleaned this suit." Gain access up to an additional chapter 10 chapters early for each of my main fanfics, 40 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive stories, including exclusive R18 chapters/fics, on my Patreon for $10 a month, or $100 for an entire year. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. Not much to say for the end today, so have a good day. 95, Chapter 95, Teasing and Godhood. Third POV. After a rather enjoyable time messing with the Man of Steel, the family had returned back to the bookstore, but not before taking a souvenir from the man in the form of a piece of his cape, which was now put into one of Wanda's museum dimensions, which had all sorts of neat artifacts and items she had found so far in her journeys. At the same time, Clark Kent had just entered the watchtower, an annoyed expression on his face as the laugh of Barry Allen echoed throughout the room. "Ha, you look like a rainbow barfed all over you," he said, cackling as he watched Superman walk through the room before planting himself into his chair. A grumble escaped him at the fact that he was now going to be taunted for this. "What happened?" Wonder Woman asked, noticing the rainbow paint all over Superman as she walked into the meeting room, the rest of the League entering moments later. "I got pranked," brutally Clark responded with a sigh, as he leaned back in his chair. "Pranked? You, Superman, one of the fastest and strongest men alive, got pranked? How is that even possible?" Shazam asked, confused with even the idea of Superman successfully getting pranked. "Honestly, I have no idea. But whoever did it, they planned it out perfectly. Had paint bombs all around the warehouse, baited me in with a fake gunshot, and got my guard down. I couldn't even see the paint bombs when they went off. And I can't get this dang paint off either. I'm just glad I could get rid of the smell," Superman said, shuddering at the thought of being forced to walk around with the scent of stink bomb on his form. He had managed to get it off after flying through space for a bit, and was grateful for that much at least. Wanda didn't want to be too mean, so she let him get rid of the stench, but the paint would stay for a week or so, and would be an amusing thing to see when the reactions of the public flooded in. "That is concerning. If there is someone out there that not even you can get around, we might have a problem," Black Canary said, as she understood what this person could potentially do with that sort of knowledge, or that sort of planning. "I don't think so. If they wanted to harm me, they could have, but they didn't. Instead they pranked me with some paint and a stink bomb that went away after a short while," Superman replied, shaking his head at the thought. "It could have been a test run. To see if it would work on someone like you, to see if they could use it again in the future," Batman cut in, as several League members nodded, agreeing with his words. This was a threat, a problem, and they needed to find out who was behind it before they potentially used it on someone else in a less harmless manner, and more violent. "I'm telling you that they aren't trying anything, Batman. They purposely made it so I can get rid of the stink bomb smell and not the paint. Because if they could have made it so the paint could stick to me no matter what I try, do you think they couldn't do the same with the stench? No, I think they're just some super intelligent kid who wanted to have some fun, or an adult who was bored. Either way, I don't think they're a threat," Superman responded, confident in his own words. "Fine. We'll find them, but only to speak with them, nothing more. Is that good enough for you?" Batman asked, as Superman stared at the man before slowly nodding in acceptance, knowing that that was the best he was going to get out of the bat. With the conversation regarding the prank finished, Barry spoke up. "Personally, I would have preferred to see you painted pink, but rainbow works too." The others only sighed at his words, knowing this was going to be a long meeting. While the Justice League was at their meeting, which mostly involved making fun of Superman for his new and very colorful makeover, Wanda was currently in one of her dimensions, the shop closed for the day, and her children in the living room watching a movie. She had them spend some time together, just the two of them, as she had something she needed to do. A few things actually. the first of which was, connecting to the green, which as it turns out, was, very very easily done. Hell, the other elements were also easy to connect to, and she wasn't even meaning to, but by the end of the hour, she had connected to all of the elemental parliaments, all 10 of them. The green, the red, the white, the clear, the gray, the orange, flames, the divided, the black, the metal and the melt. Her connection to each of them had just happened. Like they were honored to have her connected to them, like their previous rivalries didn't matter in comparison to having her connected. She didn't mind this, as it had given her quite a few new and neat little powers, and had boosted her magic by a little bit, not that it made much of a difference. The Sage Force had taken a bit longer to connect to, due to its nature. But it had also been connected to faster than she had been expecting, and the power it had given was actually quite a bit, improving her psychic powers by quite a lot, and connected her to the greater collective unconsciousness. A boon, basically. The final thing that she had to do, was the one that she was currently in the process of doing, and that was the copying and assimilation of divinity, turning herself into a god of sorts. One that would not be reliant on worship or anything else, and was simply going to strengthen her. More than a mere Olympian of the Percy Jackson universe at that, thanks to the automatic growth the divinity would undergo, evolving in accordance to her own power. It was because of this that Wanda was currently standing in the opening of the dimension she had created specifically in order to ascend into godhood, or at least a form of it. It was made through her power and was completely cut off from the rest of reality, so her ascending into something higher wouldn't accidentally obliterate the multiverse or something. And it was because of this that she was willing to do what she was about to do. As she stood in front of the golden blood, and breathed out, "Let's see how this goes," Wanda said simply, as she reached her hand out and crushed the drop of blood, assimilating and copying the divinity and the nature behind it within an instant, as a gasp echoed from her, her eyes widening as the dimension around her began to quiver and shake. She felt no pain, no agony, only pleasure. The dimension unraveling rapidly as her form began to warp and change, her true form being revealed to the dimension as it struggled to withstand the weight of her true self. The true form of a being that could atomize multiverses. The true form that would destroy an entire reality just from standing within it, a true form that could make gods and cosmic entities shatter just from standing in her presence, much less looking at her. A true form that was growing and warping and evolving in real time, as her power began to rise and grow into a better and more refined form. As she could instinctively feel the godhood within her, a unique form, chaotic and cosmic in nature, untouched by others' thoughts and feelings, bound to her and her alone. And with it came the understanding of her domains, and those were chaos, order, magic, creation, destruction, life, death, the beginning, the end, knowledge, understanding, and possibility. Each of these concepts were higher ones, all of them immensely powerful, all of them intricately connected to her very being, personifying her as a person. These were her major domains, aka the main ones, the primary ones that make up her being. But she also had minor domains that she had power in, which were family, children, reincarnation, chakra, teaching, adventure, neutrality, nature, Shinix, and fate. If she continued to develop and grow in the way she was, she could develop more. But it would take huge changes for her to develop more than she already had. And her main domains would always remain that way, as they were her. Her very being was made up of them. And now that she was not just a god of them, but the god of them, her power over them had risen to entirely new realms. And should she obtain a drop of blood from a primordial like she asked of Athena, she would be them in its entirety. All chaos, all order, all magic, creation, she'd be it all. She would personify it in the same way Nyx is the same as night, as Gaia is planet Earth. A step higher than being a god, after all, who can control the concept better than the one who was quite literally the concept itself. Either way, Wanda was very pleased with the power she had obtained, and decided that she would give Athena a gift next time she comes around because of how big this boon had proven to be. With her ascension into godhood finished, and her true form being covered by her mortal one once again, Wanda smiled, pleased as she teleported off to return to her children, one thought on her mind. Man, being a god is neat. Gain access up to an additional chapter 10 chapters early for each of my main fanfics, 40 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive stories, including exclusive R18 chapters/fics, on my Patreon for $10 a month, or $100 for an entire year. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. So yeah, Wanda is now a god. She already sorta was one, but now much more so. She has quite a lot of domains, which I hope makes sense why she has each one. She won't be getting much more, a maximum of 3 major and 5 minor. And they won't be too important or anything, just power boosts. She'll be going against her first actual foe very soon, and once she kills him, her power will rise one final time for quite a long time. And it will also give her a new domain and title. Anyways, have a good day. 96, Chapter 96, Domains and Key. Third POV. Becoming an actual god had been an interesting experience for Wanda. as she had found rather quickly that her new domains were quite powerful, and had given her access to a lot more than what she could do before. A lot more than she had been expecting from the domains. Her chaos magic that was already insanely powerful, had now risen into an entire new realm. It was already stronger than any Lord of Chaos, and superior to any other Chaos God in this multiverse, but now it had risen into a realm even beyond what she could do before, to the point that she was pretty confident in defeating Lucifer now. Her control over not just chaos magic, but chaos in general was now immense. Her control over magic was now even greater, as she could already learn magic with ease before, but now it was pretty much instantaneous. Just by seeing the magics of others she could copy and master them within a second. Order was now something she could passively detect and control. With her being a higher-tiered being when it comes to order than even the Lords of Order, it was akin to being a higher dimension over them. In terms of dimensions she wasn't even sure where she was in that aspect, but she was pretty certain she scaled beyond most others in the multiverse, including the imps. Creation and destruction were two very powerful concepts, and after a bit of testing, she found that she could create even greater things than before. And her extension of creation was quite vast. The amount she could do with it was more than what you could imagine creation could actually do. She could create just about anything she wanted, from objects to species to energies and beyond. She could even create new abilities and powers, at least, within limits. She imagined that once she became a primordial she could effortlessly make powers. Destruction was even more absolute than creation, as it was more in tune with her than creation was. She could destroy concepts and erase them from existence with no difficulty. She had destruction beyond that of gods and other entities. Only destruction of the Endless himself surpassed her in that aspect, and she would only continue to grow in it once she starts meeting other entities that use it. Hell, Beerus alone should help her quite a lot once she sees him again. Life and death were equally as powerful as the former two, and were intricately connected with them, as well as order and chaos, making them equally as in tune with her very being, hence why she had obtained them. Her control over life basically made her the god of the green, and allowed her to bring life to entire universes with a casual wave of her finger. And her usage of death was only weaker than that of Necron and Death of the Endless, and only because they both personified it. Once she became a primordial, she would likely surpass the former. She wasn't entirely sure about the latter. Knowledge had been an obvious concept, and was a great one for her, as knowledge was something she always chased, thanks to her bookstore. It also granted her a connection to something very very important, the Akashic Records. The very library of existence. She felt that if she really tried to, she could enter the library and learn from its infinite halls. But she decided against it for now, as she knew that the Akashic Records was not limited to a singular multiverse, and was an existence-wide concept that other entities could theoretically enter. Some of these entities were just as strong as she was, even stronger in certain cases. She remembered a woman who stood above creation and saw it as nothing more than a chess game. A woman that she knew for a fact could enter the records and was very very powerful. There were countless others, but she was one that she knew for certain. Understanding had allowed her to master and learn things in, well, an instant. Her understanding and comprehension had grown to the point that she was always understanding new things, her connection to the greater existence growing by the second. Possibility, now that was a powerful one. She felt that she could control it with effortless ease, even more than before. Her connection to it allowed her to see all future possibilities even better than before. And she knew that if she was to become a primordial, she would surpass even the Queen of Nevers herself, the personification of possibility. The end and the beginning were perhaps her strongest domains, her deadliest, the ones that were the most important not only to herself, but to all of creation. She was intricately connected to the beginning and end of all things. She was similar to death in that regards, as she would be there to bring the end, and she would be there to bring about a new beginning. She could now end things just by thinking of it, just as she could begin new worlds, new laws, new concepts, new branches of creation, just through thought. Her minor concepts were all fantastic as well, but not nearly as strong her primary domains. All in all, Wanda was much stronger than before, not that she really needed it. But she wasn't going to complain, as power was power. And she was still not even close to the strongest in existence, and she doubted she ever would be. After all, God did exist out there somewhere, and that thing was infinitely stronger than her, and nothing she does will ever change that fact. So all she could do was continue to grow, and enjoy her life as a mother and bookstore owner, and hope that she didn't somehow piss off God. It had been a couple of days since she had become a god, and not a lot had really happened. Besides a few new customers coming in from the Percy Jackson world, and another visit from the Doctor and Rose, it had been pretty quiet. Not too quiet, thankfully. What did you do? A purple-skinned cat man said looking at Wanda as he walked in, marching over to her counter. What do you mean, Beerus? Wanda asked with a raised eyebrow, wondering if he could actually tell that she had become a god of destruction. Interesting, if he can truly sense that, then that means his connection to destruction is far more than I thought, Wanda thought, as she gazed into his being, and began to look into his power of destruction, aka Hakai. It has a few interesting aspects, but nothing too crazy, Wanda thought, not seeing much of interest coming from it, beyond a few things she effortlessly copied into her own concept, growing its power a decent bit. I mean, where the hell is the menu for the food? Don't tell me you got rid of those delicious creations of yours. Beerus yelled, as Wanda deadpanned, realizing he didn't sense her power. He was just hungry. Why am I not surprised? Wanda thought with a small snort escaping her. It was taking up space. Just look down, Wanda said, as Beerus blinked, only to look down and found that the menu was now on the counter itself, as if it had been painted onto it. Not taking up any pointless space, and even had cute chibi art of Wanda, Naruto, Milim, and Tikal. Tikal had taken to going to the animal dimension, so she hadn't actually seen the little thing in a while. Ah, I see. I'd like one of everything like the last few times, Beerus said awkwardly, realizing that he was freaking out for no reason, and had embarrassed himself like a fool. Hearing this, she smiled and looked to her side, as her children both grinned and ran into the back, soon coming out with trays of food that Whis took seconds later, repeating this a few more times before all the food was gone, and a stack of books was in front of her. Oh, quite the books you're giving me this time, Wanda said with a hum, noticing that several of them included techniques like instant transmission, as well as other techniques from the Dragon Ball universe. Likely they were copied by Whis over his thousands of years of life, perhaps for a future god of destruction to learn from or something else. Either way, Wanda was very pleased with the books, as she inwardly had already copied ki into herself. It had actually merged with aura, strengthening it massively. While her chakra still remained separate, likely due to the nature of chakra being different than that of ki and aura. Either way, she was pleased as Whis soon left with Beerus, not wanting to buy any books this time, as he was still reading through the hundreds he had bought last time. With the two of them leaving, Wanda smiled, one thought on her mind. Let's see what I can do with ki. Gain access up to an additional chapter 10 chapters early for each of my main fanfics, 40 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive stories, including exclusive R18 chapters/fics, on my Patreon for $10 a month, or $100 for an entire year. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. So she's gotten ki and some new techniques, and her domains have been explored a bit. They'll be covered more in the future when she has to deal with certain gods and other entities that are related to them. Her first proper date is coming up as well. Anyways, have a good day. 97, Chapter 97, Helping Blake. Third POV. A lot. The answer was a lot. Wanda hadn't been entirely expecting it, but her usage of ki was genuinely insane. The sheer variety of things that she could do with it was truly incredible. With her ki and her natural comprehension and learning capabilities, she was able to effortlessly replicate the techniques of other Dragon Ball characters just from her memory alone. Kamehameha, mimicked and mastered within an hour. Galick Gun, it happened even faster. Technique after technique, mastering them all after just remembering their capabilities and what they could do. Hell, she was pretty sure that she could learn and master Ultra Instinct within a few minutes if she really wanted to. But she was much more interested in the idea of going to Dragon Ball in person to do that part. That, and she wanted to see what the Super Dragon Balls could do. And of course she wanted to meet one of the most iconic manga characters of all time, if not the most iconic manga/anime character of all time. Goku was someone she was very interested in meeting. Once Milim had her own power-up, she imagined the girl would want to take part in some of the tournaments too, as she would certainly be strong enough. Hell, even now she'd be considered pretty strong in that universe. And once she got ki, she'd be unstoppable. But for now, she was limiting Milim to chakra and aura so she can master them first. Just like how she had taught Naruto about aura as well, which he had been extensively training over the past week that they had been back. Said aura was immense thanks to his nature, as was Milim's, who was far superior to even her brothers. Her aura was so strong that she could actually mimic certain techniques with it, techniques that no other aura user should realistically be able to use. Over the past few days, besides learning and mastering her usage of ki, Wanda had also been increasing her control and mastery of the different domains that she was connected to, which had been increasing slowly but steadily. With her control over the domains increasing, she had also been increasing her control over the different elemental parliaments, and the Sage Force, which had been growing massively thanks to her divinity. She wasn't even sure how strong her psychic powers had gotten, but she doubted there was a single other being in DC that was comparable to her, besides those that literally personify the energy. She knew that Raven could also grow to compare to her as well if she learned more about her Shinigami powers, which were incredibly immense thanks to her connection to the collective unconsciousness. But that would of course take quite some time for that to happen, especially since she was focusing more so on magic at the moment. At the moment Wanda was sitting behind her counter. Her children were actually in one of the pocket dimensions upstairs. They had wanted to do some training together, as they had been slacking a bit in the past few days. And what better way than to train in a dimension with world-ending monsters literally everywhere? Wanda had of course made sure to place some protections on them, but she was confident that Milim would be able to protect Naruto in case anything happened. And she had limited the areas that Naruto could go to, so he could only fight monsters that were in his realm of strength. So while they were out and doing that, she was sitting behind her counter waiting for a customer. And soon her customer had arrived, as in walked Blake Belladonna. "Ah, hello there Blake. I was wondering when you'd return," Wanda said, knowing that the cat faunas loved reading, so the fact that she had not returned in such a long time was a bit of a surprise. Wanda's expression changed slightly when she noticed the look on Blake's face, causing the woman to frown. "You all right there, Blake?" Wanda asked, noticing that Blake seemed sad. I'm fine," Blake said, not exactly the most enthused sounding. I'm not going to believe that, Blake. It's quite obvious that something happened. May I ask what it's about?" Wanda asked, looking at the teenager as she shook her head. "No, it doesn't matter," Blake responded, while Wanda hummed. "Did your friends find out about your secret?" Wanda asked. Blake looked at her in confusion, as Wanda smiled. "You being a faunus, Blake. Did they find out you are a faunus?" Wanda reiterated as Blake looked surprised. "How did Blake, your bows were not exactly the best at hiding your ears. Beyond that, I have very very good senses and eyesight, so it wasn't hard to see that you are a faunus. That, and you just confirmed it to me," Wanda responded with a smile, not caring that the girl was a faunus. "And before you say anything, it matters not that you are a faunus, Blake. I have seen a lot of people who are far far stranger looking, and I do not treat them any differently either. So you having some cute cat ears won't make a difference to me," Wanda added, as Blake blinked at the mention of cute cat ears, blushing slightly at the words. "Ruby and Yang do not seem like the type to care for such things, so I can only assume that Whis said something stupid." Wanda asked, as Blake sighed and moved to sit across from her, after Wanda walked over to one of the tables. "She said that the white fawn is nothing but a bunch of criminals, that faunus are too. She sounded ignorant, racist, foolish." Wanda answered. "Yeah, all of those. I just couldn't stand there while she was talking like that, like they don't have their own situations, their own circumstances. So, I blew up on her, and I revealed the truth to them, or, more like it was forced from me," Blake said, causing Wanda to sigh. "You cannot blame her, Blake," Wanda replied, causing Blake to look up at her with a frown. Wanda raised a hand, stopping Blake from saying anything as she continued. "You must understand that she was raised to think like that, Blake. Her father, Jacques, is a monstrous little man who hates all things faunus. And thanks to that hatred, thanks to the racism he holds against them, it has trickled down to his daughter and son, Whis, and her little brother. She does not know any better, she does not know the true struggles that your kind deal with due to your differences, and she does not know that her words are so awful," Wanda explained calmly. I know. It's just, I can't help but be angry with her. With the fact that she can say such callous things without even thinking of the consequences of them, that she didn't even think of how others might feel when she says such horrible things about them," Blake responded, still hurt with Whis's words, but understanding that she didn't even realize what she was saying was so awful. "You are right to be angry, Han. But you must also understand her point of view, and that she does not know any better. And at the same time, it's good that you're calling her out now. She cannot just say things like that without thinking of how others might react, especially once she gets older. It could put her in serious danger acting so ignorant," Wanda responded with a calm smile on her face, as Blake sipped on the tea that floated over to her. "I should probably go talk to her, huh?" Blake responded after a few moments of thought, causing Wanda to smile. "Probably. But I would continue with your plan of looking into that white fang operation. It'll lead you to some very interesting pieces of information," Wanda responded, as Blake looked up at her. "How do you know all of these things?" "I never brought up any of this," Blake asked. "I'm far from a normal bookstore owner, Blake. Maybe in the future when you girls are in need, you can come to my store and I'll help you out," Wanda said with a mysterious smile on her face, knowing that they'd need her help to deal with Salem in the future, and she would be willing to give it, in return for the 4 artifacts. "Now, off you go, and the tea is free of charge this time, but I do hope you'll come back soon. I've got a ton of new romance novels for you to read," Wanda said with a teasing grin on her face, causing Blake to blush brightly before scurrying out of the store moments later, not wanting to get teased by the older woman any longer. Watching her run off, Wanda laughed, one thought on her mind. "So cute. Gain access up to an additional chapter 10 chapters early for each of my main fanfics, 40 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive stories, including exclusive R18 chapters/fics, on my Patreon for $10 a month, or $100 for an entire year. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me." That's the end of the chapter. Nothing to say in this end, so have a good day. 98, Chapter 98, Legend of the Silver Eyes. Third POV. With Blake leaving, Wanda knew that the girl would likely be coming back sooner or later to talk with her about what happened with Whis and the white fang that she had been looking into. What she had not been expecting was for Blake to return a few hours later, her fellow team members following behind her. Whis looked like she wanted to be anywhere but there at the moment. Ruby was looking a little awkward, while Yang had a small smile on her face. Blake on the other hand walked up to the counter and bowed. "Thank you for the help earlier, it truly means a lot," Blake said, bowing to her as Wanda blinked with an amused smile. "No need to thank me, hon. I just helped one of my favorite customers, that's all," Wanda responded, waving off her thanks, as it truly was no big deal for her. That, and she didn't like Whis's racist phase in the beginning of their journey. "Well, I am thanking you either way, Wanda," Blake responded, as she looked at Whis, who looked back at her before sighing. "Thank you, Miss Wanda, for helping Blake, and helping her show me the ignorance of my words. It truly means a lot," Whis said awkwardly, not used to apologizing to others. Hearing her thanks, Wanda giggled. "No need to force yourself, Whis. I know that you aren't exactly enthused about this, after all, you barely know me," Wanda said as Whis let out a sigh. "I am not, but, I truly must thank you, Miss Wanda. Without you speaking to Blake about how to handle my foolishness, she could have been seriously injured, or worse. And for that, it is only right for me to thank you," Whis responded, causing the others in her team to smile at her words. What she said was right, and it made them happy to see that the Ice Princess was changing as a person, and changing for the better. All thanks to them, and the help of Wanda. Wanda's words had done a lot more than she had expected them to, and would likely end up changing several things that would be coming regarding the White Fan, and the team's reaction to them. "Well, you are welcome, Whis. Is there anything else you girls want, or were you just here to thank me?" Wanda asked, as they nodded their heads. "Yep, we're here for some books, and I think my sis wants some cookies too," Yang said, as Ruby looked at Wanda with sparkly eyes, who only chuckled as a plate of cookies soon floated in from behind her, with around 20 cookies on the large plate as Ruby wasted no time and began to munch on them. At the same time, Whis had moved to the story section, and Blake had quietly moved to the non-fiction section, which was actually right next to the romance section. So once she had an opening, she'd be able to buy some romance books like she wanted. While Yang had moved to the martial arts section again, as she found some of the other books to be useful last time she had checked them out. But this time she noticed that there were over 3 dozen new books in the section, and some of them were a lot more interesting than the older ones. A lot more descriptive too. After she scarfed down the delicious cookies and paid for them, Ruby moved back to the blacksmith and weapons section. She had actually used some of the techniques she had learned from one of the blacksmith books, and had improved the firepower of her mecha shift weapon. So she was very excited to find some new books to learn from. It didn't take Team RWBY long until they had found their books. With Ruby grabbing a total of 4 books, Yang 3, Whis 2, and Blake with the most at 6 books. The only reason they were even willing to grab so many, was because Wanda sold her books at pretty cheap prices compared to their worlds. That, and they hadn't bought any of the truly rare books. The rare ones could cost as much as a few $1,000s, due to just how rare or incredibly powerful they can be. Looking over the stacks of books, Wanda watched as the girls were about to bring out their cards to pay, only for Whis to slap a fancy-looking black card onto the counter. Wanda had actually started taking debit and credit cards over the past few days, after she had created her own sort of bank account for the money, where it would be converted into USD and deposited into her bank account. It was also impossible to detect anything wrong with it too. Whis - "Nope, I'm paying. It's my form of paying you all back for acting like such a brat the past few days. And nothing you say is going to stop me from paying for your books, by the way." Whis cut Blake off, as Wanda chuckled and took the card. After the money went through, she handed Whis her card back, and gave each of the girls a bag for their books. It wasn't a dimensional bag just yet, as they hadn't spent enough for such a thing. She imagined they would eventually once they decided to learn about Salem. Glancing at Ruby, Wanda decided to help the girl out. "Ah, before you leave, I actually have something for you, Ruby," Wanda said, as she reached down under the counter, and brought out an older-looking book. This was actually a book she herself had written after she had looked into the silver eyes, their creation, their uses, and the training methods for them. She had done this because, she was bored. That, and she thought it could be a good thing for Ruby. "Here, I think you might be interested in what you can learn from this," Wanda said with a smile, as she handed the girl the book, who looked at it confused, before flipping it open. "Huh, you wrote this?" Ruby asked, noticing the author was Wanda. Wanda just nodded, as Ruby flipped forwards, only to stop at the title of the book, her eyes widening. The title was The Silver Eyes of Legend. Yang looked at the title equally as confused as Ruby, who was looking into Wanda's eyes that glowed a slight silver. "I did. I suggest you read it whenever you have the time, as it might just give you some insight about why that headmaster of yours was so interested in your eyes," Wanda responded. Ruby looked down at the book and then back at Wanda. "And once you finish that book, I hope you'll come back. I'd love to speak with you more about the eyes that you inherited," Wanda said, as Ruby looked at her with wide eyes, breathing in a sharp breath as she realized Wanda was speaking of her mother, Summer Rose. "Oh okay," Ruby said, looking down at the book, deciding she would read it the second she got back. As it might just give her information on what happened to her mother. Bye. Yang said, as she dragged her sister away, deciding that they needed to talk about this. And maybe talk with their dad too. Watching them all leave her shop, Wanda chuckled. "She'll be back soon." After leaving the shop, Yang looked to her sister a second later. "You okay, sis?" Why yeah, but I need to read this, Yang. This book, it might explain more about what happened to Mom, Ruby responded, while Blake and Whis both looked a little confused, but decided to stay silent as this was obviously not their place. Ruby, that lady, I don't know if we can trust her. Maybe we should tell Dad or Uncle Crow. Hell, even Ashbin. She seemed to know about Mom. Hell, she seems to know a lot of things that she shouldn't, Yang said, as Ruby instantly shook her head. No, not until I read this book and get answers. She might be the only person that can help me understand what happened to Mom. And if Ashbin or Dad or even Uncle Crow find out, they'll try to stop that. Ruby exclaimed, shaking her head. She wanted to know what happened to her mom more than anything, and this woman was the key to that. And she was not about to let that chance get taken from her. Sis, are you sure? Yang asked, looking into her sister's eyes as Ruby nodded resolutely. Fine, but once you finish that book and get the answers you want, I'll be telling Uncle Crow, okay? Yang said. Ruby frowned at this, but nodded in the end, understanding that Wanda did know a lot of things she realistically shouldn't. But it didn't matter right now, as all she wanted to do was read this book and learn more about her eyes, and what might have happened to her mother. Back with Wanda, she was gazing into their universe with a small smile on her face, one thought on her mind as she watched them and their conversation. This'll be interesting. Gain access up to an additional chapter 10 chapters early for each of my main fanfics, 40 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive stories, including exclusive R18 chapters/fics, on my Patreon for $10 a month, or $100 for an entire year. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me. That's the end of the chapter. No and today, so have a good day. 99, Chapter 99, Remnant with Raven. Third POV. While Ruby was off reading the new book that Wanda had given her, putting all of her focus and energy into learning more about her eyes, and the legends about them, as well as how to train and utilize them properly, Wanda was back in her store. She was currently putting away a few of her new books she had gotten from the Harry Potter universe, as well as a handful that she had created over the past few days, mostly fictional books and nothing too crazy. Putting away the books, Wanda stretched, a nice cup of coffee in her hands, as it was actually morning at this point, with it being the next day since Ruby had left to learn more about her eyes. Sipping on her coffee, she returned to the counter, looking over the menu and making a few changes, as she likes to regularly swap things out and add new menu items. This time she added a frappuccino option, as she had recently gotten really good at making different forms of coffee. She wanted to eventually add more options, but for now she limited it to that. And they were more expensive than normal coffees and teas due to the making of them. Hearing the sound of the door opening next to her, Wanda glanced over and found Raven standing there. Hey Raven, where have you been? Wanda asked, not knowing the answer. She didn't use her power to spy on any of her workers, so she didn't know what they were doing. The only thing she'd know is if they were doing something evil or something. I was in the meditation dimension. My control over my magic has reached a new level as of recent, so I have been learning to do more with it, Raven answered. The meditation dimension was a dimension that was made to be used for meditation, as it sounds. It was a small dimension around the size of a decent-sized house, with rooms specially made for different forms of meditation. Not only that, but it had all sorts of incense and herbs that were made for meditation in mind. And a lot of teas and calming scents perfect for Raven to get into the groove so she can practice control over her magic. Oh, and how good has your control gotten? Wanda asked, curious. She wasn't looking into Raven's magic at the moment, so she couldn't tell. But she could tell that the woman in front of her seemed more calm than usual. Far better than ever before. Thanks to the meditation dimension, I have been able to utilize my magic to manipulate and control the elements with ease. I'm also learning new spells, and have recently mastered the art of teleportation. My range has increased thanks to my control, and I believe I can cross continents with my teleportation now, Raven responded, a slight tinge of a proud tone escaping her. Wanda smiled at her excitement, as while she didn't show it completely, Wanda was good at seeing when her student was excited. And Raven was excited. That's fantastic, Raven. How about we go out and celebrate? Wanda asked, causing Raven to look at her in surprise. Go out and celebrate? Raven asked. Mum, we can go get lunch or something, just the two of us. There's this nice bakery I've wanted to try in the world that Ruby and her friends come from, Wanda explained. Raven looked at her in surprise, before biting her lips slightly and nodding. Wanda smiled at her, accepting the offer, and even more so than that, she smirked when she noticed the slight pink on her pale cheeks. The cutie must think this is a date, Wanda thought in amusement, deciding that she won't be explaining if it was. After all, Raven was very attractive, and she wasn't opposed to it being dubbed as a date by the woman. Great. Do you want to get changed or anything? Wanda asked, as Raven looked down at her clothes before shaking her head. She was already in casual clothing, so she had no reason to change into anything too fancy. With that in mind, Wanda smiled. Excellent, let's get going then. Wanda said, as she got to her feet. the dark-haired woman smiling slightly in response as she followed after Wanda. Entering the world of RWBY had been a bit different, as Raven had never traveled to another universe before. And due to the nature of the universe, and its severe lack of magic, the woman had to sit still for a few moments in order to get used to the change. Wanda felt a little bad, so she helped her out a little bit, as it could be a little jarring entering a universe without any sort of magic. While she herself was adapting to the way her divinities were automatically connecting to this universe, adapting and growing in response to the new universe and the nature of it. But after she helped Raven adapt, the two were walking through Vale towards the bakery that Wanda wanted to try. They had some native desserts that you couldn't find anywhere else, which used some native plants that were sort of like a strawberry combined with a lemon. A very interesting flavor, she found. Sitting across from Raven, Wanda watched as the woman bit into her pastry. She had gotten a pastry similar to a croissant that had a berry jam inside of it. A delicious-looking treat that Raven seemed to like quite a bit as she bit into it. "This world is interesting," Raven commented, as she bit into her food, noticing faunas walking by and the overall atmosphere. "It is, isn't it? With their complete lack of magic and a lot of technologies. Not to mention their complete reliance on dust and aura. And those beasts, the Grimm, are quite the interesting little things," Wanda responded. "What are the Grimm? When you showed me that single one that looked similar to a wolf, it felt wrong, corrupted. Not only that, but it was seemingly trying to detect my emotions," Raven asked, wondering what exactly the Grimm were. "That is a good question, Raven. As for what they are, it's a bit complicated. The people of this world are severely ignorant in what those things truly are, as they are not simple beasts created from darkness. No, they are the souls of deceased humans that continue to be reincarnated into Grimm for all of eternity," Wanda said, as Raven looked at her with wide eyes. "That must be horrible. Such an existence, it must be hell," Raven responded. The fact that the Grimm were actually human souls reborn into beasts, and no matter how many times they die they'll just continue to be reborn as a Grimm, sounded terrifying. "It likely is. But thankfully I do not believe they possess enough sentience to remember their lives, so they won't be suffering too much," Wanda said, pretty certain of this. "Why did you help that girl?" Raven asked after a few more moments of silence after hearing Wanda's explanation on the Grimm. "Because I think it'd be interesting to see her growth. Her eyes, the silver eyes, are created by a god of this realm, not a proper god in comparison to the ones we have, but a powerful entity either way. And because of that, she has a lot of potential for power, and could even obtain her own form of limited divinity if she trains with them enough," Wanda responded before continuing. "That, and I know the future this world is heading towards, and it is not a bright one. And I'd hate to lose such an interesting world to destruction and apocalypse. The knowledge and growth of these people are truly interesting. Interesting enough for me to interfere and help them," Wanda continued, a hum escaping her as she sipped on the tea that she had gotten. "It was pretty decent. Not the best, far from it, but decent enough for her to finish it." "I see. You are a neutral entity, so I suppose it is not surprising. I'd say I'm more chaotic neutral. I support and help those that I want, and could care less about if you're a villain or not. As long as you don't annoy me I'll leave you alone, unless I am bored, then no one is safe," Wanda replied with a hum. "And what of my father? If I asked for your help defeating him, would you aid me?" Raven asked. Of course. I care about you too much to let that little demon harm you," Wanda responded as if it was obvious. And to her it was, but obviously Raven didn't think so, as she looked surprised upon hearing the response, a slight tinge of pink forming on her cheeks at how easily Wanda answered the question. With her response set, Wanda finished the last bit of her tea, before smiling and asking a rather important question, and that was, "How about we look around a bit more? Gain access up to an additional chapter 10 chapters early for each of my main fanfics, 40 chapters on total, as well as other bonuses, like more than 200 exclusive stories, including exclusive R18 chapters/fics, on my Patreon for $10 a month, or $100 for an entire year. There are also cheaper tiers for $3 and $5. $3 gives 1 additional chapter, 4 in total, and 5 gives 3 additional chapters, 12 in total. Or just look up Crazed Madman on Patreon and you should find me." That's the end of the chapter. Another simple chapter in which we do a little talking between Raven and Wanda, the beginning of their date with more happening next chapter. Anyways, have a good day.
Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.